1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
We invited 28 of the world's best diplomacy players to compete for the title of DBN Diplomat of the Year. They've been playing in 4 rounds this weekend. 2 of them you saw yesterday had some incredible play, but at the end of the day, the top 7 spots only go through to the next round next weekend. That all comes down to these 2 rounds that are happening today. I'm Marcus Zylstra, your host, and this is the DBNI.
I'm worried about Peter. I'm always worried about Peter.
Liam is the Delta variant.
Karthik certainly is really good and scary. I played personally with Farron, and I got to say, like, her ability to read the board and make an alliance work is really impressive.
Evan Swihart from the great state of Ohio as the best Russia.
Katie Gray, a relatively new name to us. To sort of characterize Liam, he's a little more chaotic than most. We haven't figured out a stat metric for that yet.
Tommy got style. There's no way around it. Tommy
Definitely. Matthew has decided to take what he can get, which is a lot.
How can you compliment Brandon's diplomacy enough?
This is a moment for Subby, I have to say.
Ben pretty much tells Nicholas that he doesn't see the purpose of talking to each other.
Timothy Crosby has some dots, not fully ruled out.
There's just so much bad blood in the West, so I was able to kind of like benefit from that a little bit, which is kind of weird.
Figured I might be safer just staying out of the rat's nest.
You know, there definitely were opportunities for me to move against France.
Honestly, it's about finding people who are willing to take them seriously, not just view me as a threat.
Because it's just something about really good diplomacy players that I'm fascinated by. I really enjoy getting to know them, getting to learn how they tick.
Evan says, thank you very much. I will now take Portugal. I don't think you need it anymore.
Ben seems genuinely afraid of Karthik's abilities.
Farron and Ed are just not getting along at all.
Jason is always a bit of a wild card, so we'll see how that goes.
Hopefully I'm going to work some magic. See what happens.
Now suddenly the pendulum has swung towards Katie now.
I always stab him because just why not? It's fun.
Subby's position just gets stronger and stronger.
Timothy puts down an army in Paris, which is a little interesting actually.
Well, we'll see. You know, you always have to play the players and play the negotiations.
I've got a bit of a reputation for being a bit of a villain.
If it comes down to it and we both can win, who do we prefer wins? And Karthik responds, me.
All right, welcome to the 2022 DBNI. I'm joined today by Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Marcus. And it is good to be back on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. It has been a while, everyone. For those of you who don't know me or recognize me, since it has been a minute and a half, my name is Siobhan Nolan. I am from the great state of California in the west coast of the United States. I am one of the organizers for our local Bay Area Diplomacy Association, affectionately known as the Badassers. I am also the president of the NADF, North American Diplomacy Federation. And yeah, it's just been a really exciting couple of, months and years for diplomacy. And I'm really excited to be back here. And I just want to take 1 second while I have the stage to plug. We have a tournament coming up in Bay Area, California called Whipping. It is happening the last weekend of April. It will also be North American DipCon. Reach out to myself or Adam Silverman for details. You can find us on Discord. Anything you need, we're here for you.
Yeah, should be a great one. That's a face-to-face tournament, correct?
It is. It's the first one back since we were the original tournament in North America first to cancel due to COVID restrictions. And we're really excited to get everyone back into the Bay Area. It will be sunny and beautiful. So if you live somewhere where it's still snowing or raining, come take a break, come get some sun, and enjoy some good diplomacy.
Okay, great. And yeah, this is welcome back to DBNI. It has been quite a while since we saw you last.
Yep.
Let's hop straight into the DBNI stats here, if I can bring that up. We saw 2 rounds happening yesterday, leaving the field in this order. Jason Massbaum up there on top, 160 points after the first round. Hard to see him dropping out of that top 7, but the rest, it's going to come down to what happens today. We have a very quick recap of exactly what happened yesterday. I'm going to go ahead and show you that. In round 1, game 1, Evan Swihart got off to a fantastic start as France, bringing defending champion Peter McNamara down to just 3 supply centers early in the game. Peter managed to stage a pretty incredible comeback, but the real story of this board was the Austria-Turkey alliance in the east, run by Casey Gray and Farron James. The West managed to stalemate them just in time, but Farron James still came out of this game with a big board top and 100 points. Round 1 game 2 is again the story of an organised East against a disorganised West. Jason Massbaum and Timothy Crosby dominated this board with their Austria-Turkey alliance as the Western players failed to rally any kind of defence and actually actively worked with the Italian against one another. Tim was the commentator's favourite to win for quite some time, but after spreading his units thin to take St. Petersburg and leaving Venice undefended for just 1 turn, Jason saw his chance and stabbed for a huge 16 centre board top. He stopped just short of a solo, but the 160 point score was still more than enough to place him at the top of the leaderboard. Round 2 game 3 began with a chaotic East, something Russ Dennis in Italy was able to leverage to an early lead. With Nicola Tully in England quickly jumping from alliance to alliance, it looked like the West was once again disorganised, but some skilled negotiation brought them together to form a Western triple to counter the threat. After years of slow progress against Christian Braun's Russia, but absolutely no progress against Russ's Italy, Sahuge made an attempt to attack Germany, an attempt which Robert Schubert successfully defended against. The game was then drawn, with Russ taking the board top. Round 2 game 4 rounds out our early round coverage by being a very different kind of game. While Ruben Sanchez on France took the lead in the West and was easily the commentator's favourite for the board top, a rare Russia-Austria-Turkey alliance, including the number 1 seed Seren Quark, formed and exhibited incredible trust, even moving through one another's supply centres to dismantle West Ketchum's Italy at a record pace. However, when a misorder from Johnny Gillam's Russia coughed Seren Tunis, the R was quickly dropped from the RAT and replaced by Germany, with Seren, Ed Sullivan, and Riaz Varani forcing Ruben's France back to just 1 supply centre, and ending on a joint 11 centre board top. So we had some very diverse games back there, and of course you can see that in the standings here, especially considering the 3 71 scores that we've got after that unique 11-11-11 game. We've seen that a bit in league play, but not so much in these in DBNI in the past. Siobhan, if you're looking at this this standings list, if you're in the position of someone like Ed or Riaz or Seren, somewhere towards the bottom of that top 7, what are you thinking going into these round 3 and 4? What are you thinking going into that race for the top 7?
Well, obviously the goal here is always to make it to the top board, and Ed and Riaz and Seren have an interesting challenge in front of them, and that is finding someone who's willing to work with someone who already has a sizable enough score to come in the top 7, and they want to stay there. So will someone else want to work with them, or will they get knocked out simply because of this large result? I do think the 11-11-11 is really interesting in rounds 1 and 2. It puts them in an interesting position, gives them negotiating power to say, look at the kind of alliances I can build. They can sort of game for something that's enough to get them to the top board, but isn't so threatening that their ally might feel the need to take them out. So I know players like Riaz have had success in the past saying, hey, I'm a great alliance player. I'm looking just enough. Maybe I can help pull you up with me and get enough for you and myself to both get into the top board together. So I'll be interested to see if one of the 3 can pull that off.
And continuing to look at these top players, I know you have an interesting opinion of Jason Massbaum up at the top there. What do you think he'll be thinking going into this round, given he's probably already got his spot locked in?
I mean, I've known Jason for many, many years, and I want everyone to know Jason and I are good friends. This is mostly just for my own amusement. But, you know, that solid 16 center board top is almost surely enough to guarantee him a spot in the top 7, but nothing is ever certain with games like this. If the other players decide to take him out early and fast, it could be possible that he gets a 0 score, and if we see some other big scores here today, who knows what can happen. But it does kind of feel inevitable that we'll be seeing Jason on the top board.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the lower down standings now. Here we have ranks 11 to 20. The other players who are kind of in the middle of the board here managed to survive, but not really do that well. Obviously, no board tops in this section. Some of the more interesting stories from last round that didn't get covered in the recap. Karthik Konath, for example, got jumped in 1902, I believe, by all 3 of his neighbors, going down to 2 supply centers in the second year of the game, and then kept those 2 supply centers for the next 10 years and ended the game still in Liverpool and Edinburgh, and I believe sniping Sweden as well. So an interesting story there. We'll see whether those 26 points are the difference, because it absolutely can be in a tournament like this. And then if we look a little further down in these standings, we are going to the players who have been eliminated in that first round and have 0 scores. Some names here you might not expect. Siobhan, is there anyone who stands out to you as maybe someone who you would have predicted in your predictions would make the top board?
I mean, there is someone, we all did predictions, as some of you may know, and Matt Krill was one of my choices to do very well in this. And so it is surprising to see that he didn't survive yesterday, but I have seen him down and out before, and he's a very strong player. McCullis is another one who I always expect to do very, very well. And then the other one that stands out to me off the top of my head is Tommy Anderson, who is either a sink or swim player in my experience. And so I'll be interested to see if he can manage to swim today.
Yeah, and of course, like, the elimination in this level of tournament is absolutely nothing, like saying absolutely nothing about the skill level of these players. They're all absolutely incredible, and you know, everyone gets those one-off times where you get eliminated. But of course, you have to account for the fact that you've been eliminated there. If you're one of these players at the bottom with a 0 score, what are you thinking going into this round?
I've found that there's a couple of different strategies when you have this kind of position coming in with a 0 score. You can either try to attach yourself to one of those players who is in the top 7, you know, the Ed Sullivan and the Seren Quark that we were talking about earlier, and say, hey, I can help you do well and help cement your place where you are, but I need you to help me also do well. And sometimes I've seen some really, really strong alliances come out of that kind of arrangement. But there's also some chaos where there sometimes is a little feeling of desperation when you're coming in with nothing. And so are they going to stab? Does the alliance last? Are we going to see a big result out of it? Or does everything just descend into chaos, as diplomacy so often does?
Yep. Well, no matter if they're at the top or the bottom, this is going to be an intense round for all of them. I will very quickly now welcome to the show Tanya Gill, who will also be joining us for this commentary. Hi, Tanya. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, yeah, I'm Tanya. You guys saw me last night, maybe, but I'm here and I like to play diplomacy.
That's a fantastic intro. I will also say Tanya Gill was the 2020 Virtual Diplomacy League champion and the #1 seed coming into the DBNI last year. So being a bit humble there with your introductions, I think. Right, before we move on to covering games, let's have a quick look at some of the stats from the entire DBNI season. And here we have some stats that Brian Pravel has put together, and I think Brandon Fogle as well, so thank you very much for that, on what percentage of the time each country manages to top the board. So, Siobhan, anything stand out to you here?
I mean, the first thing my eye is drawn to that doesn't surprise me at all is that France is #1 here. France is such a strong country. Players like to play it because of the position it puts them in, negotiating power and strategically speaking. I am surprised a little bit at Italy's position down at the bottom, because Italy has been so strong historically over the last few years in the diplomacy hobby. And I've been predicting for a long time that Italy would start to wane, and it's possible that that's starting to happen.
Yep, and another interesting thing that stands out to me here is one of the countries that you see generally at the bottom of people's preference lists, like completely out of the question, is Turkey. And they've still got a 14%. It's higher than Germany, it's higher than Italy here, and it's higher than Austria. Tanya, do you think this is a result of anything in particular, or would you be more likely to select Turkey given seeing its stats here?
I'm definitely not going to be selecting Turkey if I have a choice, but I think Turkey is one of those countries where you have a high chance of an elimination, but you also have a high chance of a board top if you can get it going. And I think that's why we might be seeing this power stats top share. I'd be curious to see how it compares to eliminations if we have that stat anywhere. But I think, once you've gotten sort of your 5th, 6th dot as Turkey, it's very hard to get rid of Turkey. So I'm not too shocked that their top board, top share percentage stats are potentially higher than some of the other ones here.
Yeah, and then if we move ahead to I don't know if we've got those elimination stats. We probably do somewhere, but I don't think we've got a slide on them, so I can't show them, unfortunately. But we do have some stats here of the 2021 DBNI season. 300, let me read that correctly, 352 total players, 310 games of diplomacy, which, considering games last quite a while, absolutely incredible for this year. Players from 5 different continents, 23 different countries, and I think that ours is man hours rather than just straight up hours, but 93,000 man hours of diplomacy played. It's incredible. And then on the right, we've got a pie chart of the various results. 28% of players being eliminated, 52.8% surviving, and then you see that little wedge of the pie chart up at the top there, the solos, the blue one, you really want to be in, but it just shows how incredibly rare it is to get that result in games like this. Yeah. But it's absolutely rewarded, right? You get basically a guaranteed position on the top board. So let's go ahead and move to our actual coverage here. We are going to take a look at our first game. Let me go ahead and bring up the players for that. If I can get this going. There we go. That is not the right thing. Give me a second. How's it worked yet? Yes, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so on this board, we've got the 21st seed, Christoph Bourgeois as Austria, Karthik Konath, 2nd seed as England, playing from California in the USA, Farron James as France, Timothy Crosby as Germany. We saw him play that very strong Italy in the first round that got stabbed by Massbaum. Russ Dennis, which gives us, I think, 2 players who have board tops here, Russ and Farron from the previous round. Greg Matthews on Russia, and then Peter McNamara, last year's winner, on Turkey. Anyone particularly stand out to you here, Tanya?
What does stand out is I can't see what bid placement Peter got for that Turkey.
I will go and check that.
All right. Other than that, I think this is a good board. You've got really good players. You've got some players who might be, in Farron and Russ, a bit more comfortable with their scores going into this, telling their neighbors that they might, hey, work with me because I don't need a big score. I just need to secure myself in the top board, and I'll help you get that big score. So I can predict possibly a very successful game for those 2. And yeah, I'm excited to see. I think there's a few here that didn't have very good results last night. And we'll see. Can't wait to see what they bring and who they decide to work with.
I think we just got the answer to what number bid that was for Peter. It was actually his 7th. It does look like the rest are correct, looking at the information I have, but it may not be. Take those with a little bit of salt. Siobhan, anything stand out to you on this lineup?
I mean, same as Tanya, my eyes are immediately drawn to Farron and Russ coming in with 2nd and 3rd place. There's one of two things that could happen here. They could decide to work with each other and cement their place, or they could decide to work against each other. I'll be really interested to see. But Peter McNamara in Turkey, I think, is a really interesting dynamic on this board. He's a very strong player, as anyone who watches DBN will know, and can take his time and can wait and can definitely work well in an alliance. So I'll be interested to see what he makes out of that.
Okay, and just before we go to the game, I'm going to go ahead and bring up some stats we have here for Peter McNamara. Looking at some of these acronyms are a little hard to understand, but TS is top share. He is in the top 81% of people for their board top shares, topping 24% of the boards. You can see there. Cap is centers above the average power at the end of the game. He has 2.4 more centers than the average player at the end of a game, which is a huge jump. Capo 4 measures how fast you get out of the gates. 1.2 more centers than the average player in 1904. Efficiency measures how often your units do what you're trying to make them do. So if you're trying to move, how often do they actually get through? If you're trying to support something, how often does that supported move get through? How often does it match? And you can see he's not actually all that high. He's basically the exact average player there, with just 0.1% above on his efficiency stat. Collaboration, how much he works with other players, this is solidly above average. And then give and take, how much does he give supports and how much does he take supports? Might surprise people to see he actually gives a lot more supports than he takes. So yeah, we have a bunch more stats cards like that, but I think we'll go through them a bit later into the game. We will jump straight onto the map now, if I can get that up. Right, so Tanya, do you want to take the move by move, and Siobhan, do you want to add a little color commentary at the end of each phase? Let me go ahead and get the orders for the first phase here.
All right, spring 1901. Won't waste too much time on this, but you get a support into Burgundy from Farron, standard opening from Karthik in England there, and same with Tim, doesn't really cover Burgundy, goes for Ruhr, moves up to Denmark. You get a bounce in Gal. Greg decides not to open North. I think we saw it only once last night, that opening. And a bounce of the Black Sea, which is, for this tournament, relatively refreshing to look at. But Smyrna does not follow up into Con. It is still there. And a Venice hold. I think those are all the significant moves here.
Yeah, and I don't have too much to add to that. You know, I can see that on a board like this, everyone's going to wait and see what everyone else wants to do and make someone else make the decisions. So I'll be interested to see how that shakes out over the next few seasons.
We are in fall 1901.
Yeah, so a bit of uncertainty on what exactly might be going on in the West. England and France bounce out of Belgium. England does try and convoy, and Germany says, I don't really want to take a part in that. I'm just going to cover Munich, and goes to do that. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't think we can tell just based off of these moves what the alliances are here. You get a bounce in Trieste, which works out because Greg doesn't follow into Gal. So we might be seeing some early AR alliance here, given the fact that Smyrna does move up to Armenia and Russ decides to convoy the army into Tunis, which reads to me, I wonder if this might be bad news for Turkey. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that stood out to me immediately is, you know, and Tanya, you mentioned that Timothy in Germany just said, no, I want nothing to do with Belgium. I wonder if Timothy did promise support to one or the other of them, or if this was a complete surprise, or if he just said, no, you guys fight it out. And, you know, we don't see the army in Belgium, so Karthik's army is not going to Belgium to die today, but lives to tell the tale. And then Peter, you know, in the fall goes to Armenia, and we see some interesting moves, and is also in the Black Sea. So I'll be interested to see what comes next.
Well, let's see what comes next then. Here are the builds. Anything stand out to you?
2 fleets for Germany, which is a choice. So not great for Karthik, I would say, to have a Germany that builds 2 fleets. So I think Karthik will be looking and hoping that Farron does work with him here. Other than that, Fleet Smyrna makes sense. Fleet Naples looks pretty standard to me otherwise.
Yeah, I kind of read the same thing. The 2 fleet Germany is a surprise. I don't see that very often. But, you know, Karthik and Farron seem to be okay after the bounce in Belgium. You do see a fleet in Brest, but it's not a big deal for Karthik unless there's something going on between Farron and Timothy Crosby that we haven't heard about yet.
Right, well, here we go into spring 1902, second year of the game.
All right, well, the first thing I see is the North Sea has been taken by Denmark, which has for some reason been left completely empty by Karthik, and Sweden does get into Norway there. So on top of that, hard to be Karthik, I think, when the fleet in Brest does indeed go into the English Channel. So it's looking a little bit sad for Karthik right now. Hopefully he can pull it together. We saw him survive a long time as England, actually. So he's playing England twice, which is also a choice. Last night, so maybe he'll get it together in this game. I'm not going to rule him out. And then in the East, we have a lot of support holds from Greg, just making sure, I guess, nothing gets taken. Gal remains open, which is a good sign. And not too much going on. Perhaps we're seeing the RT starting to form. Armenia walks back to Ankh. Black holds Burgundy, and Rum throws in a support for Burgundy to hold. So stopping any AI progress that might happen, but we don't see the Italian fleets move towards Peter. So good turn for Peter, I think.
Yeah, I'll agree with that analysis. And I do think we're seeing the beginnings of an RT begin to form. It seems like Peter and Greg came to each other and said, there's a lot of chaos happening on the other side of the board. If we don't get our act together now, we won't have a chance to establish any kind of dominance. Christoph, meanwhile, making a play for Bulgaria, unsuccessful due to some supports. And, you know, actually, I do see that Romania did not offer support to Bulgaria. Bulgaria supported Romania instead, which was cut but wasn't needed. But, you know, like you said, Tanya, all of the action is in the West there. And I really want to say just a stellar set of moves from Timothy Crosby to crawl the fleets along the coast, allowing North to go into Helgoland Bight and slip into North Sea behind that. I don't think Karthik saw that coming. And I'll be interested to see if Karthik can hold out against this for very much longer.
Yeah, you would think after playing for 5 years, I would know which unit was support holding which unit, but I guess not.
It's always hard to tell on this interface. Yeah, let's go ahead to the fall.
All right, so in the fall, you know, Farron is not really attacking Karthik. She doesn't move mid-Atlantic towards Irish or anything like that. She does bounce him in London. But it doesn't, you know, it's not the death of Karthik at this moment. Karthik does not manage to get into Denmark, but makes a play for it. Ends up losing Norway, so he will go down a build. Meanwhile, Farron picks up Belgium, looks pretty good. I'd like to be Farron in this game where no one's really bothering you. England and Germany are, you know, intertwined in a terrible manner for both of them. And I think, you know, when you build 2 fleets as Germany, like this is what is really going to happen. You don't have that much flexibility. And then in the East, we have, this time possibly, okay. So a support into Burgundy from Romania, I believe, this time, but it doesn't go through because Greece is actually in the Aegean now. So I guess we're looking at another, okay, never mind, there's no RT possibly, we're going to take down Peter.
Yeah, that's absolutely what I'm seeing. My only question is, it's obviously an AI. I'm curious if the AI knows that Russia wants to be on board. Because Serbia did go to Bulgaria, but didn't support also with Greece. I guess the Aegean's more important in this moment. But I think Greg is absolutely signaling his intent to say, I want to be a part of this air. I don't care what happens to Peter in this moment. So let me be a part of this. I will say in the West, I am a little disappointed. It feels like a cautious set of moves all around. It would have been, and I know this is the benefit of hindsight here, so I could just be talking with that, but I would have been really interested to see a convoy of Picardy to either Wales or London, take your pick. That can be a 50-50, I know. Because if you're really on board with Timothy Crosby at this moment, do you think Belgium's getting bounced? The English are out of the North Sea. The only person who can bounce you is the German. So if you're working together, why not walk in there and try and convoy the army across onto the English homeland?
Yeah, and I'm not convinced that Farron has chosen Germany, because if you would think if Farron did choose Germany, that mid-Atlantic would be in the Irish Sea at this point, right? And that's not the case. So I'm thinking Farron is thinking, I'll just take Belgium and I'll decide next turn.
That might be fair. It might just be cautious. There's also a little bit of nobody wants to be the early leader on a board like this, so play it safe.
Yeah, I think being an early leader in France so far has not been the best for every France.
Seems so. We saw it with Ruben Sanchez yesterday, especially going from a pretty huge board top down to one supply center by the end of the game. Although that was a fairly unique game that we might not see replicated in these. I have.
Well, they're not going to let me repeat. That's what happens. We've seen that.
Itself. Give me a second. I'm still figuring this out. We asked each of the players how they were preparing to get through to the Super 7 at the end of the... sorry. We asked each of the players how they were preparing to get into that Super 7. We probably won't have time to show all of their responses, but here was Peter McNamara's.
Well, they're not going to let me repeat. That's what happens. We've seen that. No one wins World DipCon twice in a row. So probably no one's going to win DBNI twice in a row. So I'm just going to have some fun, relax, and see what happens.
Okay, short but sweet from Peter McNamara there. Yeah, he's saying people won't let him repeat, and from what we're seeing in this game, that certainly looks true, right? Let's go ahead and move to the builds. Anything particularly surprising there?
No, but Fleet Breast might indicate that Farron either, has decided that England is the target, or she's decided that she could knock Russ down a peg. So we'll see which way she goes with that.
Yeah, I kind of have the same thing. Army Warsaw and the disband in Skagerrak are unsurprising to me. Fleet Breast, it's easy to look at that and say it's close to the English homeland. It must be anti-English, but it's just as close to getting in London as it is to the Western Mediterranean. So this could go either way.
Right, let's go ahead and look at Spring 1903.
So I've been told that I've been saying Burgundy instead of Bulgaria, which I would like to apologize about. I promise I do know what the supply centers are called 5 years in. So doing great so far. But all right, let's start with the West here. So a little bit of shuffling. You get the fleet in Kiel does move to Baltic, perhaps in a strange sort of way, because there's not too much trust between Germany and France here, because I would feel Germany should move Ruhr up to Kiel to then kick Karthik out of Denmark and then have more flexibility there. But Ruhr just decides to bounce, perhaps not trusting that Farron wouldn't be attacking Germany here. So interesting move there. Moves out of north, but still keeps north. And the fleets that Farron has don't make a decision as to where they're going quite yet. So Farron is playing a very slow game, which makes a lot of sense to me given her high top board last night and the fact that she's very likely going to be in the top board anyway. So she's doing a very much wait and see, not that keen on grabbing all the dots I can grab, which is intelligent in my opinion. And Karthik sneaks into Denmark, and then there's a bit more of a shuffling of units here and there. And then in the east, another play for Bulgaria, but it doesn't work this time. Budapest cuts Romania. Not sure what Romania did here. Did it support Bulgaria this time?
Let me go ahead and bring this up. It supported Greece to Bulgaria.
So you really need to think about Christoph's moves here. You have Greg supporting him into Bulgaria and Christoph cutting that support for his Greece unit into Bulgaria. But it gets in anyway because Peter decides that he's going to walk it back to Constantinople. But a little bit strange. I said Bulgaria this time, I'm quite certain. I think. A little bit strange. I think the Ionian fleet does get into the Eastern Med there. The names of sort of, yes, and it retreats to Syria. So you see, yeah, poor Peter. It's an AI with Greg, I think, wanting to be part of this AI and Austria saying, I don't really trust you. And I think the move up to Vienna might see a play on Galicia in the fall.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that's been said here. Peter just can't find a friend to save his life, and I feel for him. I have absolutely been there in past games. His most interesting move to me is the Black Sea supporting Budapest to Romania, which trying to sow a little discord, trying to get someone on side just a little bit. If I can't have any of these dots, I'll give them to the person who has wronged me the least, maybe. I don't know what's happening there or what the negotiations look like. In the West, Farron, just absolutely wait and see. It does seem like there's a bit of distrust between Farron and Timothy right now. Neither of them is willing to move their units away from that line, which means they can't really do much else. Farron's not ready to make a play on Russ yet, just puts the fleet in Portugal and follows it up from Brest, and everything else just being supports. I mean, I think the sleeping giant that may come out in a few seasons might be Russ Dennis, who doesn't have an enemy to speak of. And someone was saying in the comments earlier that, the old advice used to be Italy should play it slow, and that hasn't been working for Italy recently, but maybe it'll come back.
Yeah, it's always a question of where Italy will find that fifth dot, right? You have to make sure you get it eventually. Let's see if they get it in full 1903.
And they do. They take Greece via a convoy. And I'm going to
Failed convoy. Convoy to Puglia to the Ionian. Sorry.
No, thank you for pointing that out. That is, I don't know, do we think he didn't want Greece, or do we think he doesn't know how to enter moves? Who knows? Either way, Russ does not get a build, and I was wrong. He does move up to Tyrolia, where, okay, this is somewhat interesting. So it is an AIR, at least to a certain degree. Seems like the three of the Eastern powers have decided that they're going to take out Turkey and move towards the center of the board. And what we might be seeing is some kind of Eastern versus Western triple for the short term, because the Germany and England have gotten it together. Denmark is supported into Sweden, and North Sea goes into Norway, which is a sad turn to be Greg in the north, I think. And we see the Mid-Atlantic go into the Western Med.
Yeah, I mean, all around, I agree with everything you're saying. I just keep going back to that misorder, and I'm trying to decide whether it was intentional or not. because A and I are clearly working together. The moves into Tyrolia and Bohemia are coordinated. And it feels like Christoph offered Greece to Russ, saying, hey, I'm picking up Bulgaria. I'll stay even. You get your build. Put down whatever you need to put down. And the backstabber interface has stabbed yet another great diplomacy player. Stellar turn for Timothy and even Karthik. So we'll see if Farron can make a friend.
Let's go ahead to the winter here. What 2 units do you take off if you're Greg here? That's got to be a painful turn.
I mean, what good is that fleet in St. Petersburg? I'd take that one off. You might even take off Finland and say goodbye North, right? How do you hold that?
I mean, I hate to say it, but it all depends on how your negotiations have been going. Am I really a part of this heir? Russia did try to get into Silesia alongside Tyrolia and Bohemia, so was hoping to be in the middle of the board with that. But with the German jumping into the northern fight, I guess you abandon the north? That seems to be the best way to go.
All right, well, before we move on to the next year, we actually, in those same interviews I was talking about earlier, we asked each diplomacy player in this tournament what they would how they would describe their play in 3 words. Gonna go ahead and show a compilation of responses that the players in this game gave.
Sure. So my diplomacy I would describe as up-tempo, aggressive, and calculated.
Strategy, tactic, and strong alliance.
Empathetic and patient.
Patient, but mildly aggressive.
I'll say empathetic, patient, and adaptable.
Ruthless and compassionate pragmatist.
I'm a computer.
Oh, we saw Peter McNamara's computer comment there, yes. Well known for being a calculator, in fact, rather than a computer usually, but we'll let that one slide.
There's a lot to unpack in those 3 words, except I believe Farron gave us 2 words.
I think "and" was one of Farron's words. So
Cheating.
Yep. We'll see in some of the later ones that people are a bit liberal with how many words they consider 3 words to be. Let's go ahead and look at the builds here. You're absolutely correct with Finland, St. Petersburg coming off, and Fleet Syria seems to make perfect sense as well. You'd expect that. Let's go ahead and move to the spring.
So the Western triple that was not to be by Karthik. So Karthik, or maybe not. Maybe this was planned, actually. Sorry, I take it back. Because Norway did not retreat into Barents. It simply disbanded itself in the spring. And there's a bit of a shuffle. Sweden does take Norway, and Skagerrak takes Sweden. We're all good. I misread that. And perhaps, just moving against seems like this is it. This is the Western triple versus an Eastern triple. And we get moves that just sort of indicate that there's a continuation of taking down Turkey with Italy getting into Smyrna, and coordination from Russia and Austria to make sure the dots are covered and to cut Turkey where they need to.
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely see that coordination. I mean, I think the story of the season for me is that the build that Russ missed out on is going to cost him Tunis in the end here, because he doesn't have the extra fleet that he could have built and pulled into the Tyrrhenian Sea to guarantee that he could keep it, which is really sad for him. But Austria, to their mind, Christoph is keeping true to the AI alliance and moving the armies away, doing their best to mop up what's left of Peter, but Turkey is a difficult one to kill quickly because they can just turtle in the corner, and Peter's doing his best, but there's only so much that can be done here.
Yeah, and I do want to. It is a little weird that Norway disbanded itself as opposed to retreating into an open St. Petersburg, which I didn't immediately catch, but I'm looking at it now and it looks a little strange. I wonder why Timothy didn't retreat there when, with Karthik's help, they could have held St. Petersburg.
To me, that reads a little bit like Karthik coming to Timothy and saying, hey, you can't have 3 northern fleets if we're going to make this work. This is not how this alliance is going to go. I need to disband this. And if we're going to work together, that has to go.
Great point. You're probably very likely correct there, yeah.
Yeah, this seems to be from the comments what the players are saying too. They did want that extra fleet off the board. And the comments are moving so quickly I couldn't hit the remove button. That's nice to see. Go ahead and throw the video a like if you're here and you're enjoying it. It does help out the channel. Let's go ahead to Fall 1904.
Yep, so a play to St. Petersburg, but of course it fails. But at the same time, England, oh, this looks like, thank you, Germany. It was nice for you to push onto Russia, and now you don't get to be a part anymore. And you know what? I think there should be some kind of like public statement to Germany's stop agreeing to Western Triple. It's what I've seen 1,000 times, and it is not nice. So while Germany is, poor Timothy is pushing his units onto Russia, Farron takes Holland, and Karthik takes Denmark. Also, you shouldn't agree to disband your unit when you can, you know, chill in St. Petersburg. Another lesson for you, Timothy, there. So don't give up 3 dots, even if people bully you into possibly trying to do that. And then in the East, perhaps we'll see a dynamic switch now because Serbia does try to take Romania, but leaves Budapest open for Greg to retreat into Budapest. So Christoph did say strategy was one of his 3 words and tactics. However, here he might have overlooked something. And then, hey, maybe this could be the resurgence of Peter McNamara because I believe he picks up Bulgaria there.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, no, I saw that too. And Peter manages to stay even despite losing Smyrna here. And the other move of note to me in the East is that Christoph successfully gives a dot to Russ this turn by letting him walk into Trieste, you know, which does allow Russ to build 1 despite losing Tunis here, I believe. And just otherwise, I'm so sorry, Timothy. Don't trust those 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, points about Western Triples. We did see Germany do reasonably well out of it yesterday in Robert Schubert, but he did have to fend off a late game stab from France as well, and only managed to survive because Nicola Tully did not join in that attack. Let's go ahead to the winter. Anything surprising here?
Not too surprising. Yeah, no, looks pretty standard to me.
Yeah, well,
I'm not surprised by it, but the pull of the fleet in the Aegean is only going to slow down the fight against Peter. Would be my only concern here.
Yeah, I mean, but with that multicolored Austria right now, you can't really afford to not keep your armies around there on the board, right?
It's a very rough turn for Christoph there.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead to the spring.
Okay, so in the spring, we'll start with the East this time. Looks like perhaps coordination, it's a little bit messy. The East has been a bit more messy than I initially projected, but Peter has decided that he's going to be attacking, I guess, Russia for now anyway. Moves to Armenia, doesn't make a play for Smyrna, so I think Peter sees the benefit of letting Russ have those centers to stop Farron from completely taking him over. And then we do get a bit of coordination there now that Germany and Russia have no reason to fight. Austria gets back into Budapest, and Germany is attempting to return back to their territory and to stop Karthik and Farron, the EF, as much as they possibly can. However, I do believe perhaps Russ and Farron have figured something out, because even though Farron has tapped Ionian, Farron has also taken Russ's support into Munich. Is that right? Yeah. So Farron's taken Russ's support into Munich. I don't really know what Russ was thinking by making that move, but maybe he thought, go after Germany and don't come after me, and I'll help you do that. So once again, good to be Farron. No one is fighting her. People are giving her dots, despite the fact that she takes their dots the turn before. So congratulations, Farron.
Yeah, this is a stellar turn for Farron. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe one of the words she used to describe her playstyle was patient. And this seems to be anything but patient right now. But when the opportunity is here, and Farron is managing to outpace Karthik in this alliance, and despite the fact that Karthik will be picking up, I believe, 2, Farron wants to keep ahead and stay ahead, and working with Russ is really interesting considering the fight around Tyrrhenian Sea and Tunis. Maybe Russ doesn't care that much to lose Tunis, but I'll be interested to see how that chaos sort of shakes out.
I'm just going to go ahead and show this comic because I quite enjoy it.
Did I say Bulgaria?
We're going to compile all
Maybe
of them.
Sean, you start calling the moves, and I give the color commentary from now on.
If you like.
It's been a long day.
Yeah. Also here, Jason Massbaum says, Russ, this is not what people mean when they say that Italy can play both sides of the board. Right. That is, hi, anonymous top secret. I accidentally clicked your comment. Here we go. Fall 1905.
All right. So once again, the EF rages on. I cannot tell you why Russ decided to support France into Munich when right away, he has to cover Piedmont. The fleets continue to move in his direction. He takes Greece. He goes for Serbia. It just seems like kind of messy, in my opinion. But it is what it is. The EF is doing quite well. England does pick up St. Petersburg and I believe Sweden. He keeps Sweden really smart, and this is really looking pretty rough for Tim. I believe he's down to just Berlin at this point. So I think we'll be saying goodbye to him quite soon. It looks somewhat as if, I couldn't quite tell you what exactly is going on in the East. I believe perhaps they've decided to just get rid of Austria and to try and help Tim out here. But let's see. All right. Okay. I've got it. So a bounce in Serbia to keep no, actually there's a fleet in Bulgaria. So I don't really know why they bounced in Serbia. But they did it, and helped. Romania goes into Budapest. So actually not a bad turn for Austria. They will get a build here. Mm-hmm. And Peter, once again, takes Smyrna, loses Khan, loses Bulgaria, but is still sort of holding on.
Yeah, I had the same initial confusion about the East as you, Tanya. I was trying to figure out, is the AI still on? They're coordinating in some places, but look to have. But it does seem like the bounce in Serbia, the intent was to keep it clear, but also make sure that Austria maintains Budapest, but there's nothing threatening it. So there seems, the walk into Greece seems likely that Russ just told Christoph it was going to happen, and Christoph said, okay. Christoph is picking up 2 and losing 1, so he'll be fine. But Russ's position here is not great. He's way out of position, doesn't get a build, and doesn't seem to be getting a ton out of the alliance with Austria at this moment. So I don't really know what's going on there. And I think, in the West, the EF marches on and Timothy's on Berlin and Kiel. So 2, it looks like.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. He stays alive on 2 centers for now as we go into a winter 1905. So going to go ahead and show the builds here. Both those fleets coming off from Germany. We see 2 army builds from Karthik, meaning he's got the very rare occurrence of having 3 armies in all of the English home supply centers. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, it must have been Farron saying there's no reason for you to have any more fleets, which frankly, Farron would be correct, I think, in saying that. And I guess it's time. I'm hoping we're going to see a lot of convoys, I guess.
I mean, we have to see a lot of convoys. I would find it interesting at this point if Farron says to Karthik, you don't need any more fleets. So his choice is to build 2 armies when Farron has been doing nothing but build fleets every season or every year for I don't even know how long. So it's an interesting dynamic in EF. Where are we going to convoy those armies to? What is their purpose? Does Farron have enough armies in her homeland to hold down the fort if Karthik decides to take advantage of something? Yeah. If he even can.
Yeah, well, before we move on, let's have another one of our preparation interviews. I have not watched very many of these, I should say, so I do not vouch for what the players are saying. I hope they've all been checked by our back-end team. Let's have a look at Karthik's.
I expect a pretty large target to be painted on my back, but I think what I'll do and how I've continued to avoid it for most of the season, because there's always been that target since 60Con, as you mentioned, is just to continue to provide value to my allies. So long as I can make myself valuable to people, they'll say, like, there's no reason to go after this guy if it's better to work with him rather than against him.
Okay. Short and sweet from Karthik there, and this is not the layouts I was looking for. There we go. Let's have one more while we're at it. Who would you most like to see on this board, Siobhan?
I think at this point, since, the end is nigh, have we heard from Timothy Crosby yet?
We have not. Let's bring up Tim.
Figured out what to do yet. I think I'm just going to approach it as I'll get on the board and evaluate the players and make myself important to them. I believe I'm in way over my head.
Well, there we have. It didn't sound incredibly confident, although we have to say, like, he put up an incredible performance in his first round that only came toppling down at that final moment. So I wouldn't say he's in over his head, although this game has certainly not gone to plan for him. Let's go ahead to the spring of 1906.
So 1906, Karthik does convoy one of the armies, so one's off the island, and the fleets for Farron are repositioning themselves. Farron walks out of Munich, perhaps thinking that she won't be able to hold it, so better to move it into reverse so the army isn't popped. But miscommunication between these Eastern powers, and it's just looking kind of sad at this point, maybe they should have made a play for Munich, and maybe if Tyrolia had to cover Piedmont, that Austria should have moved into Munich instead. But right now, Farron has an empty bounces in Piedmont. It is a spring move, so there is time to change things. But now with Silesia walking back into Warsaw. That is not looking too good in terms of the Eastern powers being able to get to Munich. And a bit more of a switch here. I guess perhaps Russ has decided that Austria isn't benefiting him. I'm not quite sure why. Russ's moves have confused me, I think, all game. But he takes Serbia to also take Bulgaria to blow up that Austrian army with help from Greg. So they're essentially fighting each other, fighting Austria, while EF is continuing to grow and gain momentum. And at this point, I wonder if there's any chance of anyone except for Karthik and Farron to top this board.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, especially with that last statement, Tanya. And your comment about Russ's play, and that's where my eye is drawn right now, is it's feeling increasingly desperate, which is a word that I don't think I have ever associated with the way Russ Dennis plays this game. There's a lot to consider. You know, Christoph moving Vienna to Trieste, because if Russ wanted to dot him for Serbia, smart move. It's going to cause Russ a lot of problems because now you've got something bordering Venice while you also have to worry about Piedmont. You've lost the Tyrrhenian Sea. So picking up the dots in spring seems like we still have a lot of problems as Italy. And I'm very confused about the Munich move. I'm curious why Farron chose to move Munich into Ruhr instead of Burgundy. It just doesn't make sense to me. And so I feel like there was some kind of agreement happening behind the scenes that made that make sense. But Farron, if you have any behind the scenes information, I'd be curious to hear it.
I would say it was to avoid Munich getting popped, would be my guess.
Yeah.
But either way, I think most of us are quite familiar with the way Farron plays, and it's an alliance-based game, and she's not going to stab Karthik. And I don't think, and why should she stab Karthik at this point when she can have him as an ally and secure her top board despite that? So you really have to think in the East whether the moves to attack Christoph instead of getting it together to try and stop the EF is in their best interest. And I would argue no.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead to the fall here.
Oof.
So I guess Christoph thought that maybe he would be bouncing Italy and Vienna. He walks out of Trieste, which is quite unfortunate, loses Bulgaria and Serbia and Romania. So he's down to 2. Rough turn for Austria. I did say Bulgaria, didn't I? Okay, just I was subconscious. But I completely eyes should be drawn to the middle of the board in Munich there, where Bohemia and Tyrolia support Kiel to Munich. So Farron does lose Munich. Karthik picks up Kiel. There's a friendly little tap to the North Sea there for whatever reason, I guess to protect Holland. The convoy is to Kiel, that's correct, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So Timothy does stay alive with the move to Munich on 2 supply centers. And, it's just strange to me that, Russ is taking all of Austria's centers, not really assisting Austria, and the 2 of them are working together to keep Germany alive. You have to wonder whether Christoph has better things to do than that, but he's decided that that's what he's going to do. Meanwhile, Farron finally gets into Piedmont, continuing to set up, gets into the Ionian. Fantastic position from Farron. So good for her. I feel like I say that a lot, all these broadcasts. And Peter picks up Constantinople. So this is Turkey's game. I think we're going to see that play out well.
Yeah, watching Peter play is just so fascinating to me. Picking up Con here, I think I said at the beginning of the broadcast, someone can go and check me later, that Peter can be a very slow player, and that can work for him in Turkey. And maybe we're seeing the second coming of Turkey. Who knows? But for me, the story of the moment is just what is happening around Italy and Austria and just this absolute chaos. You know, Russ is going to get his builds finally, and despite having a lot of problems from both Farron and who knows what that Russian fleet is coming to the Aegean to do. So I guess we'll find out next year. But yeah, but it still feels like EF's game.
All right, well, let's go ahead to the winter. And here we see the builds. Any preferences on what country you would want to play if you were in this game? Tanya?
I just realized Farron had a disband. I did not think about it, but she did lose Munich, so that makes a lot of sense. You know, I think it's interesting that she disbanded Ionian. Sorry, I know that's not your question, but
No, that's fine.
Go
ahead.
Would have been my disband there. Before I saw that disband, I would have said France. I think, well, with Italy now having 2 more fleets, you know, I'm not too sure. I think this could go. I think he can go England's way. I think, you know, if he gets to convoy that army into St. Petersburg and, you know, sort of make a play of Moscow or Livonia or something like that. I like England's position. If I'm England, I don't like that Farron keeps the English Channel over Ionian. I would be a little bit worried about that. But I think one of EF still. I do. I know Russ is looking kind of good now, but I'm not convinced.
Yeah, I mean, I think I will take the other side of that. My initial reaction was Karthik in England. But the more I look at that Italian position, the more I like it with the 2 army disbands from Austria. You know, I think Karthik will eventually get a little tired of that fleet hanging around in the Channel, get an army presence on the mainland, and then if Karthik and Russ decide to work together, there is potential for a lot of strength there if Karthik has an opportunity to put down a fleet in Liverpool and they can just roll. So, and I think in the end, Russ might have the upper hand in that.
Interesting. Right. Well, we are going to take a quick look at the other 4 videos that we haven't seen here. So that is me, but we will give our commentators a brief break if they so wish, and share the video files if I can find them. So Greg Matthews will be our first one here. He is called Village Idiot online. He also goes by Ewok, and he's well known for being one of the best extended deadline players in the world, really, making his virtual face-to-face debut. He's played a few games prior to that, but more or less making his virtual face-to-face debut in this tournament. So really seeing whether he can compete with the best of the best in a format he's not really used to. Let's have a look at his answer to what he did to prepare.
I have no idea how my online skill set is going to translate over. I'm going to have to learn under fire what works and what doesn't. I'm aware that I have to adapt quite a bit. I need to get used to the pacing that is a lot faster than would be in online diplomacy play. I think I have to fight against my natural Canadian politeness to be able to fight for people's face time. That's not something I'm used to doing. I'm used to being able to send a message away and wait for my turn to get a response back from somebody. And I'm going to need to make impressions really fast. I know that because of a lot of these players have probably experienced each other in leagues or in tournament settings, in face-to-face tournament settings. I'm probably more of a unknown face than a lot of the other players on the sport. So I'm going to have to make an impression really fast, or else I'm going to risk getting left on the bench when people are teaming up and looking for people to work with. So I'm just going to have to come in, fight through my natural introvertness, I guess. Get these relationships, prove myself as a reliable, credible potential ally, and just see what I can do to move forward.
You're on mute.
Thank you very much for telling me about that. That was great. That was Greg Matthews. And now we've got, we're going to have a look at someone else who's coming from a very different format, Christoph Bourgeois, who is, you managed to avoid me butchering his name even worse earlier with the mute. He is coming from the French hobby, which tends to play games to 1907. It's a very fast-paced format. In this tournament, we are looking, in these rounds at least, at untimed games, so they can go as long as the players are willing to have them go for. Let's have a look at what his answer was to these preparation questions.
Yes, I play one round recently during Cascadia to have a better view of what is a limited game, because I'm more used to play on a limited time game, and I think I will sleep a lot on a Friday night.
All right, short and sweet from Christoph there. We've got two more players here. The first of which is Russ Dennis, one of the two players who took that board top in the first round after a game that locked up quite early with an Italy-Russia versus a Western triple. See what he had to say about his preparation.
I'm trying to think through the different players, particularly the ones that I've had a little more difficulty allying with at times, and trying to think about my approach, because I want to be able to work with each person, and I think having those options will give me a much better at least possibility to make it back to the finals.
Yep. And of course, he mentioned making it back to the finals there. He was, of course, in the finals last year, just coming up short, falling behind Peter McNamara at the end. And finally, let's have a look at Farron James, the current board leader, joint with Karthik, and of course, a player who also got a board top in that first round with that Austria-Turkey alliance. Farron Jane does not like to show her face on videos, so has a picture of someone from a movie. I don't know who it is. I'm sure someone can remind me of that in the comments. That's why you're going to see it like this, but always has some great insight for us.
I have found that it is much more difficult to fly under the radar, so to speak. I definitely, when I play games now, people will comment about me to me, like, oh, I know you're a really strong player. I've heard several times now people come to me and say, oh yes, this other person on the other side of the board is telling me that, like, we all need to gang up on you, that you're a threat. So I definitely know that I've developed some kind of reputation, and I don't think that I need to necessarily deflect attention. I think I just need to rely on the reputation that I've built as somebody that's a reliable partner, somebody that doesn't make silly stabs, and someone that can be worked with towards, obviously temporarily mutual goals. So yeah, I'm not going to try and deflect any attention off of me, because I think that's kind of pointless. People know who I am at this point, but I'm going to try to emphasize that, like, I'm a pleasant and helpful person to play with, and I hope that will work out to my advantage.
And that absolutely seems to be working for her here. Let's go ahead and welcome back our commentators, Siobhan Nolan and Tanya Gill. Welcome back. Also, we are going to switch around how we're doing this now. So Siobhan, you will be commentating the moves, and Tanya, you will be providing some color commentary afterwards. Let's go ahead to spring 1907.
Ooh, a lot of movement in this spring turn. It's the EF just sort of marches on, and that pesky fleet in the English Channel finally moves away. With English support, Farron walks into Kiel as Kiel marches forward to Berlin. Fails to take Munich this turn, but we've still got the fall and now more units surrounding it from the EF. There does seem to be an effort from Karthik to get all of the armies off the island and one into St. Pete probably in the fall. Russ does a lot of shifting this turn, meanwhile, down in Italy. pulling Serbia up into Budapest, moving the fleets and the armies around on the peninsula, getting set up to be in a better position, and says, I don't mind, Farron, if you're in Tyrolia, have at it. At this point, they might even have some kind of agreement that it's going to march through, help on the push for Munich, and then move forward into Vienna or somewhere else. So maybe it is an EFI now. And Peter McNamara, this late bloomin' turkey, is picking up another dot in Bulgaria. And, Russ just gives it to him. He says, you know what, I'll walk out, I'll protect Greece. Whether that was planned or not, we never know, but that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, not too much to add there. I mean, you gotta hand it to Christoph for losing all of his supply centers and still holding Timothy in Munich. There's something about that I just find so touching, sad, and beautiful. So I didn't want to point that out. And yeah, Russ sort of turtling. I don't really know why you move out of Tyrolia, but you might be right. Maybe there was a deal with killing that Ionian fleet, which helps Russ out a lot. And then they've decided, let's just lock it up down there while we can. I got rid of the fleet, let me out of Piedmont. I'll just move it up to Munich, which is what we'll see next turn, most likely. And, I'm sure Farron's saying, hey, listen, I don't want to fight you because Karthik's going to come right down and attack me. So I think you're right. There's going to be some kind of. I think Farron wants to be cautious about how many units she's going to be throwing away from Karthik, because we know Karthik needs a big score if he wants any chance of being on the top board.
Yeah, definitely something to keep in mind there. Karthik had only got that 26, I think, point first round, as opposed to Farron, who managed to get that 100-point board top. Let's go ahead to fall 1907.
Okay, my eyes are still down there in the Italian peninsula, where I see a lot of red arrows, and I'm very confused about what's moving where, because all of those provinces are very small. But what I do know is that nothing got anywhere in the Italian homeland, despite some attempts by Farron, I think, to go into Tuscany, I guess. Russ does lose Greece for all of this effort, and stellar turn for Peter. Walks out of Bulgaria, but backfills it from the Black Sea, helps Greg in Russia into Greece, knocking Russ down another dot because Russ loses Greece, Bulgaria, Serbia, and does not hold Budapest this turn. That is just brutal. So on that note, Farron's unit in Tyrolia was not there to help the fight on Munich. There does not seem to have been an agreement with Russ on that. Makes a stab for Trieste. Doesn't get in, but, Russ is down 2 more units after that disband in Budapest. So we'll see where that goes. And then this just massive EF just marches forward, getting into Munich, getting Karthik's other army off of the island while Farron sneaks back into the English Channel. So.
Yeah, I imagine that English Channel move probably annoys England to a certain degree. We finally DMZ'd this and now you're back. Like, oh God, right? I think good moves overall. I think, this is a really good example of why you do not let Turkey survive on 2 after you've done all the work to get those Turkish dots, and then you leave and let Turkey live and start taking your dots. Like, why, right? It doesn't make any sense. So really, Russ should have seen this coming. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't care. I don't really know what's on his mind with that, but good for Peter. They've worked out that RT with Ionian taking Greece, so Greg will get the builds he needs to, stop Karthik from coming down immediately. So that's good. Tyrolia didn't even go for Munich. So what was Russ doing last turn with, walking out of there, and now he has to cover Trieste, and now he's going to have to disband. So this is great for Farron too. She can now make progress on Russ, especially if he's upset at the RT and disbands in favor of Farron. Like this is fantastic. So yeah, interesting tactical decisions from Italy this entire game, in my opinion. But it was looking good for a bit, but now not so much.
Yeah, of course, Italy, Russ does have that big board top in the first round to fall back onto, but it's not so big that it guarantees him a spot in the top 7, especially if he ends up getting eliminated here. Let's move ahead to the builds. Yeah, there's a build in Constantinople of an army and a fleet in Smyrna. Of course, this is why if you want to kill Peter McNamara, you kill Peter McNamara. You do not let him survive down there in the corner as Turkey. We also see the fleet on the south coast of France, in Marseille. Army London for Karthik, not done building those armies yet, and 2 armies for Greg Matthews. And we say goodbye to Timothy Crosby from this board. Let's go ahead to the spring.
So I'm going to start in the East today, where it seems that the RT is fully back on board, ready to work together and just plow forward. Greece advancing Smyrna or Aegean out into the Ionian with Smyrna backfilling, shifting the army and the fleet around Bulgaria to have more fight and push forward into probably Trieste in the fall and elsewhere, since it does seem like Christoph's final unit is game to help Russia or possibly Turkey at this point. Which speaks to some annoyance at the Italian player. And moving westward, Farron is just in a stellar position. She and Karthik are working together so well. We're going to ping pong that English Channel MAO fleet, I think, for a while, which I don't hate. You got nothing else to do with it. She has plenty of fleets down in the south. Where else is it going to go? So, just great move as Karthik sets up more units to try and get around, and something he fails to get into Livonia this turn, but we'll see where it goes now that he's in Prussia as well.
I am shocked Karthik agreed to leave the North Sea. I really am. I was thinking that if he wants a big board top, Holland and Belgium are right there. If he knows English is moving back, very shocked that he's going to give up that position and that opportunity to put that army down when Farron's looking quite vulnerable. But maybe he's got a plan. I don't know. But yeah, the EF looks beautiful. I love to see alliances like that. And, you could tell from the beginning of the game when the East was sort of, going back and forth, couldn't really tell what the alliances are. And then EF just like decimating Germany, and that'll look right. Like, what are the chances of someone that isn't the EF topping in the next 4 or 5 years? It's very unlikely, in my opinion. So yeah, great moves from Farron and Karthik, and if they can make it work and stick the alliance out to the end, good for them. And look at that triple attack on Trieste there. You love it.
No one wants to support anyone else in on that front. Let's go ahead to the fall.
Oh, there's one other thing I wanted to mention really quickly, and it has to do with stats. And you see Tunis supporting, is that Aegean into Ionian? Is
yes.
that the stats in their stat for supported most supported units? I don't know if that one should really count.
Yeah, the stats in diplomacy are always going to be a little bit off due to that. But hey, if you want to throw in a complimentary support, I'm sure they appreciate it. Let's go ahead and have a look at the 4 moves here.
Well, that late blooming RT that I thought was going to be a thing is no longer a thing, as Peter McNamara is just exploding in this mid-game, nabbing Greece and Romania from the Russian, who clearly did not seem to expect it. Again, we've got bounces around Trieste. Nobody sneaks into Vienna, and Christoph will live to die another year, which I find really interesting in this moment, because no one can agree who should get that last dot, whether it should be Greg or Farron in this case. The EF, again, just running strong. You see, a little carefulness from Farron on the move to Holland, just in case Helgelin got any ideas, and a little carefulness from Karthik moving to Kiel, just in case Ruhr got any ideas. So I don't think that speaks badly of the alliance. It's just a thing that happens in mid-game when you've been working together for so long. You just get a little antsy. Maybe someone's going to dot me. I don't think this would have been the time for either of them to do it, but you know, the units had nothing else to do, so there's no harm in covering something if you can. And Karthik has that beautiful convoy from Denmark to Livonia finally, and strong, strong northern presence.
Yeah, this is very intelligent play from Peter, in my opinion, in a certain way. If he can do it, if he can pull it off, it's really good. Otherwise, I don't really know if he should have, you know, it seems like he's supporting Russ up so that Farron is, you know, not going to be able to get that Rome build immediately. She's not going to be able to make much progress if Ionian does help Russ out. It's very intelligent to do that. You know, I would have thought that maybe it might have been better to let Greg position himself to stop Karthik from getting any more dots before taking, you know, those Russian dots for himself before Peter does it. But he's doing it this turn. I hope that this doesn't mean that Karthik can sort of get all the dots with Warsaw and Moscow before Peter does it. That would be my concern. And then Peter has no way to ever get those back. If Peter can somehow manage to, you know, top this board without letting Karthik do all of that, then a great play from him. But I do think that this might have been slightly premature.
Yeah, and I'll agree with that because, you know, it's the more I look at it and as I listen to your comments, it's who is Greg going to be more upset with in this moment? Karthik, who's been attacking him for a long time and was expected, or Peter McNamara, who he thought was finally back on board. And, you know, he's got a couple of disbands to make here, and who are those disbands going to benefit?
Well, let's go ahead and see. Winter 1908, Albania and Galicia. Who would you say that ends up benefiting?
I mean, I think those are the disbands, right? You want to be able to be in a position where, like, losing Warsaw and Moscow is the end of the Russian game. Like, it's completely over. Mm-hmm. So might as well try and stop that. Well, you know what? I think I would have gotten rid of Budapest. I do take that back.
It's the most balanced of the disbands that could have been made here. It doesn't overtly benefit one or the other and gives some guesses left to, am I going to be covering Sevastopol or am I going to be supporting Moscow? Where are my moves going to go? And Peter will have some choices to make about, do I slow play this a little bit? Shall I go right for it? You know, it's not obvious who Greg is more upset with at this point. But it does feel at this moment that Karthik has the upper hand.
Yeah, getting rid of Gal means Warsaw is gonna fall, right? So great for Karthik.
Yep. All right, well, let's go ahead to spring of 1909.
Yeah, and speaking of the Karthik dominance on this board, he picks up both Warsaw and Moscow this turn as Greg's irritation seems trained on Peter at this moment. And, you know, I don't entirely blame him. Greg was attempting to just move everything south against Peter. Does pick up Romania in this moment. Probably won't keep it. But it just gives Karthik this jump start to get such an overwhelming dominance established and kept. You know, Peter does pick up Sevastopol, moves over to Armenia, trying to move things elsewhere, but is being bounced by the slighted Russian in Serbia. So doesn't get to advance there as Russ reshifts some units again without losing too much, gets into Trieste, maybe has a chance to pick up a few more things before this is all said and done, but I doubt there's a board top in there for him.
Yeah, no, and Peter will stay even because he loses Romania. So Greg does survive. He's got Budapest and Romania as dots for now. It's a spring turn anyway, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, I think Karthik moving up to Eddie to convoy that army somewhere. Wouldn't be shocked to see that. So yeah.
Okay, well, let's go to full 1909 here.
Yeah, so Peter does not manage to get Romania back, so that will remain Russian for now. Does finally manage to advance the armies through Serbia and Bulgaria, which will help with positioning as we move forward, but he, I suppose, only stays even because of losing Romania. And you know, Austria and Italy and Russia are supporting each other in these last breaths of life, which, you know, good on them. And it will do what it needs to do, which at this point is actually just slow Peter down. So Karthik has got to be happy to see it. You know, speaking of things that Karthik may or may not be happy to see, Holland does slip into Kiel, but I have to imagine that was talked about with Karthik picking up 2 in Russia. Berlin simply held, and so if he was at all twitchy about what Farron was going to do here, I mean, he had a chance to bounce Farron, and with Mid-Atlantic holding, this does not seem like an attack on Karthik rather than just an arrangement to stay even. So I think the EF is still going strong. You know, we've got our ridiculous bounces from Norwegian and Barents into Skagerrak and Eddie trying to go to Bothnia, but what else are you going to do with those units at this point? There's nowhere for them to go.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that this could be a missed opportunity for Karthik. If he had bounced Kiel out, I think he could have set up for a really, really brutal stab with building 2 and all those armies moving away from him and those fleets tied up there. I don't know. I think he should have thought twice about whether the stab was right now. Yeah, you know, this is the saddest version of the AIR that we saw about six game years ago, now reduced to this. And you know, that's what happens when people get a bit stabby and can't seem to sort out alliances. This is the end conclusion of a sad AIR. Peter dominating the East.
Yeah, I'm going to very quickly throw up a comment from Karthik here. Rotate your computer clockwise by 90 degrees to understand the Norwegian Barents and Edinburgh orders. I will leave our viewers to do that by themselves and move ahead to winter 1909. Galicia and Ukraine coming off the board. More armies for Karthik. No more fleets. He's keeping on 4 fleets there. And another army for Farron in the south. Let's just jump ahead straight into spring 1910.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I will say, as to another army from Karthik, I did see a comment earlier from Farron that Farron told Karthik early on that if Karthik ever built more than 3 fleets, so if he ever got to 4 or more, that she would consider it a stab. So Karthik is holding to that agreement. But, you know, it doesn't seem to be slowing him down at all. We've got a long convoy from Edinburgh to St. Petersburg as Karthik's armies just march south through the rest of Russia, maintaining some dominance, you know, taking back Kiel from Farron, again, probably arranged. I'd be curious to know what the argument for that would have been, given just Karthik's dominance, but it's possible that they've had a conversation that Karthik is the one who needs a larger score to get into the top 7, and Farron just needs a decent one to stay there. And so that might be part of the agreement here. You know, Farron isn't making much progress elsewhere on the board in the Italian peninsula or otherwise. And Peter McNamara is just trying to claw back every little bit that he can down in the corner as Turkey, which, as Tanya said earlier, is a lesson to you. If you're going to kill Turkey, actually kill Turkey. I have been burned too many times by a turkey sitting on 2 or 3 that I thought it was safe to walk away from, and it's never, ever safe.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. And yeah, you can see Peter's just trying to get every dot that he can get before this game is eventually over. And yeah, Karthik's going to need a way bigger score, right? To like so lone top board at the very least with 100 or something points to get on that top board. I think it's looking pretty decent, and I can see a world in which Farron gives him enough dots to secure that. But, you know, I agree that the Kiel to Holland thing might have been that instead of a silly stab, because you don't even have a fleet in the North Sea, so you're not going to stab. It's not going to happen until you see that. And yep, looks like this board is just cleaning itself up. I really hope Austria survives. That's sort of my little...
I agree. Christoph deserves to make it in this game.
He has been fighting for survival in that point, and he's even thrown support holds on Munich when he was could have used them to support his own centers. So it's a good story for him there. Hopefully he survives it. Let's have a look at fall 1910.
Well, Christoph does survive in Austria for another year, as does Greg Matthews as Russia. So I wonder if the two of them are both going to make it to the end of this game, just sitting on their 1 dots, because no one's, Peter had a chance to make a play for Budapest if he wanted it, but chose not to. He's just instead defending the dots he has and doing some shifting of the fleets into Adriatic and Ionian, probably to make a play on Trieste. Serbia to Albania is, it was initially an interesting choice for me, but I think is just there to probably convoy over to the Italian boot, and Serbia can be covered by Bulgaria and Romania. So it's actually not a bad move. We do, if you pull back up north, however, see another shifting of Holland, Kiel, and Berlin. So another ping-ponging of units between Farron and Karthik, which I find really interesting. And, some bounces that I would imagine are arranged between Norwegian and NAO, and Western Med following up doesn't really bug me too much, because what else was Farron going to do with that dot?
Yeah, agreed. And this is where, if I'm Karthik, I look back to that, 2-3 years ago when he could have bounced Farron in Kiel and gone up to build a fleet in Liverpool, and Farron was wide open, and wonder if that was maybe the moment to have really stabbed for the top board, because you want to play to get on that top board, right? I don't really see, now that Farron has, I just feel like that moment might not be as good now as before. But yeah, that's really the only observation I have to make here. Peter getting a build, sort of the only change here, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, well, let's move ahead to see what that build is. Ends up being Fleet Smyrna down there, so seems pretty committed to trying to lock up this front. Let's move into spring 1911.
Yeah, so sticking with Peter, everything seems pretty locked up around his borders. No one's making a play for Serbia, isn't even covered at this point, because everybody has other things to worry about. Russ has to worry about Venice because Farron is surrounding it and doesn't have the opportunity to defend Apulia from the convoy that I was talking about last turn, because, Russ just has problems on every front and can't protect all of them and has to pick who gets to advance and have a benefit here. Elsewhere, it's again kind of a whole lot of nothing. You see that same bounce in the North Atlantic Ocean. You see Berlin going to Kiel for absolutely no reason, as Baltic pulls up to Sweden, so can't even support himself into Kiel if Karthik even wanted it. So I think we're just kind of having a conversation of a couple of players who want to get a few more dots before they're willing to accept a draw.
Yeah, I think that's right. This game is kind of wrapping up, in my opinion. I don't think we're going to be seeing any dynamic switches or anything like that. Peter is setting up to support Russ in his centers, and hopefully they don't put 3 on Vienna, and they can Christoph can keep that.
Right, let's move ahead to the fall. There we go, fall moves. Anything stand out to you?
Well, Christoph and Greg are going to survive to the end of this game because it feels like everyone has agreed that they deserve that at least for sticking it out. But otherwise, the only movement on the board is that Karthik is pulling away from any claim or attempt at Sevastopol, Budapest, Vienna, and, there's not much interesting that could be done here. But we'll see if maybe there's an agreement to give Karthik one more dot to have a lone board top, because we talked about earlier that maybe he needs it more than Farron does.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add to that. Maybe Karthik, this could be maybe an attempt for Munich, but like at this point, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go ahead to spring 1912, and we see very similar orders. I should say right here, usually we on the stream have no real knowledge about what's happened on these boards, and the analysts are still completely in the dark, but I've been told by producers that we should speed through these next couple of years, because, as you can see here, same moves, same moves, same moves, although they do get into Galicia this turn. It's an interesting situation that's cropped up here, and just to discuss why this happened, let's have a quick look at the standings, if I can bring this up. This is not including the other game in this round. This is just including what we've seen in this game so far. And you can see Karthik Konath, as the board is right now, would end up on 99 points in 5th place. Our analysts can probably talk about this. That wouldn't seem like enough to get through. Am I correct?
I mean, without knowing what's happening on the other board, I would not feel secure in that position myself.
He should not feel secure in that position whatsoever, because there's 2 more games that will occur after this as well, and it is without a doubt that someone on those 2 boards will game the game to ensure their ally will have more points than Karthik.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go back to the board here. Right, is this, that is not the board still? How do I get that up? There we go. Perfect. Okay, so here we are back on the board. We're going to go into 1914. As you can see, the same things have happened. So usually at this point, you'd be calling for a draw. Everyone would be calling for a draw. The problem is, right, in an untimed game, someone can just continuously veto that draw and say, I'm not going to let this game end until I get what I want. And right now, I think if he's ready, can you give me a nod if you are? Yeah, excellent. We have the tournament director, Zachary Moore, here with us to talk about what exactly happened here.
Yeah, so what you're looking at on this board, in case you had seen, this is a locked position, right? If Peter and Russ and Greg and Christoph enter these orders every turn for forever, Farron and Karthik cannot get through. They cannot get another dot off of anybody but each other, which is a problem because, obviously the fact that the game's still going, somebody's not happy about this result, not going to take a draw. It's an unlimited timed game, so we could just keep on going until retirement age, and I'd be fine with that. But realistically, people have lives to live. So most diplomacy tournaments in this scenario have a forced draw rule for just such an occasion, where if a supply center doesn't change hands for X amount of years, usually 3, or if the only supply center changing hands is between 2 allies to game that rule, the GM can just come in and say, nope, this is over, everybody go to bed. And for context, we're nearing at spring 1914, we're getting close to 1 a.m. Eastern time, which is, I think, 6 a.m. for Christoph. He's been playing all night. So in fall of 1914, I should first say DBNI does not have that rule. Most tournaments do have that rule. DBNI, as of this time, did not have that rule, and there's actually a great reason for that. It's because we forgot to write it. So in fall of 1914, if you want to flip forward.
Yep. Let's move ahead. There you go.
Yeah, so right before these orders were issued, I went to the players and said, okay, we're making this rule. It has to be done. So I told them if the dot doesn't change hands by the spring of 1918, I was going to just call the game as tournament director. That's over. And to be clear, a center had to change hands between alliances, whether the alliances are clear. E and F versus A, I, R, T. And so you can go through and see how they reacted to that news.
That doesn't seem like they did anything.
Very dramatic. Keep going. Again, they could have just called a draw. They did not. They wanted to play this out. Keep going.
Still nothing.
Intense negotiations actually were happening every season, but it was the same order, and you just keep on flipping through.
There's some movement here, but it's not huge, right? Let's go ahead.
So spring 17, now you have some attempt at a resolution, right? This is clearly Farron giving a supply center to Kartik. Again, that would not be enough to trigger the game to continue. It's a swap between the two of them. They're friends. So if nothing else changes in this next season, we're going to call it.
Okay, and we're looking at that. It is just this center that's changing hands, yes?
Yep. We got to play the winter, though. You can't draw a game in the winter, so you can...
So we see another army coming onto the board here, and that is game over in spring 1918, a very long one, and one that required a new rule to be brought in, although it is a standard rule across tournaments. So, any particular thoughts on final thoughts on that game? Zach, do you want to start us off there?
That's we've seen some games where players are very happy to just kind of give up some points for their ally to get some points and play very nice with each other. This is the opposite side of that spectrum, where you have unyielding kind of personalities that know what result they want / need, and they're going to do whatever they see they need to do to get that result. So you can kind of appreciate it from a certain standpoint, as boring as those last 8 years were.
All right, Siobhan, do you have any thoughts on this game to finish it out?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's an absolutely stellar result for Karthik, and well played and well done. That rule needed to be there, and it wasn't there initially, but you learned that lesson, Zach. I will say that the first year I ran whipping tournament, that rule was in our rule book, and I was like, why do we need this? I don't understand. Then we had a game go until 4 a.m, and I had to call it because of that very rule. And so this is definitely the opposite side of that spectrum, and well played by everyone. And I specifically want to call out Peter McNamara for his comeback here, because that is just wonderful to watch.
I agree. Peter's comeback was great, but you gotta wonder whether Karthik would have saved everyone a lot of time if he had just stabbed back when he got Warsaw, Munich, in Moscow. So, I mean, I'm sure better to have Farron as an ally on the top board than to stab, but could have been exciting.
All right, and with that, we are going to say goodbye to this game. I think we are also going to say goodbye to Tanya for a bit. So thanks for joining us, Tanya. We'll see you again later. And this is our commentary team going into the next game. Let me go ahead and bring up some of the stats from that while we... not the stats, some of the players who are playing in that game, if I can find them. Oh, I believe we need to do some back-end stuff for a moment, so I am actually going to cut to the countdown. We'll give everyone a break. We'll be back very shortly.
2 minutes to the deadline. 1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Right, welcome back. I believe I'm not on mute this time around. I'm not screwing that up. All right. Thanks for joining us. And also, since we're going into a new game here, I'm going to ask our commentators to reintroduce themselves. So, Siobhan, can you please tell us who you are?
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, hi everyone. It's good to be back on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. I am Siobhan Nolan. I hail from the great state of California in the United States. I'm one of the organizers of the Bay Area Diplomacy Association, affectionately known as the Badassers. I am also one of the organizers for our tournament, which is coming up again this year in person in San Jose, California, called Whipping. Ping me, check Discord. You can find all sorts of details. I'll hook you up with the right channels. And yeah, that's me in a nutshell.
Perfect. And Zach, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Zachary Moore. I'm the founder of the Virtual Diplomacy League, which is an auto qualifier for this event. I'm also a co-founder of this here network and the only ever champion of the Minnesota Diplomacy Club, for your information.
Welcome to the stream. We're looking forward to commentating this next game with you. Let me get up the player list for this. Here we go. Quite the lineup, but all of these games are quite the lineup because we've got the 28 best players of the season. Jason Massbaum in Austria, of course, coming off of that great result in round one. Riaz Varani coming off of that 11-11-11 tie. Matthew Krill is going to need a big result here because he got a 0 in that first round, and the same goes for Tommy Anderson. Brandon Fogle, I believe, managed to survive on 2 centers in the Massbaum game. Sabi, I believe, was also a survival, but a very small one in the first round, and Liam, I think, was an elimination. In fact, I'm going to bring up the standings as they... this is after the game that we have just seen, but prior to anything else. So if we look at this list, this is including the players who have just played. Let me see if I can find Liam on here. Yeah, it was a 0 for that first round, so he is going to have to go all out here. Any of these players in this lineup, let me bring it back up again, stand out to you? Start with Siobhan.
I mean, this is just an absolutely stacked board all around. I cannot wait to see what happens. The names that immediately stand out to me are obviously DBN's own Brandon Fogle, who's going to need a big result if he wants to make it to the top board. Matt Krill and Tommy Anderson both coming in with 0s, and being neighbors is going to be a really interesting dynamic to watch. And Jason Massbaum, our leader at this point, is sitting in Austria, which is one of those countries that is often seen as a very vulnerable place to be.
And I want to take a look at how Liam Stokes approaches this game. You know, he gets kind of a bad rap at times for being an unwieldy type of player. And I think it's mostly undeserved. But in the first round, we kind of saw Chaos Liam come out, and so I'm looking to see if he shows his more domesticated side this game.
Well, we did have that opportunity that we've talked about before to ask all of the players for 3 words that described their play style. We're going to go ahead and flip to that now.
So my diplomacy play is typically patient, loyal, and smart.
Reliable, predictable, chaos agent,
trustworthy alliance player,
high tempo, dynamic Care Bear.
Calculated, logical, opportunistic.
Friendly, deliberate, and flexible.
Kind of depends on what I'm feeling in the moment.
That is very accurate from Tommy, right?
Oh my god. The two most accurate were Tommy and Matt Krill for me, at opposite ends of the spectrum.
What about Jason Matzbaum logical, Siobhan?
I think the opportunistic at the end is the most telling part of Jason Matzbaum.
I should also say we did Liam's a slight there in that he went off on a long conversation about how he was not a Chaos Agent, and the bit that we took from that was the words Chaos Agent. So sorry about that, Liam.
Be careful what you tell DBN. We will use selective editing.
Indeed.
100%.
Okay, so I will go ahead and say, Zach, you are going to be calling out the moves to start here, and Siobhan, you're going to be providing some color commentary. Let's go ahead into spring 1901.
All right, we got an interesting West, right? A bounce in Burgundy, and interestingly, it's with the Paris unit because Marseille's busy bouncing Piedmont, and all that allows Riaz's England to get into the channel. Russia opens south. Austria is going for Greece, very standard. We've seen this opening for Turkey a lot this tournament, the bounce in Armenia to get the fleet out. And Brandon Fogle's Italy just gets into Ionian, and ultimately nothing else moves because of the bounce.
Yeah, I mean, I think you called it out correctly here. This just out of the gate move from Riaz in England is very interesting to me, and I will be very curious to see how Matt Krill decides to respond to that. But it seems like Matt has problems on all sides, so it'll be interesting to see if he can find a friend.
All right, let's have a look at the fall here.
Okay, so interesting. Riaz not entirely showing his hand here with the convoy to Belgium. He's still in the channel, so Krill is not out of the woods. Another bounce in Burgundy, but he's going to be building two from Spain and Portugal. Meanwhile, Tommy decides to bounce Sabie out of Sweden. That's something you see kind of less and less lately, is bounces in Sweden. And interesting that Riaz risks North Sea by moving out to take Norway, but he really had no choice because he didn't have a convoy available. Italy is going to bounce Liam out of Aegean and take Trieste, almost certainly by agreement. He would not have moved to Aegean without agreement from Jason Matzbaum on that.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the move south by England and convoy to Belgium keep everyone guessing kind of move from England a number of times over the years. So Riaz isn't really shown his hand completely yet, has a lot of options. Channel could move back out, fill north next turn. We'll see. Decent turn by Matt Krill all around, had a lot of guesses to make, whether to protect Brest, whether to bounce Burgundy, but manages to protect everything and pick up everything on the Iberian Peninsula. So well done there.
And how often do you see an English army in Belgium that cannot be forced to retreat in spring of 02? There's only one bordering it. That's pretty rare, I think.
That is very rare, and it's well played by Riaz if he set that up. But this is the English army that doesn't go to Belgium to die.
Exactly.
Let's go ahead to the winter here. If there was one build on this board that you'd really like to see here, what would it be, Zach?
Whew. Army Venice.
Siobhan?
Oof. Fleet Liverpool.
Rooting for that England-Germany alliance, then?
Chaos.
All right, let's go ahead and see what is built.
No one gets a wish.
But there is a Fleet Liverpool there. So yes, Siobhan gets a wish here. Let's go ahead to spring 1902.
All right. Well, interesting moves following the build. Riaz goes into North Atlantic, but he doesn't go full trust with Tommy Anderson, right? He could have, flipped English to Irish and then London to English Channel. He covers North Sea instead. Another bounce over Sweden, and Brandon's decided he is going to move his armies towards Matthew Krill's France. Krill is just going to put every unit in a very neutral French position. We see Italy, Brandon and Italy getting into the Aegean Sea, and Liam Stokes is going to make a move towards Sabia Huja's Russia with the help of Jason Masbom. They're going to take Romania, and Liam is in Armenia.
Yeah, I mean, I think that about sums it up. What is most interesting to me in this moment is Brandon Fogle's Italy, kind of going in two directions at the moment. Does have Tunis in pocket, so we'll almost certainly get another build this year. But I'm curious to know who he's really working with. I mean, for now, it seems like Jason Masbom is his friend, so we'll see if that continues. But, you know, in the West, it's not really guaranteed where Riaz is going at this moment, but I'm still very, very cautious about this if I'm Matthew Krill.
Absolutely.
All right, fall 1902.
And there you have it. Riaz, apparently Tommy has earned his trust, so he's going to try to slide into the channel now. Better late than never. Tommy Anderson is going to finally get Sweden. No more bounces over there, and he's going to get Riaz's help, so they continue to work well together. And he'll also get Burgundy, so pick a good position for Tommy on both fronts. Brandon is going to move into Tyrolia, while Sabi is going to move out of Silesia as a response to Jason's attack. And you see Liam getting popped in Bulgaria.
Yeah, I mean, it's the AI marches on a little slowly, but doing very well at it. You know, they'll box Liam into the corner and whittle away at that, hopefully. And we've got some positioning to resolve in the West for the EG, but, you know, they're in a good position and clearly have the trust.
Let's go to the winter here. 2 builds for Italy, 1 build for Germany. What are you expecting to see, Siobhan?
I think this might be a moment where we see fleet army from Italy. There's a lot to resolve in the middle of the board. I think a lot of Italy's would be instinctually putting down 2 more fleets, but with where Matt Krill is in France, there's no need for it from Brandon. So that's my bet. I
see you nodding there, Zach. I assume you agree?
Yep, fleet army from Italy would be at least what I would put down.
All right, let's go ahead and see.
Oh,
double fleet from Brandon.
Okay.
Do you think that's a worse move then, or do you think that's depends on the context?
I didn't think he had any wrong moves here. We do still have that army in Piedmont, so it's possible that, you know, he'll split the fleets and one will go east and one will go west with the Tunis fleet and take advantage of a distracted France. So, again, no wrong moves here, just not what I expected.
All right, let's go ahead to, if I can click in the right place, hang on. Let's go ahead to spring 1903.
Okay, interesting movement in the West. Tommy is going to get that Black Army into Gascony, which is not where you want a German army to be if you're Matthew Krill. And meanwhile, I mean, when it rains, it pours, right? Riaz gets to slip into Picardy, so Krill pays a heavy price for protecting Burgundy. He loses just about everything else. Tommy back to Denmark. Interesting, maybe a little mistrust. He's also in Silesia, so Tommy's got arrows going every direction. If Brandon Fogle deploys his fleets a little bit toward France, but you can tell that's agreed. And the East is friendly?
Ish? Confused?
Galicia is empty.
I mean, Galicia's empty. You know, the only coordination in the East besides some support holds seems to be Bulgaria's attempt to support Greece into the Aegean, but it looks like there was a oh no, it was cut from Constantinople.
Okay.
But, you know, so that's interesting. You know, what the other thing that stands out to me here is Brandon Fogle's moving to Western Med with support from MAO. And so I wonder if there's some agreement for Western Med to support MAO to hold in future as opposed to Brandon Fogle actually moving west. So everything will become clear in the fall, I think. You know, elsewhere you said, you know, Tommy's got arrows moving everywhere, all around this board in every direction. And that's, you know, classic for Tommy. I would expect nothing less. And it's got to keep the rest of the board a little bit guessing, and it's not a bad position. And, you know, an army in Gascony is not a bad place to be.
It sure is not.
Let's go ahead to the fall here.
All right, and yeah, you called it. Western Med is going to protect Krill, but I guess Riaz decided not to even really try anyways. In fact, he kind of moves away back to Belgium. He's in the North Sea, maybe didn't like that fleet going into Denmark. And then we see one person in the East thinking there's an AIR with Rum going to Gal and Warsaw to Silesia. The other two don't seem so sure because Bohemia is back to Vienna and Budapest is in Romania. So I maybe jumped the gun on peace in the East.
Yeah, and speaking jumping some guns, Western Med does indeed support MAO, so I was correct about the intentions there, but Brandon also just manages to sneak right into Marseille. I was there to protect it from Gascony, Brandon says, just in case Gascony wanted to go there. I don't know how much of that would be genuine or not, but I guarantee those words came out of Brandon's mouth at some point when he was talking to Matt Krill. I'm on your side. I'm here to support you, prop you up. I don't want Riaz getting too big. But what if Gascony goes to Marseille? You notice Gascony supported Piedmont to Marseille, so how much can you believe that at this point?
Yeah, no build for Brandon though, because he does lose Bulgaria over in the eastern side, or should I say Burgundy? East Burgundy.
East Burgundy.
Let's go ahead to the winter here. And there we go. There's a disband in Spain, army build in Budapest, army build in Ankara. Are they all what you expected to see?
Yes, I would say, the one thing is that I really missed that Liam was even getting a build. It felt like he was, I felt like I would never say Liam's name again until it was time to whisk him off the board. I don't know. He got a build. Good for him. I missed it.
Yeah,
Rebuild,
I mean,
think.
yeah, I agree. I missed that entirely as well. I'm unsurprised that Sabi is disbanding St. Petersburg. Jason only had one option aside from waiving a build, which would be completely foolish at this point. And, Matt Krill didn't really have another option. It puts Brandon in a fantastic position in the West, but meanwhile, completely exposed to Jason Massbaum in the East. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, should be noted, of course, Jason does not need a big result to go forward here, so a stab on his part would just be to secure that top position in the Paris method. The player who ends up at the top of the standing does get to choose their country first if they so wish. Very quickly before we move on, Zach, who would you want to play here?
I love this position for Brandon. Like you said, he's a little vulnerable to Jason in the East, but Jason has other things to worry about. And the fact that he's able to get his centers by invitation, which is what seems to be happening, is really conducive to explosive growth.
Siobhan?
Yeah, I think I'll agree with that. It's in Jason's interest right now not to stab Brandon. Brandon is holding back, holding up France to hold back England. Jason's got plenty of time to act and worry about taking down Liam with Brandon's help. And if they can keep that trust, then I do think that Brandon has the edge here in the end.
Okay, and while we're doing that, I'm going to bring up the preparation interview that we did for Matthew Krill, who is playing France here, just to see how much he has to say about his plans going into this tournament.
So my approach throughout the whole year has been to have good results, which I've strived for, but to do that while I'm looking out for the other players on the board with me. So my approach is to make sure that I am providing value to the other players and being seen as a help rather than somebody to target or to get knocked off. And then you just see how the chips fall later in the game to see, where you can finish.
Yeah, so something important to note on top of that here, Matthew Krill, he said it in his introduction that we played yesterday, but not on this specific stream. So that beautiful wooden board you can see behind him, he actually does make those and he sells them. So if you want to get one of your own of those, go ahead and contact him. Let me bring back up the map here. We go, and we will move into spring of 1904.
Okay, so spring of 1904 sees Brandon Fogle really committing to protecting Matt Krill. He self-bounces over Spain and protects Mao yet again. Tommy makes some more progress in the East. He's now got 2 on St. Petersburg. That'll be a guarantee. Tries to get Tyrolia, but fails. Gets into Prussia as well. And Sabi, for their part, manages to retake Romania. Feels like that's changing hands just about every turn. But Jason with a pretty problematic retreat into Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, my eyes were immediately drawn to that retreat into Ukraine, which is going to cause Sabi all number of problems come the fall. It's the AI marches forward and is still working together. We see no funny business on the part of Jason Massbaum surrounding Trieste, just trying to help Brandon get into Tyrolia. And, picking up some dots here and there. We get Greece into Bulgaria, and maybe make a play for Khan in the fall, but that'll be more difficult with the inability to cut the support in Smyrna now that Brandon has moved Eastern Med away.
Yeah, you wonder if that move to Ionian is a little bit of Massbaum fear. Does he worry that Greece goes to Ionian, or is he just already prepared to start the long march to the west? It's certainly a tempo slower against Turkey.
It absolutely is, and it confuses me a little bit with the clear, at least signaling of the intent to just prop Matt Krill up in France right now. You don't need another fleet over in the West. Are we going to make a play for Greece? Has there been some agreement to give Brandon Greece so that he can have another build? I don't know why Jason would do that at this point, but maybe Brandon gets Greece and Jason gets Trieste back in the fall. I don't know.
I should say we have a producer comment here saying that losing Bulgaria in fall 1903 was due to Jason covering Greece rather than tapping Constantinople. So if we quickly move back to that here, you can see he did go back to Greece instead of taking that support.
So
So
there is some miscommunication and, some anxiety in this alliance.
Okay, let's advance. Yes, okay, that was Brandon Fogle posting that. Let's go ahead to fall 1904 here.
Okay, fall 1904. Riaz seems to see the writing on the wall that he's not getting into Mao. Ironically, he could have gotten into Mao because Brandon taps it instead of supporting it this time, and he also tries to get up into Burgundy, or maybe more likely taps Burgundy to protect Krill. So interesting change in tactics here between Krill and Fogle. You're also going to see Riaz maybe plunging a knife into Tommy's back here, moving into Denmark, or it could be agreed because Tommy's getting St. Petersburg. Sabi is going to hold on to Romania, but Jason will stay level because he's going to hold on to Bulgaria finally. And Brandon Fogle says, I trust you now. I'll go into Eastern Med.
Yeah, I mean, we've got that Italian fleet ping-ponging back and forth. Maybe they've resolved the jitters or whatever remained of them. And so, there's going to need to be some shifting for the AI to truly make this effective moving forward, but we'll see what happens. It's, unfortunate that that's a fleet on Bulgaria's south coast and can't help the fight against Romania, which is just one of those things about, split coastal provinces is where they are, whether they're, East Coast or South Coast, matters a lot. I do find the shifting tactics between Italy and France here really interesting. You got to keep Riaz on his toes, and it worked out for them in this case.
Yeah, let's go ahead to the winter of 1904 here. -1 for Liam, +1 for Riaz. It's always fun to see a center taken off of someone from in one corner of the board and it's somehow rebuilt on the other through a chain. Which unit do you take off as Liam here, and what do you build as Riaz?
Maybe it's hard. I would hate to take off black, but there's no good piece to take off. Maybe black.
That's the best piece to take off. It's not a good piece, but I mean, but then yeah, I guess it's got to be Black Sea. As for Riaz's part, he needs another army.
Right. Let's see that. It's not an army and it's not Black Sea.
We are not good at this, Zach.
Well, Constantinople taken off still does provide the ability to defend because Black Sea can get supported in, or Ankara can support hold Smyrna.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, but it doesn't provide quite as turtled up a position, I suppose. And then, yeah, fleet up here. Different from the army you'd expect. Let's go ahead to the spring.
Okay, well, Riaz uses that fleet to fill north because he's still unwilling to back away from Matthew Krill. And Tommy, you can tell that was not agreed in Denmark, is what these moves say. Everything flows back. Denmark into Baltic, which is actually a nice little tempo play there. English fleet in Baltic is really nice to get. Again, you're going to see Romania staying with Sabi, so Austria having trouble winning the guessing games there, right? Could have cut Sev, but maybe was worried about Warsaw slipping into Galicia. And Liam Stokes proving him right and us wrong. He is holding everything, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant defense from Liam. And I know there are a lot of guessing games, and there were all around at this point. It's got to be frustrating for both Brandon and Jason to sit here and look at this board and decide, oh, we could do it this way, we could do it this way. Do we support an attack here? Do we, because, in theory, they could have taken Khan between the two of them this year if they'd done it the other way around and cut Smyrna, but they don't know what Ankara's doing. And, just Brandon continuing to keep France holding strong, and England now has better things to do, which has got to be a really nice moment for Matt Krill to just have a moment to breathe. And
there's a fun little comment here. St. Petersburg fleet trying to block Moscow.
Really wants to go back home to Moscow.
Yep, not happening, unfortunately.
And if only Fleet Sev had given it support, it would have worked.
I mean, clearly it's Sabi's fault for not supporting it.
Let's go ahead to fall here.
All right, the first little inkling of de-escalation between Krill and Riaz as NAO goes to Norwegian to more fully focus on the fight with Tommy. They swap dots in Scandinavia, and we see Brandon again pulling his fleets back to the east where they're more needed. He takes Greece, and Jason doesn't get anything, so you wonder if that's arranged. But he doesn't seem to be in a position to follow up, so it's hard to imagine it's a stab. Look at Liam Stokes. We told him to destroy black. He said, forget it, and he keeps everything. Great play.
Yeah, I have to imagine that Brandon slipping into Greece is 100% arranged here with the presumption that Jason was going to pick back up Romania and that they did not expect Liam Stokes to support it from the Black Sea. So well done, Liam. This is going to cause a little tension between Jason and Brandon, possibly. And as things sort of quiet down in the west, is Brandon going to pull some more stuff back east and become more of a problem for Jason?
This is always an interesting situation over here because quite often when someone is fighting for their life, you expect them to defend themselves, right? Throwing a support on the other power, it's a bold move here from Liam and Sabi, and it absolutely pays off.
So everybody put that. Make a mental note of that, all of you. Liam Stokes being a great selfless ally.
Not a chaos agent.
Not a chaos agent, whatever Diplomacy Broadcast Network says.
Okay, and we're going to see +1 for Brandon Fogle, -1 for Jason Massbaum here. Fleet Bulgaria coming off, Army Venice being put down. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, I think it was about time for Brandon to put another army down. We expected it last time he built, and it didn't happen. So that's completely correct. I mean, I'm not surprised that fleet for Jason wasn't going anywhere, especially, and I see in the comments now that Brandon swiping Greece was not arranged. So, it's just like, well, I guess I'll use my armies to fight you, Brandon. It's the best I can do.
And he can't stab Jason effectively by himself, but I think he'll have a very willing partner on Massbum's other side, and maybe a second very willing partner in Liam
I think
Stokes.
we might have a new three-way alliance forming here.
Yep.
And I am going to take the opportunity here to bring up Brandon Fogle's reply to the preparation question that we asked these players.
My primary method of preparation has been to throw pieces at the Matthew Krill board behind me and see what sticks as the most magnetic province possible. I've also been scouring Discord for Peter McNamara's messages to figure out the optimal strategy for the power bid system.
So in other words, you haven't really done anything, is the answer that I'm getting. All right.
And you heard there a wonderful DBN personality, David Hood, who was conducting some of these interviews. He also came up with the names for all of these boards, which I will get to after this year because I've been forgetting to talk about those. But as we go into, let's have a look at Spring 1906 first.
Yeah, forget about hobby legends, Marcus. Let's just get to Spring 1906. Why don't we? Riaz continues to march into Tommy's centers. He's going to get Holland. It's one of those stabs where it's not a flashy stab right away, but he's got the position, and it's long term. He's going to win this war. Matthew Krill finally getting to make some moves out of self-interest. He's back into Gascony, tapping Ruhr. Matthew Krill is on offense just a little bit. Look at the convoy to Albania. Talk about willing partners. That's a very willing partner. Liam convoys both of his armies into a threatening position towards Jason Massbum.
I can't stop looking at those convoys on Liam's part. And Brandon Fogle, you know me, you know I love these kind of convoys, and you did that just for me, and I thank you for it. So thank you for giving me that moment. No, it's just beautifully done. Anytime you can get an army very quickly away, you just get so much tempo. And if Liam trusts Brandon not to swipe Smyrna at this point, then I think we're in business.
Let's go ahead and see what happens in the fall.
Well, can you trust Brandon not to walk into Smyrna? I don't think so. But with Liam, getting Bull in Serbia, I wouldn't be shocked if this is Brandon Fogle finding another person to volunteer a supply center to him. I really wouldn't be surprised if he talked Liam into agreeing to this. And he's also going to get Trieste back. Jason Massbum, a swift demise in the East. And Matthew Krill, now on the front foot. He's in the English Channel. He's in Belgium for a build. And Brandon has moved away into Piedmont. So they are fully demilitarized. Matthew Krill has a new lease on life.
I mean, yeah, this is just well played by Matthew Krill. He can be a very patient player. He will wait until he has an opportunity again. And all of this squabbling between Riaz and Tommy has done nothing but benefit Matthew here. I'm with you that it's probably somewhat arranged that Brandon swipes Smyrna at this point, because Liam is a good player. He knows exactly if he's leaving something vulnerable. But it's just a stellar turn for Brandon yet again. Up, 2 here? Or no, only up 1 because he already owned Trieste. But still, just positioning-wise, ally-wise, well done.
Absolutely.
Okay, and let's move ahead to the winter of 1906. Lots and lots of changes in SC count here, including Tommy going -3, Jason going -2, and then everyone else on the board builds. Let's have a quick look at what those are. Anything massively stand out to you?
I'm sorry, Riaz. You needed more fleets?
He loves fleets. The second time today that Riaz has built Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London. Wow.
Well, it should be noted, Riaz is one of those players who got that three-way 11-11-11 in the first round. He doesn't necessarily need to get a solo or such in this round. He just needs a very solid result. And of course, lots of fleets as England can be a very solid result.
Can we also just talk about the absolute de-escalation in the middle of the board? 4 armies are disbanded in the center of the board. Like, wow. This game is fascinating. I didn't bring my popcorn, but I should have.
You should have got your popcorn.
Absolutely. And yeah, it's super interesting seeing Bothnia and Baltic stay on the board where all the armies are disbanded. That's not something you see often, right?
Something you see when Tommy Anderson is on the board.
Yeah.
Oh
my goodness.
I like it. Become a menace in Scandinavia. That's gonna be the most annoying probably disbands for Riaz.
Okay, well, we're going to leave the game on a cliffhanger for a few moments here and also give our commentators a short break while I do what I've been forgetting to do and introduce these players, with the player names. So see you in a bit, Zach. See you in a bit, Siobhan. And look, it's me. Hi. So the first board of the round, which we covered earlier and which went to 1918, that was named after Rod Walker. He's David Hood has nicknamed him here the Popularizer. Rod was based in the California hobby. He published Diplomacy World for several years in the early 1980s and also ran games himself postally. Rod is primarily known in the hobby for writing the original Gamer's Guide to Diplomacy, which was published by the Avalon Hill Company itself. His guide was often sold in the store right alongside the game itself, and thus popularized the hobby as part of the game that one was buying. The guide also heavily influenced the views of newer players in the 70s and 80s regarding strategy, alliance structures, which moves and tricks were kosher. For example, his failure to condemn Flying Dutchmen, which are pieces that you slip onto the board while no one else is looking, led to players doing that quite often in face-to-face games. There was a hobby award for literary excellence given for many years as a tribute to Rod's stature as a diplomacy writer. And this game that we are currently commentating is named after Rex Martin, who David Hood calls the promoter. For decades, the Avalon Hill Company was the manufacturer and distributor of diplomacy sets in the US and beyond. As publisher of Avalon Hill's official magazine, The General, Rex was in position either to emphasize or to de-emphasize diplomacy as between other Avalon Hill titles available, such as Third Reich, Africa Corps, the Squad Leader series, etc. Rex was and is a big diplomacy fan, so he chose to emphasize the game, publishing in The General many articles by himself and by others whom we're honoring this weekend with game names. He pushed for the publication of a new gamer's guide in the early 90s, written by members of the diplomacy hobby themselves, and also used Avalon Hill resources to promote tournaments and postal play. These are the two players that we have seen and that we are honoring today with these board names. There'll be two more coming up later. Very briefly, before we go back to the commentary, I am going to find the video for Tornado Tommy Anderson, his interview earlier. Let's bring that up.
It was kind of funny because I had no expectations going into it last year, where I had really just kind of started. I had played in the Liberty Cup, ended up winning it. I don't want to say a fluke, but like I like to think I played somewhat well, but it was just, I didn't expect that. And then the DBN I think was like announced shortly after that, or like a month or two, or maybe it was before that. I honestly don't remember. Maybe I just didn't know about it. And I was like, all right, this will be cool. And I kind of was like, all right, I'm kind of locked in at this point, automatic qualifier. Whereas this year, like, I was like, all right, I want to get back to there. I want to prove myself more this year, and played more tournaments, and was kind of like the tense at the end there in Cascadia, where I was like right on the bubble. And so it was more so like for this year, it meant a little bit more to me in the sense that like I really want to play again and like try to prove to myself that like I really should kind of belong to this and like play with folks that I think are, really good.
Great. And if I can get this set up properly, welcome back, Zach and Siobhan. We're going to jump straight back into the game now and move to 1907.
Spring 1907. Okay, a little progress here for Riaz and Matt Krill. Riaz is going to be into Belgium. Krill into Ruhr and Burgundy. So I think they've made a deal. Tommy causing chaos with his fleets, but you see that Riaz is getting in position to kind of stop that. Maybe he can't get Sweden back, but he can prevent future losses. Liam decides he's ready to have Smyrna back. He's ready to be a real player in this game, and Sabi holds.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's spot on. I did see last year that Liam can get Smyrna back whenever, so it might just be a matter of Brandon saying, I'll take it for this turn and you'll take it back, but I'll be in a better position. We see the convoy over to Albania, which is smart on Brandon's part. And as I sort of predicted, once we saw those 4 army disbands in the middle of the board, it's created sort of a vacuum. I mean, the armies are rushing into Ruhr, Burgundy, Tyrolia, and meanwhile, Jason's just holding on in Vienna and no one's doing anything.
If he just doesn't say anything, they'll forget he's there.
Maybe.
Very quiet.
It's hard for people to forget you're there when you're sitting on a dot that they might want. Let's move to fall 1907. Seems to have worked.
I think Brandon Fogle decides he wants more than just a short-term loan from Liam. He wants everything in Liam's bank account, and Sabi seems to agree because they support Aegean and Nebal. They walk into Armenia. Very, very great turn for Brandon Fogle, even though he's got Matthew Krill now in his backyard, sneaking into North Africa. And Riaz continues to set up the fleet. He actually gives Belgium back to Krill. He's not going to take it. So Krill picks up Munich, picks up Marseille, will build 2.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree that, it's a stellar turn for Brandon all around. He's aiming to take everything he can from Liam and more if he can manage it, I'm sure. He'll find a few extra dots lying around down in the corner of the board. Jason is doing what I call the T-Rex tactic defense, which is if you just don't move, the T-Rex won't see you. And so nobody sees him. They'll move around him. They'll let him live for now. And I bet just everyone's willing to say that's a dot one of us can grab later, and possibly Brandon and Sabi just haven't agreed on who should get it. And welcome back to the game officially, Matt Krill. This is a great turn for you.
This is fantastic.
Matt's going to need a very big result to get onto that top board, but this is definitely the start of it. And with an untimed game, could always be a huge result here. Winter 1907.
I want to quickly note that Jason Massbum is in the comments saying this was the predictable outcome of Liam's choices. Well, joke's on you, Jason. Liam said predictable is one of the words that describes him, so just proving him right. And we see Fleet Pressed Army Paris from Matthew Krill. He's, I guess those were the only 2 really things he was going to build. It wasn't going to be 2 armies. Marseille's covered.
Yep, I agree. No surprises here.
Well, let's jump ahead to maybe a more surprising phase. We'll see. Spring 1908.
Spring 1908, we see alliances solidify. England flows east, France flows south. Brandon kind of, he's sending his fleets west while protecting himself against the remnants of Liam, who very cleverly bounces Sabi out of Black Sea. I guess that was probably the only thing for that fleet to do, but a heads-up play to not make that easy for them to get in.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, these are the best moves that Brandon can make in these circumstances, given that Matt Krill is making every effort to come down toward him. You sacrifice Tunis in the spring, but you're set up to take it back again in the fall because you bounced MAO out of Western Med. So well done there, Brandon. Up you see Holland taking Kiel, but Tommy's still surviving by taking Denmark, and Jason finally moves.
Jason moves.
Jason moves, indeed. Let's also move ahead to fall 1908.
Okay, in fall 1908, Brandon does indeed capitalize on his good play in the spring and retakes Tunis. He'll also get Smyrna with the help of Sabi. He'll fill into Budapest because Sabi has decided Jason should not have stopped being a T-Rex. He should not have moved off his dot because they apparently did not have a mind to put him into Munich and let him be the tip of the spear. They decided, we'll send Jason home. And speaking of going home, Tommy Anderson loses Sweden, can't hold on to Denmark. He's already at a Kiel. He'll be in this game for 1909, and then he'll be going to sleep.
It does seem very likely. It doesn't seem like they have any indication of keeping Tommy alive, even on one in Berlin, even if they were feeling generous. So, I mean, we're coming to a part of the game that is going to be 98% about tactics here. And it's going to be about what alliance structure has the better tactics and can stick to what they're doing.
Agreed.
Yep. Let's go ahead to the winter. We've got, obviously, Jason's unfortunate disband here, and I don't think I've shown Jason's interview yet. So as we say goodbye to him here, of course, we'll probably say hello to him again next weekend, but for now, he will leave you with this.
Certainly coming in last year, I had nothing to lose since I wasn't, quote unquote, supposed to be there in the first place. But like you said, it's also nice to know that I can that my bids are actually worth something. Because as everybody saw last year, it turns out that bidding all of the points doesn't really mean anything if you're the bottom seed.
Yep, that's correct.
I'd forgotten about that.
Let's go ahead to the spring here. No, we will not. We will see Riaz build 3 armies.
Look who finally decided he wants armies.
Yes.
Wow.
Riaz, someone reminded Riaz that armies were a possibility, and he said, okay, I will build all of them.
Riaz shops at Costco. Everything's in bulk. So I'm going to buy a 24-pack of fleets, and then we're going to buy the family pack of armies.
Someone clip that. That needs to go in some sort of recap video.
Agreed. Okay, let's go ahead to spring 1909.
Spring 1909, a lot of black arrows in the east moving into Liam's centers and towards the stalemate line in the center of the board. Black line's telling a different story in the French corner. He goes to Iberia and just kind of sits. I don't know if that's got to be a détente between he and Brandon. It doesn't really look like a stab, obviously, of Riaz. It just looks like a kind of I'm going to sit here and not attack anybody type of move.
Important note I see in the comments, Karthik mentions for viewer and commentators info, Karthik was subbed into Riaz's position in winter of 1908. So we have a different player in Riaz's position.
I think that's a joke. Yeah, based on the fact that he built so many armies.
Oh, only for the armies. Yes. Okay, I see it now. I shouldn't take you seriously.
But it is a very good point. We just seen one England that built pretty much exclusively armies, and then another one that was building pretty much exclusively fleets.
But yeah, to add to this, another stellar turn from Brandon, just mopping up what's left of Liam down in the south corner and moving forward with Sabi, not walking into Vienna behind them. So that alliance remains strong and has come to some sort of agreement with Matt Krill here.
Yeah, fascinating state of affairs over there.
Go ahead to full 1909.
Well, thank you very much for moving away, Matt Krill. I will fill the void that you left. Brandon, all too happy to keep the water warm over there. Liam is still alive. They couldn't take him out, so he's still in Smyrna. Congratulations on surviving to 1910, Liam. But with Sabi and Black and Arm, I think that'll be his last year. And we see stagnation in the center of the board. This is England and France setting up a stalemate line, and Italy and Russia doing the same on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a matter of, is Brandon going to have a chance to get the points that he needs to come back from his round 1 games? There's a couple more points to be had in Turkey. Can he get anything off France? At this point, it doesn't look like it. And would he be willing to stab Sabi for anything, I think is the question. That's the last remaining unknown.
That's where they got to come from. I should give Matthew Krill more credit. As I look at this position, this wasn't a deal between him and Brandon. He's just getting into Mediterranean stalemate position, right? Portugal, Spain, Mao. That's what Krill was doing with those fleet movements, not trusting Brandon.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. Let's go ahead to the winter. We are going to lose Tommy the Tornado here. Also from the tournament, I believe, because his first round score was not good enough to get into that top 7. But it has been a good run, or a fun run at the very least, with the tornado moves earlier in the game. I will now give our commentators another short break while I show the remainder of our videos that we have for the players here. So let's start off with Riaz Virani.
Well, the odds of me drawing Turkey twice are probably not that strong. I hope, but really, I'm looking forward to playing with everybody. I'm looking forward to being back, and looking forward to showing that last year was an anomaly. I hope.
Okay, and let's go ahead and have a look at Liam Stokes's interview from about the preparation going into the tournaments.
I always seem to be towards the bottom of the pick for top boards, which doesn't really bother me. In fact, I think it helps. It just that I don't have to stress over anything. I just go with the flow, which to me sort of helps my prep, and it's been pretty similar for the DBNI. Is just sort of not worrying too much about what other people are doing, and not trying to get spreadsheets and figure all things out. And I haven't really decided much yet. I'll probably decide 5 minutes before I submit my bids what I want to do, and not stress about it too much. So that's sort of how I'm approaching this one.
And finally, the Russian player in this game, Sabi. If I can find them in this file. Here we go.
Honestly, just being as my strategy of winning in topping boards has been purely diplomacy based, not stabbing or anything. I purely want to be liked enough and making good enough deals and saw myself enough to get into the top 7.
Okay, and now we will head back to the board and bring back Siobhan Nolan and Zachary Moore. Welcome back. Let's go ahead to, let's see what the builds are first. Army Venice, Army Edinburgh, and then Army Syria comes off, and of course, Gulf of Bothnia up in the north. Is that what you were expecting looking at this board?
Yep. Yeah, no reason for
me.
No reason for anything else.
Okay, let's go ahead to 1910.
Well, Siobhan, you called it, right? Where are Brandon's dots going to come to secure his place on the top board? They're purple, and he's going up 3 because I don't believe Sabi's in a position to take Rum or Vienna back. So these are all holdable from Brandon. Everything else on the board is just endgame stalemate.
I 100%, and this was the perfect moment for Brandon to do it. While the West is just holding a line because they're afraid that the attack might continue, Brandon says, "Oh, whoops, I'm going the other direction. And did I wind up in these 3 dots? My bad."
Oops.
Let's look at full 1910 now.
All 1910. Okay, a little dot trading in the West. Matthew Krill is going to give Belgium to Riaz. So, no reason to do that other than just pure friendship. Riaz is on the bubble for the top board, and Matthew Krill is not. What do you see?
Well,
you say what you see,
it also
Siobhan.
penalizes Brandon a little bit because can he get Riaz to tie Brandon and take Brandon's score down? Had they agreed on a 4-way draw, and Matt Krill is saying, actually, I'm not so happy with this.
I wonder. I mean, that's 14. If he takes a couple more, right, he'd have to be willing to give away a couple more, but it could be.
I don't know, but it just boosting Riaz's score a little bit because he's been a good ally is very on brand for Matt Krill. So
interesting to note that Sabi could have went into a room with England and France and say, "Would you like a friend on the other side of the stalemate line?" And we could have had a much longer game. But it looks, I mean, it certainly looks like no Janissary deal has been struck. So huge break for Brandon there.
Yeah.
And if we go forward to the next phase here, that's a +3 for Italy, 3 builds. +1 for Riaz up in the north is the only other player gaining. There's -1 for France, -2 for Sabi, and -1 for Liam. We're going to say goodbye to Liam here as we look at the disbands and builds. Triple army for Brandon.
Went to the same score as Riaz.
Get it on the fun.
Yup. So, I mean, I would ask the question of who would you prefer to be in this scenario, but I think it's, well, I mean, actually, it could be an interesting question. Do you want to answer it here?
I mean, aside from the obvious answer, which is Brandon Fogle in Italy right now, it's got to be Riaz. Matt Krill is willing to give up some dots. Is there some play left? It depends on how Sabi decides to react to what happened with Brandon last year. Is there play left? And if anyone has a chance besides Brandon, it's Riaz.
Yep, I agree. And some mixed signals if you're Riaz from Sabi, because one of those armies is pulled off the line, but then Black Sea's the other one. So I don't know if you're planning on getting Sabi to help you, I don't think Black Sea is one of the pulls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, let's move ahead to the spring here. Orders in the box. And that's the game. Ended with Brandon Fogle on that 14 supply center board top, 140 points. Excellent result. More than makes up for the 20 points he got yesterday. Yeah, Siobhan, Zach, is there anyone who shouldn't have drawn at this point, do you think?
I think this is probably the right result at this point, unless Brandon thought there was a chance for pushing for a solo, which I'm not convinced there would have been here, despite Sabi's pulls in the last turn. I think it probably ended fairly amicably, despite even the little stabs and Brandon taking 2 from Sabi late in the game.
Yeah, agreed. I don't think I'd veto as any of these players here, especially considering the broader tournament.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go have a look at those stats. And in fact, while we have a look at those stats, Tanya, can you give me a nod if you're ready to come back on? Yeah, okay. And we are bringing Tanya Gill back into the studio as we look at the standings after a great round 3. Here we go, from 1st to 10th. We've got Brandon Fogle, that result taking him all the way to the top of the leaderboard, even ahead of Jason Massbaum, his stabbed ally there. Farron James in 3rd with 159. Karthik Konath after that, just 1 point ahead of Riaz Varani on 135. Russ Dennis hanging in on 129 in 6th. And then Peter McNamara, last year's champion, just about there on 107 in that top 7, but he would need a miracle to make it through with that score. Anything stand out to you guys on this leaderboard here? Zach?
Well, we talked yesterday about that 3-way draw between Ed, Seren, and Riaz, and so far it looks like one of them probably in. I like Riaz's chances, and Ed and Seren are playing as we speak. So there's still the chance that alliance goes 3 for 3. Love it or hate it.
Yeah. Tanya, what do you think in terms of your predictions? Are they looking good based on this this top 7?
Well, no, given that my winner pick was Matt Krill, that did not happen for me. But hey, listen, really, really enjoyed Brandon's play in that last board. So good for him. I'm liking how this is shaping up so far. I would be a little sad if everyone in that 11-11-11 made it onto the top board, but I don't think that's going to happen.
And Siobhan, is there anyone in that top 7 who you might not have expected to be there at the outset of this tournament?
No, I think these are all names that I would have expected to see do very well. I mean, circumstance and luck and board draws notwithstanding. I'm just a little sad when I made my predictions. I almost had Riaz doing very well, and I decided to pick another name. So I'm sorry, Riaz, that I didn't believe enough in you. And Peter McNamara actually was one of my picks, and it, like you said earlier, it'll be a miracle if he makes it on. So I'm still waiting for a miracle then. I'm rooting for you, Peter.
Okay, and I just have news that we actually have some stats to see what people would need, people who are playing in the next round would need in order to get onto that top board. In fact, no, it's not to get onto that top board, it's to pass Karthik in 4th place. Here we are bringing up that. I think the way I've uploaded it means we can't have us on screen, unfortunately, while it is. But is there anything that stands out to any of you on that list? Anyone who you think is likely to get this, or anyone who you think maybe that's a bit out of their reach? Zach, we'll start with you.
I love it for Seren. 71. I mean, she is a player that tops about half of her boards, and she needs any top gets her in. Any of these split tops, right? Probably get her in. I mean, 11 center 3, right? Just repeating what she did last time will be enough to get her in. Seren's the master of the 3-way split top, so it's hard not to like her odds.
Okay, Siobhan, any thoughts from you on people you think might be able to make it?
Well, I mean, I'll agree with that for sure. And Ed as well is in the same boat and could maybe pull someone else along with them. And I do love it for Nicola, who is a very, very strong player, and Nicola Sahuge, to be specific, because I always forget there are 2 of them in this one. And could come out with a big result and sneak above Karthik in this.
And Tanya, anyone you want to point out as someone you think would probably or may well be able to get that result that they need?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Of course, Ed and Seren have the easiest path to doing that. But you know what? The more I watch Nicola, the more I'm convinced that, every tournament that has a top board, he grinds it out to the end just to see if he can get enough. And he'll know how much he needs to get to where he needs to be. Whether it's 9 to pass Karthik in 4th or, just that 7th. So I expect, unless he gets, jumped on, that he has a pretty good shot. But really, any of these players can do it, right? Like, up until Ben Kelman, it's not very unreasonable for any of these players to get this kind of, 7, 9, 10, 11 top. Even 14, we saw 16 with Jason. So it's definitely possible.
Yeah, it's also important to note that if we go back to our standings here, this is to pass Karthik in 4th place, which is to make sure, absolutely sure, that you get in. You can slip in by going lower than that. You could just get ahead of Peter McNamara and maybe no one on the other board gets a high enough result. It'll be interesting to see what people are able to pull off there. Let's go ahead and I believe we have an intro video for the next round, so we are going to go ahead and jump into that.
Who is the biggest threat, and how do I handle them and control their score? You have two dogs barking very, 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 very strongly at the door.
I find as usual, make friends, try not to anger too many people.
Johnny's got all of the cards.
We asked, don't screw this up. Don't screw this up. It's a great opportunity.
Hey, Christoph, you want to take this game in 1904? Yes, I do, said Christoph.
Wes is a very savvy player. I know him from Chicago and Windy City Weasels.
Some very notable and familiar faces, such as Ruben Sanchez and
Robert Schubert, great player from Dresden, Germany.
Both Nicola and Vincent were no doubt waiting to see how many points they would need to make it on the top board.
In France, we have Christian Brown, the Weasels' own, playing out of Peoria in Illinois. Russ is not what gets commonly called an alliance player.
Ed is often a cuddle bear, but he's soon going to become a cuddle bear with a gun.
The Austrian believed my bullshit, which usually never believe my bullshit.
Michaelis says, why do you need an extra unit? It's not like you've been using them effectively.
You made a mistake, that means that I'm a slightly better player on this game, and so next time you won't make the mistake and you will top the war.
He clearly wants to work with Michaelis, but Michaelis has other ideas.
There was lots of hurt feelings going different directions, except at Christoph.
This is a unassailably great position for Riaz.
I barely look at the tactics anymore. I don't really think about the position on the board nearly as much.
If I'm patient, which I can be, and I'm friendly, I think I'm going to have options.
My position is better, and I'm just going to make sure that I win. If you want to be second, I'm happy to give it to you.
There's some real power dynamics and interpersonal dynamics that I have to try to wade through.
And it seems like a really savvy negotiation on Wes's part.
Well, this turn was supposed to be my masterpiece, and it was an embarrassment, basically.
Okay, so there we had, I believe that was Zach's creation even, so thank you, Zach, very much for that great intro. And also, I believe we're saying goodbye to Zach now, as he will need to disappear for a bit, but it has been fantastic to have you on commentary. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, love doing it.
All right, see you. That just leaves myself and Tanya, since Siobhan is out for a few. We're going to have a look at who the players are on this next board that we're going to cover, which is DBNI 27 Jim Burgess. I will go over who that is in a second. Let me see if I've got that up properly. I believe I have. There we go. So in Austria, we've got Christian Brown coming from Illinois. England is Robert Schubert from Dresden in Germany. France, we have the #1 seed, Seren Quark, after that 11-11-11 yesterday, coming in with a strong score, playing out of London. Nicola Tully, one day I will pronounce your name right, playing Germany here and playing from Paris. Johnny Gillam playing Italy. He's playing from Rabat in Morocco. It's a nice place to be playing from. Quite sunny, I believe. Russia is Wes Ketchum in Chicago, who was on the receiving end of that 11-11-11 yesterday, getting absolutely demolished as Italy, faster than I think I've ever seen Italy get demolished in a game. So definitely going to want a big result today. And finally, Evan Swihart in Turkey, coming in from Cincinnati, Ohio. Tanya, is there anyone on this board who stands out to you as exceptionally strong?
Well, no, I think they're all great players, and I'm excited to see the board. But I do recall that Robert and Nicola were bordered. Is that true? Did I make that up? Were they bordered last night?
They were part of a Western triple, I believe.
That's right. And did that Western triple end in a certain way? I'm not quite sure. I can't recall. A lot of games. But that'll be a relationship to look out for, given the fact that they are England and Germany, which I think is exactly flipped what they were last night. So that'll be an interesting and a sort of alliance. And we have Chani and Seren, who also were RT, not RT in this game, but were RT last game. And I believe Seren did brutally stab Johnny, so we'll see whether Johnny reacts to that or just says, leave me alone this time. So some interesting dynamics here.
Yeah, and we've also got, if we look in that bid column over on the right, what that means is the players had a chance to put in bids for what country they wanted. I won't go into the details on how that system works, but everyone on this list got their first choice except Evan Swihart. They're on Turkey, 5th choice. It's gotta hurt, right? Tanya, do you want to take a second to explain why Turkey is so hated in these kind of games?
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard country, and sometimes the way the board sort of plays out is that Turkey's a good country for Austria, Italy, and Russia to sort of just gang in on, get a couple dots, and then like focus elsewhere. So I think people aren't as comfortable playing Turkey because they're scared of that dynamic. They're scared of being the odd one out. That's easy to get out, and everyone can take one dot and then head the way they need to head. But I think we've been seeing some really good Turkish plays lately, so I don't think Evan has much to worry about, I hope.
And of course, we can't forget that Peter McNamara game we saw just 2 games ago, right, where he went down to 2 supply centers, came back up to be in 3rd place. Probably not quite enough to get him onto that top board, but was still an incredible play nonetheless. I've got some stats here. Before I bring them up, I'm going to bring up an explanation of what they are. Here we go. So general abbreviations here. TS stands for top share. It's a player's average share of the board top at the end of their game. So the percentage of the time that they top the board. Cap, centers above or below the average player at the end of the game. Capo 4 is exactly the same. So the number of supply centers they have above the average. And in Capo 4's case, it's at the end of 1904. Efficiency is a stat we've got on our end. People have debated about how useful it is, but it's to do with whether your orders are successful. If you enter a move, does that move go through? If you enter a support, does the move that you're supporting go through? Does it match up to what you're doing? Call is collaboration. How likely are you to give and receive supports from foreign units? This is normalized by power, so obviously as some powers you're less likely to receive supports than certain other powers who have to work with people more closely. And finally, give and take, the difference between foreign supports given and received. Once again, normalized by power, shown as the difference from the average. So positive numbers represent giving. Let's have a quick look at Seren, who also happens to have, I think, the best picture that we've got of anyone in this tournament. The percentages that you see in white is the percentile that they are in that stat. So 100% on collaboration means that Seren is the #1 player in that stat. 98% means very, very near the top. And then the little gray numbers next to them are the actual values. So collaboration, 7 above average. Cap, 2.9 centers above the average player at the end of each game. It's just absolutely incredible. Tanya, I think it's safe to say that we don't see stats like these ever, right?
I'd be shocked if a lot of people had these stats, because that's just not how diplomacy works. So yeah.
Yeah, it's important to say she is the single most collaborative player by our statistics. That 100% in collaboration, and yet constantly gets these board tops, constantly gets the centers above average. All of her moves are efficient, generally speaking. Give and take, she's giving a lot more supports than she's taking, and yet still getting those board tops. It's just, it goes to show that diplomacy can be a game of, where you just work with people. You don't have to necessarily stab people all the time.
Definitely, and I think Seren's game last night also showed that sort of style where she ended up getting a shared top, but never really having to stab her allies to do that. So really impressive. Should have picked Seren as my winner's choice.
I don't think I had Seren on my stats either, because I thought she would get targeted, but apparently that was not the case. I'm going to move us back now to this screen, and welcome back, Siobhan Nolan. Hi.
Thank you very much.
And since we're at the beginning of another game, I will ask our commentators to reintroduce themselves, just so that if we cut these videos up, people know who we're talking to. Tanya Gill, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yep, I'm Tanya, and I like diplomacy, but I can't differentiate between Burgundy and Bulgaria, so don't mind me if I misspeak.
And Siobhan?
Hello again, everyone. I'm Siobhan Nolan. I hail from the great state of California. I am a part of the Bay Area Diplomacy Club, affectionately known as the Badassers. If you don't know by now, we are running a tournament at the end of April. It is also North American DipCon. It's called Whipping. It will be in San Jose, California. Check it out. Ping me on Discord if you can find me, if you need any information. It's going to be a great time. We have a lot of great players coming. And yeah, this is me. I love this game. I've been playing it for, I don't want to date myself here, but over 20 years. And now I just like to talk about it more than I like to play it.
Great, thank you. And now we are going to jump into this game, if I have it up correctly. There we go. So we may be switching back and forth between these games because they may be live. I'm not 100% sure whether they're still going on or not. But if we get too close to the current date, I will get someone messaging me frantically on Discord telling me to switch to the other one. So let's go ahead. Tanya, are you all right to take the moves? And Siobhan, you do the color.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Great. Here you go, spring 1901.
All right, so 1901. Let's see. Let's start in the east here. An opening to Armenia, no bounce in black, and a move to Con. Now we've seen this before. I believe it was Seren and Johnny that did it last, where they did a Con-Sev swap on a set of moves like this. Didn't work out too well for Johnny. Wonder if that's what we're gonna see this time. At the same time, Gal DMZ, we're seeing that a fair amount. Not every game, but it is somewhat common. So a DMZ and Gal, which is really nice for Christian, I think. And you know, Johnny doesn't move the army in Venice. France. Interesting opening from France. So that is very aggressive. Seren says, no thanks, I don't need Spain and I don't need Portugal in 1901. Takes Burgundy, takes Picardy, goes into the English Channel. I don't know what exactly the thought process was here, but I'm excited to see what she does with it. The other two open fairly decently, I mean, in terms of you know, these are standard openings, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, you called out all the important stuff. This feels to go a little bit against what we were just talking about with Seren being one of the most cooperative players that we've seen historically from the stats we have. And this is, no, I'm going to drive this game. I'm going to make decisions early. And Seren seems to really, really want Belgium, I guess. So we'll see where that goes. And, you know, of note, and I don't see this very often, but it happens from time to time, there is not a single bounce in spring of 1901.
It's very rare sights, very rare sights. Let's go ahead and move to fall 1901.
All right, well, Seren does pick up Belgium. Wonder if she also picked up a friend doing that. It will be interesting to find out. Certainly not England, who did tap the English Channel and covered London. Takes Norway, though. Nicola Tully does support West into Sweden, but that could really not mean much. But we do have that friendly little support sign there. So in the East, we have... I guess perhaps the move to black was not, maybe there was a bit of, yeah. So poor Evan, well, I guess Serbia didn't even go for it. So turned out to be okay. Once again, a little bit messy here where Christian takes Greece and loses Trieste. And, you know, there's a self-bounce in Ankh there and a convoy over to Tunis. So, once again, I'm thinking it's going to be a rough start for Turkey. Whether it'll continue to be down the line, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see where it goes. What stands out to me immediately is that the army in Serbia had a wealth of choice between both Bulgaria and Romania and chose not to take either support. Which tells me that Russia and Turkey are possibly not on the friendliest of terms, and Christian has a chance to sit back and choose his favorite ally later on if that's what he wants to do.
Right, and you also have to wonder whether not taking either support might just get the RT to work together. Being like, all right, well, that didn't work. There's an AI. Why the hell would we fight?
Yeah.
If there's an AI, which...
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, given that, what builds are you expecting here as we go into the winter?
Fleet Brest, Fleet London, Fleet Kiel, Army Berlin, or the other way around, Army Budapest, Fleet Smyrna. 2 armies for the Russian, that's my guess.
And double fleet for the Italian?
That's a hard one.
I mean, I think that the Italian build will signal whether or not there may or may not be an AI here. If there's an army build, I think the AI is off.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, let's see. There is an army build, but it's not in Venice.
Ooh.
What would you be thinking there as the Austrian?
I wouldn't hate it. I think it would be okay. Venice would have made me less angry, but this is fine. The Turkish fleet built in Ankh instead of Smyrna. So I guess not all is well in the beautiful camp of the RT after all.
I'm a little confused by the army build in Rome. It tells me that Rome will drop down to Naples as the fleets move, possibly signaling a future convoy to Syria or Smyrna, depending on how that goes. Is the Russian on board? Is the Austrian on board? What happens from here is anyone's guess.
Fleet Liverpool is an interesting one I see in the north as well. Instead of the Fleet London that you predicted, Tanya, I think Fleet London would have been the more normal move there, right? Any advantages to Liverpool?
Yeah, I mean, Liverpool gets into Irish. I mean, with there's going to be a unit in Mao. I mean, I don't think it truly matters. I think this is also okay. Yeah.
Right. Well, let's go ahead to the spring of 1902.
So that was all for show, apparently. Well, Seren and Robert have decided, oh yeah, we just move those units for fun. Let's take down Nicola. So poor Nicola loses Holland because Belgium supports north into Holland. It seems like Wes and Robert don't have any problems either. St. Petersburg goes down, Moscow goes down. Wes is perfectly content with not making any sort of northern plays. Meanwhile, Denmark did, take Kiel into Baltic, so Sweden is at risk potentially. Meanwhile, in the east, there is Rome does move up to Venice, so I'm thinking, yeah, definitely you don't convoy to Albania if you're team Austria. So not exactly. We're seeing some kind of IT alliance, I think, which is an exciting one. I don't think we've seen that in a while. So Johnny's good to let Evan, do his thing over there and take Christian down. And Wes supports Greece into Bulgaria. So AR versus IT, and I love it.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that read. And I wonder if the build in Rome was just to make the Austrian feel comfortable for a moment before pulling it up to Venice. Get them to continue moving against the Turk and say, no, we're good. I'm just going to convoy to Syria and I'll be there to help you as soon as I can. But Johnny instead made other plans with the Turk and said, maybe we just cut Christian out of this deal. So I'll be interested to see how that resolves and whether the East or the West can resolve their theaters quicker. And I think that will give us the answer of who has the advantage.
Right, let's see full 1902.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm going to start with the West because Robert and Nicola are two players that it must be a European thing. That's what I'm going to go for. But Robert says, I was lying, Seren. That is not what we're doing, and takes Belgium instead of keeping Holland. And, loses Norway to West, who just walks in there, whereas Nicola walks into Sweden. So you know what? I think the winner of the situation is Germany, and that's what I'm going to go with. Meanwhile, Sarah doesn't actually go down to center because she takes Portugal, which is a good reminder that Portugal and Spain is still neutral at the end of 1902, which is always fun. But Johnny says, hey, remember when you attacked me last night, Sarah? And he is on his way to get a piece of Seren's home, I believe. I don't think those are friendly units going there to help Seren out. So pretty exciting. Maybe mixed it up with Christian because walks out of Tyrolia, but walks into Greece. So I'm thinking that there was a lot of potential moves that were made just to trick other people on your side of the board. I'm thinking that's what's happening here.
I think you're spot on. It feels like everyone's trying to be too clever by half, and maybe it's working. Johnny and Christian seem to have some sort of arrangement here, as Johnny said, nope, I want Seren's dots, and Christian says, cool, you can have Greece, I'll take Trieste back, and then we're good, right? I can use my fleet to fight Turkey, you don't have to worry about me, I don't have to worry about you. Seren is in a host of trouble here. Yes, Spain is still available, but Marseille is very vulnerable come next year, and Spain wouldn't be too far behind it.
Let's go ahead to the winter, 1902. We actually see that Nicola Tully has +2, but only one open home supply center, which is always a sad thing to see, especially in the early game. Any predictions on these builds, Tanya?
Army Berlin for Germany. Who else? Yeah, Seren has to build something in Marseille, right? So we'll see an army there, I imagine. Or a fleet, but it'll be a unit in there. And, Army Budapest or Vienna, depending on whether Christian says, I'm not going to let you get away with it, Johnny, and moves to Tyrolia. So we'll see. As for the disband, at this point, do you need Ankh? I'm thinking it'll be one of the fleets that go. Yeah.
That would be my poll. And yeah, agreed. Seren has to build in Marseille. Whether it's an army or a fleet is 100% up to her. But if there's a build in Paris, I will just walk off screen, I think.
And while we're talking about that, we have a comment here saying, really liking Italy here. If you're liking anyone, why don't you like the video? Helps us out a bit. All right, let's see what these builds are. It is Marseille. You do not have to walk off screen, Siobhan.
Good.
Constantinople coming off for the Turk, which I think is quite unexpected, right? It feels like maybe a better unit than Ankara.
Yeah, it makes you think that maybe the Turk knows that Austria and Italy are not good and that those Austrian units are not going to be going towards Turkey, but rather towards Greece.
Yeah, so it's, there's a lot that we don't know when we're here commentating on screen, specifically what is happening in the background and what is happening in negotiations. So maybe Evan does know something that we don't, or is just desperately hoping and signaling through his disband what he wants to see and is manifesting the truth that he wants this board to be.
Nope. Well, we had a chance, as you have probably seen earlier in this stream, to talk to all of these competitors and ask them what 3 words would you use to describe your diplomacy play. Let's have a quick look at what those answers were for the players on this board.
Well, my playstyle in 3 words, I would go with tempo and trusting, and just to make it an alliteration because it's fun, let's go with talkative as well.
Chaotic, tactical, maneuverable.
Find your moment.
Fun, overambitious, and risky.
Friendly, alliance, balance.
A work in progress. I am trying to figure that out still.
Budget Ed Sullivan.
Perfect answer from Seren.
I'm not sure you can call yourself a budget anything when you're the #1 ranked player in the world, right?
I mean, I will say that it is classic of so many top-tier diplomacy players that I know to downplay their own play style for many reasons. Some do it because they want to be underestimated, they want to fly under the radar, and it gets hard when you're such a household name in this hobby to remain under the radar. So maybe Seren's trying to do that. It's not working, Seren. We see you.
Let's move ahead to the spring of 1903.
Okay, so we have a EG alliance going strong here, or okay. Sorry, I'm Seren's moves. I think Seren says, "Screw all of you. You can all have my dots. Get me out of this game." That's the sort of impression I'm getting, because Brest supports NAO to MAO. She walks right out of Marseille. She rightly says, I can't survive if the 3 of you are going to be attacking me, so I'm just out. Different play styles. You see, like Karthik last year had around 3 powers. Last night had sort of 3 powers attacking him and sort of played it out and ended up on 2 centers. It's not worth it for some people, right? They would rather just not have to deal with it, and can't blame Seren here for doing that. So loses Burgundy, has an enemy unit in Marseille. Lets England into the MAO. So yeah, not great for Seren, great for everyone else who wants Seren's dots. So that's that. And then over in the East, there's a lot of support holds. And Johnny and Christian are indeed working together. There was no sort of issue with that. And the build was in Budapest and not Vienna. So that was a good indication of it. And an attempt into the convoy in Khan didn't work, but Smyrna does remain open. Armenia did not cover it. So curious decision by Evan not to move Armenia. Maybe he thought if he moved it and Sev came down, then he'd be screwed. So great guess by Evan there. Good defensive work. Unfortunately, if they do want to take your dots, you have very little, possibly very little chance to stop it. So good for now.
Yeah. I mean, great defense by Evan, as you said. The only reason to hold Armenia in this case is that you're still a little twitchy about West in Russia, which maybe is just something's going on behind the scenes that we're not seeing. But, we saw the comment earlier, and I'll reiterate it. I'm loving Italy's position here. This is just fantastic for Johnny.
Let's go ahead to fall 1903.
Yeah, so start in the East. Evan, by making those moves last turn, did guess lucky with Khan and was able to ensure that all 3 of his supply centers would be his supply centers at the end of this, which was great. Unfortunately, Seb does get into Armenia this turn, so next turn will be a lot harder if the 3 of them stick together. But, Johnny is not really trusting Christian all too much here, because does not take the support and the convoy into Khan to bounce out black. So Evan does end up in black. Johnny stays hold, says, if you're taking my dot, I'm going to retreat to Albania or something like that. But hey, Christian holds his word, does not attack either Russia or Italy, bounces himself in Gal just for that security there. So not much in the east other than let's kill Turkey, which is why, as I was mentioning earlier on the stream, a lot of players don't want to play Turkey because this is a very frequent position that Turkey does end up in. And then on the other side of the board, Italy picks up Marseille and not Spain? No, yes, Spain. Not Spain.
Not Spain.
Sorry, not Spain. And Robert decides, why would I take Brest when I can... Oh, he does take Brest. That's funny. So Robert goes into North Africa, lets Seren, perhaps this was arranged, get out into Mao, and then takes Brest behind her, and Nicola walks into Paris. So overall, not a good look for Seren, who I believe is down to just Spain and Portugal. So that's going to be rough. EG moving super fast, and a bit of a love fest up there with Russia as well. So, you know, it's not a bad Russian position when you have no enemies. You just got to hope that that remains. And if it's a really strong EG, it doesn't look... you should start to get a little bit worried, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. And my only question, I mean, Seren clearly is tapped out of this game and is saying, you know what, it's done. I mean, even it's not a valid support, but it means something just in signaling nonetheless. Spain supporting Burgundy to Paris, saying, yes, Germany, you can have it. Saying to Robert in England, walk into Brest. Robert completely bypassing, you know, the Iberian Peninsula, not getting into that fight and just walking down to North Africa is really smart here. And so Seren's position is not going to be great after this turn. I will say in the West, the one move that confuses me a little bit is Kiel to Holland. So I don't know, is there an arrangement from England that he's going to give Belgium to Germany? Is Germany just going to take it? England does not have a lot of armies yet, but has some builds, well, a build coming his way. And, you know, in the East, it just kind of feels like a little bit of breakdown in negotiation as they're all figuring out what's the best way to carve this up, and are we all on the same side or not? And I don't know that anyone knows what the side is supposed to be.
It's well, we probably won't find out what the sides are in winter, but let's go ahead and see what the disbands and builds are. 2 armies for Germany, 1 fleet for the Italian, 1 fleet for the English player, and 2 armies off the board for Seren, Gascony and Spain, just keeping Mid-Atlantic Ocean and Portugal. It should be noted, Iberia can be pretty defensible if you've got a lot of enemy powers around it, right? Because no one wants anyone else to take it. That may come into play, we will see. Let's go ahead to the spring of 1904.
Yeah, you know, Seren not putting up a defense in, you know, this should not ever be a France position in 1904, right? So Seren's lack of defense here really, I think, makes it harder on the Eastern powers now that they have to deal with an EG that has moved way faster than it should have moved. So it'll be interesting moving forward. So Seren does move Mao into Spain. Perhaps her play is to sort of hold there and see whether she can just keep it. But we are getting the EG continuing to move. Brest goes into Mao, Paris to Gascony, and Marseille cutting Burgundy for unknown reasons. And there is a bit of a response from the Eastern powers, right? Christian does bounce Munich in Tyrolia. Whether it was to bounce Munich or to make a play for Venice, I'm not sure, but he does do that. Meanwhile, there is not exactly movement onto Evan quite yet. So Evan keeps all his dots for now, but looking kind of will be pretty difficult to keep everything depending on how West, Austria, and Italy sort of resolve that situation. So yeah, and then in the north, moves towards Norway are being made, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's Like you said, the EG marches forward and onward. Italy's position is looking less and less great as time goes on. And this is some combination of some moves. They're a little curious, but also, doing what he can given everything that's happening around his position. I will call out, I do think, another excellent defense from Evan Swihart. There were some guesses here. Doing the best you can given everything that's around you. Keeping that second Russian army out of your homeland, turtling as best you can, and just saying, no, if you want to dig me out, I'm going to make you work for it.
Yep. Let's see if he can survive longer. Have a look at the fall of 1904.
Yep, so fall, unfortunately, he does lose 1 dot there in Smyrna, does not get to keep it. There is a retreat. Okay, so Johnny is definitely making the most out of Evan's situation here, and does take Evan's support into Bulgaria, while Bulgaria cuts Khan, thereby. Oh gosh, every East I feel is just a mess. So Wes does try and take Serbia. In him doing so, does not cover Rum, which allows Christian to retreat into Rum. So they all get a nice little switcheroo there. And Ukraine does move to Gascony. So we're seeing sort of perhaps a wintergreen with some let me help you from Turkey. Unfortunate for Christian Brown, who is doing the right moves and trying to stop Germany moving up to Bohemia. But his neighbors are saying, that's okay, we're not too worried about the EG, let us just go for you. An attempt, okay, so a stab by Germany, of course, because why would we have an alliance if we don't have to have an alliance? So Germany, and I do think Robert should have seen this coming, because Nicola played similarly last night and did do a stab, which could, to a lot of players, have been premature. So Germany takes Belgium, Germany takes Brest, Germany lets West have Norway, so this is a rough turn for Robert, who I think is down to 3. Or actually gets Portugal. So he does manage to get Portugal because Johnny supports Seren into Spain, and from Spain into Marseille. I'll let you know.
I mean, I think you called everything perfectly here, and I just, my only color to add in this moment is my absolute confusion as to what Johnny is doing. Which seems to just be, I mean, this is like Tommy Tornado style, just this way, then that way, then that way, then this way. Keeps moving west with some fleets, but supports France into Marseille, which is his own dot as he walks out, pushing back east with the armies, while also taking Turkish support. It's a lot is happening here, and I don't know what Johnny got talked into, and it feels very erratic to me in this moment.
I did want to jump in and say, Tanya said earlier that that Robert really should have seen this coming, because Nicola was playing like this yesterday and made similar stabs. Not only did he make similar stabs, he made a similar stab against Robert yesterday. It was exactly the same.
No, I promise I would never do that again.
You really gotta think like Robert, fool me once, but fool me twice. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, to Robert's defense, I have been fooled like this many a time over my diplomacy career, so I feel for you here. You trusted someone and it did not pan out.
Let's have a look. -1 for England. That has to be North Africa off, surely, right?
I would think.
And then +2 for Nicola Tully. And somehow, despite so many sensors being exchanged in the East, no one gets any builds or disbands. So there's Fleet Keel and Army Berlin down. Before we move on to the next phase, I am going to share Evan Swihart's response to our preparation question. We go.
Yeah, it's a good question, and I feel like that I am a 20-something player where I would have finished without the extended deadline tournament. That tournament has been great for me. It was a ton of fun to play. I encourage everybody to check out Nexus Leagues and play in that. But if you look at my article in the briefing, you'll understand that there are a lot of things going my way there that are not going to translate into this DBNI. So I feel like I'm coming in as an underdog, but I have the seed that will hopefully give me somewhat of an advantage.
And unfortunately, coming in as an underdog and drawing Turkey, which makes you even more of an underdog, I think, in this situation. Let's go ahead to spring 1905.
All right, so starting with the West, because it's probably somewhat simpler. Johnny decided, I was too generous to give you Marseille. I'm going to take it back, and does take it back, and hit Spain while he's at it. Does not get it, but is in Marseille for now, which forces Seren down to 1 dot. Not the best. Meanwhile, the EG fight has resulted in West deciding that actually he's going to ally with England in this fight and not with Germany, and assists Robert into the north, into Skagerrak, while moving to Finland, likely to secure himself Sweden. So, interesting plays, but North is vulnerable, so Robert has to cover that, I think, in the future. Meanwhile, hey, somewhat, we've got an AR again, perhaps. Via, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but there is support from Serbia to Bulgaria, and a coordinated attack to Germany, who they feel is getting away with this board. And if they don't do it now, what are they going to do? And hey, listen, people are somewhat leaving Evan alone. And that is nice for Evan, as we've seen. When, the key to playing Turkey is, I've learned, waiting till everyone has better things to do. Just survive until everyone has better things to do, and then hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny because I'm wary of making any predictions on this board about alliances, because every time I do, it turns into something else the very next season. But I mean, yet, like you said, the AR is back on, ? And the AI is off, if it ever was one, ? Because, I mean, you see Smyrna trying to support Bulgaria into Constantinople, which wasn't taken, thereby, but also Austria taking the Russian support into Bulgaria. I'm confused, and I'll split my commentary on Italy here into 2 theaters. In the East, I'm confused. I'm not going to make any predictions. I don't understand what's happening. In the West, this is a fantastic opportunity for Italy, because with the stab from Germany on England, Italy has a chance to take Iberia, break into the Mao, and make some amazing moves, while England is otherwise distracted, punishing Nicola for the stab that happened last year. So that all makes perfect sense to me. What's happening over with Austria and Russia and Turkey is anyone's guess.
Let's go ahead to the fall here. Fall 1905.
Yeah, I mean, I love this game. I love that Austria has now taken Munich away from Germany, and Sev goes into Rum. Bulgaria goes into Con. Johnny gets to keep Bulgaria and Greece. Somehow he manages to keep both. Good for him. And unfortunately, Evan is down to 1, but he does have 1. So You never know. What else do we have? Sorry. Germany walks into Warsaw. This game is fantastic. So Germany walks into Warsaw and convoys himself into St. Petersburg. Does that work? Is he in?
Yep.
That is fantastic. I love that. I have not seen that in a long time. If I have seen it, but he convoys himself into St. Petersburg, instead of keeping Sweden, and walks into Warsaw, which you gotta wonder why West let him walk into Warsaw. That must have been somewhat, predictable. Although maybe he thought, it was predictable. Why did West let him do that? Anyway, fun stuff there. And then on the other side, you have Johnny walking out of Marseille, letting Seren rebuild in Marseille, not taking Spain. England supports Johnny into Gascony. Maybe this is some kind of play against the evil stabber Nicola. That is, I don't know. I don't really get it. You know what, Siobhan? It's funny because I think in the spring we're like, yeah, Johnny does all the right things. And in the fall we go, why did you do anything? But
yeah, so I feel like you said, we do this every year. I rescind my praise for Italy in the West from last season, which, and I want to say this with all, due respect. Seren, you are one of my favorite players. You were so good at this game, and I don't know how you managed to convince Johnny to walk out of Marseille into Gascony so that you could not only survive, but build. That is masterful in this moment. But Johnny, how do you not keep Marseille? How did you not take Spain? I mean, Seren could have lived on Portugal, apparently, because it wasn't covered. But this feels like one of those games where there's so much negotiation happening. Everything is so frantic. Everyone's jumping from room to room, trying to get to talk to everyone. And then in the last 30 seconds, everyone realizes they need to write their orders and puts them in really, really fast. And that is how this shook out.
Something interesting I'd like to mention about this board and the way it's structured. The players in the West, Robert Schubert, Nicola Tully, and Seren Quark, all had quite strong results in the first round, right? Robin Schubert and Nicola Tully had about 50, that's a little bit over 50 points from that Western triple. Seren Quark, obviously, in that 11-11-11. And then you go over and look at the other side of the board. West Ketchum was eliminated. Johnny Gillam was eliminated, both by Seren, actually, but we'll skip over that. I believe Christian Brown was eliminated, and Evan didn't have the highest score either. So you have a dynamic here on this board where the people in the West kind of need a strong-ish result, but maybe not that strong, and the people in the East all need something huge. And I think maybe that's contributing to how incredible this East has been, right?
That is the most logical explanation I can come up with for this board, so thank you, Marcus.
Right, but yeah, it's still incredible what's happening in the East. Like, I would not have expected anything like this. Let's move ahead to the winter of 1905 here. And we have Army Trieste, Army Marseille, and Fleet Aegean being taken off the board. Any surprises there?
No, but I am starting to think that Johnny took Marseille to begin with just to pop Seren's fleet. Why he is wasting units doing any of this is beyond me, but I'm thinking it was all coordinated from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, if that is the logic behind it, and I still struggle to see it, I think it's only going to hurt him in the long term, because there's only so long Christian is going to sit there next to the Italian peninsula and not see dots for himself.
Yep. Right, well, we're going to do one more year on this game, and then we're going to flip over to the other. So let's move ahead to spring 1906.
All right, so there is a continued attack onto what I believe Germany, although the West Med does take Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which was going to take assist England into Brest. So anyway, Italian fleets are moving that way, and Seren is helping that happen, and coordinated support from Italy and France into Burgundy, possibly to take Paris next year if they can manage to do that. So England does get into Brest because Brest walked out into Paris. All right, great. So Munich walks right into Berlin, nothing to cover it, so that makes a lot of sense. And just some army readjustments from Germany at this stage of the game. And it's still, this is also messy. It's not just the East. This is really messy because you have England walking into Norway with St. Petersburg support, and Russia now attacking Denmark. So I don't really, it's fun. I'm sure I would like to be a sideline commentator on this, do a bit of a sideline report here. Anyway, moving to the East. West walks out of Serbia and Romania, and Christian gets Serbia back and walks into Gal and does get, okay, I think the AR is back on. I don't know if it was off or just, I think it's back on though. So we have an AR. There's support into Ank. Evan is done. Sorry, Evan. I hate to see it. Maybe he walks into Sev, who knows? But he is done for now, possibly. Yeah, rest for you, Siobhan.
Yeah, no, it's so since you said it and said the AR is back on, I predict in the fall that it will be back off again because that is how this game has been going. This is one of those games that, you said you'd like to be a sideline reporter for. I'd actually like to be a part of this game, as chaotic and messy and kind of just wild as it is. Like, this is the kind of game that I look back on years later and I'm like, that was true shenanigans. And the person I think that benefits the most out of all of this chaos and messiness is Seren. Seren is pulling some kind of masterful wizardry here that should never have happened. Like, so many players just never would have let Seren live in this situation. And it's not only is Seren alive, but has potential to get back into Portugal if Johnny deems it okay, has possible support into Paris later because England and Germany are still fighting. I guess? But there was support into Norway?
It's absolutely insane because, if Johnny lets Seren get another build here, you gotta be like, she just stabbed you last round. Like, wow. I really want to know what his thought process was here.
Seren needs to teach me her ways because this should never have been allowed to happen, and it is happening, and I am so grateful for it.
Let's go ahead into the fall, see if she can continue this. It's into Munich.
Wow. So Seren does indeed get into Munich with support from Germany here. Seren gets into Munich, that's good. Gets into Portugal, that's good. Loses Spain, not so good, but I think that's still that's a build, right?
Still up one because Portugal and Munich.
Yeah, so good for Seren. She's building. You really got to question the other three players, but they're doing what they want to do, I suppose. So we see a resurgence of the English-Germany alliance here. Rough turn for Christian Brown, who doesn't get to keep Munich, doesn't get to keep Berlin. Loses Trieste to Johnny and has to lose Khan as well. That is so rough.
Evan
I
is
was
still
really
alive.
liking the Austrian position last year, and that just completely blew up. That's unfortunate. He does get rum, I guess. Good for him. We gotta wonder whether there's something better AR could have done with their units this turn, other than supporting themselves into Warsaw. But you know what? It is what it is. Johnny does profit off of this turn quite a bit. So despite all of his strange moves, he does end up doing quite well. So it is quite the roller coaster. It's pretty enjoyable.
Roller coaster is absolutely the way to describe this game. I'm baffled by so much that is happening here. The attempt to take Brest by Johnny. I wonder if Seren promised that she would cut Paris, but then didn't. I wonder if there's so much I wonder about here where it could have.
There's no way she could have cut Paris if they supported her into Munich, right? So
Oh no, you take Munich every time if you believe you're going to get support into it.
No, you're right. You're right. Maybe Johnny thought that it was going for Paris.
Yeah, it's just like the spread of these Italian units is baffling to me. I just hats off to Evan who lives to survive another day because I don't think they're ever going to get rid of him. I guess the German position is best.
Yeah, and you know what? There's no, like, Italy had no business to keep Greece and Bulgaria all those years, and he did.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just.
But will he
can
next
somehow
year
consolidate all of this? He's in a fantastic position.
If it's a big if.
Yep, and we're going to leave that if for a while. We'll go ahead to just see how many each player changes here. We've got -2 for Austria, very painful, +2 for Italy, very nice, and then a few other adjustments around the board, but we're not going to show them yet. We are going to move over to our other board. But before we do that, I'm going to give our commentators a slight break. So see you, Siobhan, see you, Tanya, and I will not forget this time to talk about what the board names are. Right. So this board name, as you can see next to me, is Jim Burgess. Our DBN personality, David Hood, has nicknamed him the cheerleader. Rhode Islander Jim was a big ball of positive energy throughout his diplomacy career of several decades. He published a zine called the Abyssinian Prince, pronounce stuff correctly, which not only ran games, but which hosted a lively and fun letter call in which Jim and his readers discussed politics, real and hobby, along with music, movies, and lots of other subjects. Unlike some other zines of the time, there was a little rancor and a lot of community. Jim also promoted and ran face-to-face tournaments throughout New England and traveled to other tournaments when his career as an economist allowed. The other game is named after British hobbyist Stephen Agar, who David Hood has named the Historian. He was a popular writer and publisher in the hobby on both sides of the Atlantic for several decades, beginning in the early 1970s. In addition to writing many articles about how historical figures and events could inform how to play our game, Stephen also wrote many pieces documenting the early history of the diplomacy hobby, particularly about the genesis of postal play. He also focused a lot of attention on variants, not just the design of new ones, but also strategy pieces about how to play the most popular variants of his day. In addition to Fred Davis and a few others, he established the diplomacy variant as something just as worthy of in-depth analysis as the classic game. And this isn't something that Davis has written, but that hits particularly close to home for me because Stephen Agar's site was a resource I used a lot when I played a lot of variants back when I was getting started in diplomacy. Variants were what really hooked me. So I have a massive thank you to Stephen for that. Before we jump to the other board, I'm going to share a couple of videos of the players here who answered our preparation question. Let's go ahead and get Christian Brown up.
I'm going to approach it. I'm going to try to be calm. I'm not going to get stressed out, which I can on occasion be. But generally speaking, I'm not sure too many people, maybe some of the others could underestimate me. And I have worked pretty well with some of these folks before. Others less so much. But I'm just going to try to see how the balance of the board is playing out and whether I can, take down one person and then work with somebody else and take down somebody else to try to keep things equal until you fight for yourself, because there's one winner in diplomacy, and that's when you get 18 centers.
So that, I think, is maybe the most honest one of these we've heard so far. Obviously, a lot of people know in these interviews that their fellow competitors are going to be hearing what's said in them. It's very interesting to hear someone saying that they are intending to, flip between alliances. And we've absolutely seen that in this game. Let's go ahead and jump to Johnny Gillam's interview, who is the Italy in this game, who is doing remarkably well right now.
Yeah, it's a great question. The honest answer is that I feel like I've already won just by being in the DBNI this year. I started playing this competitive season, and I never dreamed I would even get this far. So I'm just going to go in and have fun and play my best, and not, I'm not going to do anything other than, have the most fun game and the best game that I can do, and see what happens.
It's certainly been a fun game. And finally, before we jump to our other board, I'm going to show the last of the Eastern Powers so that I don't forget to later. Wes Ketchum, who is in Russia and is participating in this absolutely beautiful East.
I think I've had some success with particularly with league play with the Weasels, and slowly getting more comfortable and better success outside of the Chicago club with Virtual Diplomacy League and other tournaments. And so my strategy going in is to continue to try to watch what others are doing, watch how the board is going overall, learn what I can from other people, and just continue to try to carefully, improve my game.
And it is great to hear from all of those Eastern Powers. I am now going to welcome back to the stream Siobhan Nolan and Tanya Gill. Welcome back. And here we go with the Stephen Agar board. Here is our lineup. Nicola Tully, the virtual diplomacy champion this year in Austria. Interesting place to be. Vincent Roulet in England. Ed Sullivan in France. Ruben Sanchez in Germany. Of course, we just saw his game yesterday. It was a bit of a devastating one, going down to one supply center. Michalis Kamaritis in Italy. Katie Gray in Russia, and Ben Kelman in Turkey. Tanya, let's start with you. Anyone stand out to you on this list?
Yeah, I know all of these people other than Vincent really well, I would say, pretty well at the very least. I've played with many of them, shared drinks with many of them. This is an exciting board. I am really excited to see what happens in this board. I am especially excited to see what happens in this East, whether Nicola can get anyone on his side or whether they all know that he's too much of a threat. Very intelligent players, so I can see this really going anyway. It should be good diplomacy all around. Yeah, that's about all I can say. Did Vincent and Ruben play together last? Was Vincent in that cursed game, or?
I don't think so. I think Vincent was in a different round.
So it'll be interesting because we've got Germany and France, and I wonder if Ruben, is over what Ed put him through last night, or whether we're going to see revenge, if revenge is possible.
And Siobhan, any thoughts on this cast yourself?
I mean, as Tanya said, these are all names, for the most part, that we're very familiar with at this point. I'm interested to see Vincent play, because I'm unfamiliar with his play at all. Italian players are used to year-capped games as opposed to time-unlimited games. Will that impact him at all? But what stands out to me the most is that these are all players that are in the middle of the pack right now and are looking for a bid onto that top board. And how will that play out? Can they manage an alliance? Can they agree on who gets to be where, or does it just turn into pure chaos like our other game?
Well, let's jump straight into it here. Let me bring up the map. For this one, Siobhan, you'll be calling out the moves, and Tanya, you'll be providing the color. Let's go straight into Spring 1901.
Okay, so a little bit more of a standard opening that we're more used to than our last game. You see our standard bounces in the Black Sea and in Galicia. No one's in the English Channel. Vincent in England does choose to go to Edinburgh instead of York, as is more standard, which could signal something more along the lines of a northern opening. We'll see where that goes. But other than that, not a ton for me to call out here.
Yeah, not much to add other than, first time, like, Burgundy's totally empty. And that Venice hold with Rome to Puglia is very, very popular this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
You sure Burgundy is empty? I see a Turkish unit moving into it. Sorry, let's go ahead.
Doing the stream alone if it continues.
Western Bulgaria.
Okay, fall 1901.
Yeah, again, this is a lot more reminiscent of the play that I was used to when I started in the hobby many, many decades ago. You see the three-way bounce in Belgium. Nobody can agree on who should have it. And, that's not the worst thing at this point. You see some bounces in Trieste, which is just probably Austria covering it because they can. There was no one in Galicia because of the bounce in the spring. And then everyone just shoring up the builds they know are there. We convoy to Tunis. We expect the Turk to be in the Black Sea. They usually are after a set of opening moves like that. And Russia supports themselves into Romania, and there's no bounce in Sweden.
Yep, we've covered it all. Three-way bounce in Belgium is interesting. No one's showing their cards quite yet, but I guess the builds will reveal more of that. Nice for, cleaner East than last time, I think. Bulgaria to Rum is, a little bit, but Ben does get into the Black Sea, so we'll see if he does anything with it.
Okay, winter 1901. Here come the builds, and there we see Fleet Brest, Army Marseille, Army London, Fleet in Kiel for the German, and fleets in Naples and Smyrna for the Italian Turk, along with a bunch of other army builds. Let's jump straight into the spring here.
Yeah, so I'll start in the West, and it's some repositioning of units for the French player, Ed, getting the fleet into the South Coast, pulling out into the MAO, signaling perhaps maybe a push toward Italy here, because clearly we're friendly enough with the English player as they continue their move north into Barents and Convoy Eddy into Norway. So that seems like a good relationship, and England and France have given up claim on Belgium, allowing Germany to walk in. You do see a supported bounce in Burgundy, which, I don't know, may be arranged, but seems unlikely, seems like a lot of units just to do nothing. And Ruben in Germany positioning themselves to take Sweden. Are we seeing a Western triple here? Could this turn into one? I don't know. It's a lot of German armies in the West to see that happen. Meanwhile, in the middle of the board, Michalis is repositioning some units, convoying that army back, putting something in Tyrrhenian Sea, and staying out of the Austria-Turkey-Russia fight for now, where Russia takes support into Bulgaria, and Turkey is unable to keep it. and Smyrna goes to the Aegean.
Yeah, I'm not shocked at a nice AR here. Makes a lot of sense to me. I think Nicola probably and Katie and McCallus have a good idea of the West and how that might shape out, with Ed being the kind of player that he is, and the other two possibly wanting to just, Western triple it out. I don't know. If I'm Ruben, I really rethink whether that's something I want to do. It has not been really the best for Germany each time, but he takes Belgium, so that's good. Good for him, and does bounce Ed out. So it'll be interesting. It's looking a little rough for Katie if it's an EG in the north there. She can't hold much.
Agreed.
Let's go ahead to Fall 1902.
All right. Again, we have what look like some arranged bounces and moves between France and Germany. You don't walk right out of Belgium when you took it in the spring if that isn't something you talked about. So I guess we decided in the end that Ed should have Belgium, which might be due to the kind of growing fight between Ed and McCallus in Italy. Speaking of that fight, exactly nothing happens there because they just bounce everything. And my one comment from McCallus is Apulia to Venice. Did you really think Venice was going to get into Piedmont? Otherwise, pull it up to Rome and then you can drop it in Tuscany later. And that's just a note about it. I mean, if Venice to Piedmont had worked, Apulia to Venice would have been the faster move, but here we are, and I do have the benefit of hindsight. Up in the north, as expected, Germany takes Sweden, England takes St. Petersburg. It's a painful turn for Katie, who's making no movement elsewhere. Taps the Black Sea, but to little avail for really anyone, because there's no other dot trade there. It's just taking the Aegean, if I'm correct.
Yeah, she does get Bulgaria, but you gotta wonder why she held Warsaw. I don't really get it. I would move Warsaw because now she can't build, or she loses 2 dots anyway. But it just doesn't make sense to me to hold Warsaw. Go ball in Germany with it or something, right?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Warsaw holding is a little bit confusing to me, but I think Ed in the West made a petition. I need the build here. I need another fleet to make progress. You guys are making progress in the north, and that's what we're seeing.
Definitely. It's a little sad that this seems like Western triple versus AIR, but maybe things will change.
Something interesting I'm seeing here is it is a Western triple, but Ruben is committing to it much less than some of the other Germanys we've seen, right? Moving off and attacking Russia straight away. He does back out of Belgium, but he's not going for Russia yet. He's just taking the northern center and then self-bouncing in Burgundy to be safe. But yeah. Let's go ahead to the winter. Any surprises there? Maybe this is the big one,
Did
right?
Ed wave a build?
Seems like it's...
How very Eddie Berson of you, Ed Sullivan.
Is this really the time to wave a build? I mean, all those bounces with McCallus could have been arranged, right? So I'm thinking that's the only scenario in which he waves a build is he doesn't want to piss off Italy and he doesn't want to piss off England. Why did you... Oh, whatever. But he waves it, and Ruben puts an army down in Kiel. So perhaps that's to go up to Denmark or something, but I probably wouldn't like that too much if I was Ed and I waved a build.
Yeah, I agree. The only thing I can see is to try and signal to the East, oh, this Western triple isn't as copacetic as you thought it might be, but then he turns around and convoys it to Livonia when no one's expecting.
Yeah, I mean, it really shouldn't be a Western triple, though. So hopefully Ruben doesn't convoy to Livonia.
A comment from Peter McNamara here. Ruben should just take Bell back. Why give it to Ed if he won't use it? Karthik saying something similar in the chat here. It's an interesting approach. Before we move on to the next phase, I will go ahead and play the video of what 3 words each player said when asked to describe their play.
In 3 words, power of balance, or balance of power.
Patient, clueless, fun.
More strategical than tactic.
I'd say diplomatic, deep, and all-encompassing.
Collaborative, open communicator.
Working with people.
Okay, so you may have noticed there we are missing Nicola Tully for that because we forgot to ask him that question in the interview. So maybe I'll need someone to help fill that out. Tanya or Siobhan, what 3 words would you use to describe Nicola Tully's play?
Yeah,
I will give that to Tanya. You know him way better than I do.
Ruthless, strategic, and I can't say the 3rd word. No, I'm kidding. He's a great player.
Yeah.
He doesn't need 3 words. We all know exactly what to expect.
Ruthless, strategic, and Nicola. I mean, that's it.
Perfect. Yep. Okay, well, let's move ahead to the spring of 1903.
So some dynamics seem to be changing in the West. So I will start there. We've got the English player convoying back to the mainland as the French player pulls back the fleets into MAO and NAO. So I don't know if there was a breakdown of conversation, but they both seem to have seen it coming. And Ruben does, in fact, take Belgium back. And, you know, Ed had to have seen that coming. Vincent, as far as England goes, has secured St. Petersburg and doesn't need to do more if he's not getting help from the other Western Triple allies, if they ever were Western Triple. And Sweden pulls out, goes to Denmark, Baltic, fails to support St. Petersburg to Livonia. So clearly Ruben was the last to know that that wasn't happening. And meanwhile, down in the east, it's not a whole lot as Venice misorders its move, tries to go straight to Marseille, skipping right over Piedmont, which I'm going to have to believe is a backstabber interface problem, because why else would you want to do nothing with your units? But
it's McCullis, a McCullis problem of should I try to go there and it failed? Yes. Oh no, sorry, Nicola.
Oh, whoops, did that not work? So we could be seeing that. And for Nicola's part, he doesn't do much. He does get into Galicia and he does support the Italian into Eastern Med, which we'll see if that helps any of them. And meanwhile, the Turk and the Russian down in the corner are just supporting themselves and each other because they don't want any problems from Nicola.
Yep, that's good. I mean, glad it's not a Western Triple. Glad Ruben saw, the light there. And this is why, why would Ed wait that point? It doesn't really make sense. You don't need it for a fleet next year or something. Just build. You'd have an extra army to defend yourself, or a fleet to do something with, right? Now you don't have that, and that's a little unfortunate. But it's a little interesting because Ed chose to bounce in Burgundy instead of supporting himself into it. So I wonder if this is the full picture of the negotiations are going in a way that we don't predict. But whatever it was, Vincent sort of sniffed it out and convoyed that army back in time so it doesn't lose Liverpool. So good for him.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's go ahead and see the fall of 1903.
Okay, so again, starting in the west, we've got more shifting. Vincent obviously had to cover Liverpool in case Ed tried to go there, but holds Norwegian, so isn't pressing further against Ed at this point, not tapping NAO, not, doing anything interesting. And Ed pulls back a little, but also slips into the English Channel, tries to take, and I'm a little baffled by all the arrows in here, tries to take North Sea support into Belgium, but that doesn't work because someone supported Belgium, I guess. Oh no,
Denmark cut.
You got cut, yeah.
Denmark cut. There it is. Okay, thank you. It's just feeling like a breakdown of negotiations in the West, and I think there will be a two-way alliance that shakes out of this eventually. Which two-way, I don't know, because it really could go any direction at this point. But meanwhile, down in the south, Michalis is tired of not moving and not being able to follow up Apulia to Venice, so finally moves Venice somewhere where it will go, and that is into Tyrolia. And, you know, that is 2 on Trieste, but possibly not such a worry for Nicola, who's got Serbia to support it and no real problems from Katie behind him. So, you know, Nicola and Michalis do take Smyrna, and so Michalis will get a build out of all of this. And Katie attempts to make a lot of moves. I mean, has to self-bounce in Warsaw to protect it, which makes a lot of sense to me. And tries to take Greek support into Bulgaria. What did Greece order?
It ordered support Rumtable.
Rumtable, okay. And that doesn't work because it's
Bulgaria didn't
their
get
own
in.
unit. Yeah. So okay, that makes sense to me then.
Yep, not much to add there. I'm still leaning it's EG. That's going to be my guess. I assume Tyrolia is up there for some kind of weird tap or play on Munich with that Army and Gal also doing that. Obviously, Italy and Austria are working together when Austria supported them into Smyrna, so not too concerned there. The AIR continues, but the Western Triple falls apart.
Yeah.
Yep. Right, winter 1903, -1 for Turkey, +1 for Michalis in Italy, and +1 for Ruben Sanchez. There's a fleet in Naples. Off comes the fleet in Syria. Makes sense. It's a bad place for a fleet. Although maybe it could have gotten Smyrna back. And army in Berlin. Let's go ahead to spring 1904.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll start in the east this time because I feel like I've been neglecting them in starting these. There's finally some decent movement, and that is that Romania supports Bulgaria into Serbia, while Black supports Khan into Bulgaria behind it. And Smyrna taps Aegean, which was trying to support Bulgaria into Khan, which is an interesting little possible breakdown of the AI, where you see some reinforcement of that as Venice does indeed use the Tyrolean unit to take Trieste instead of coordinating with Bohemia about Munich. So we've got some shifting alliances in the east, which is the time to do it since there's so much chaos in the west. Speaking of, someone finally gets into Burgundy, which I think is the first time this whole game. Ed Sullivan in France finally decides, nope, all but one of my units are going to make the effort to get into Burgundy. English Channel tapping Belgium, Picardy and Marseille supporting Gascony in. And MAO just holds because, well, I guess we're not attacking England now. And England sort of signals that they're on board with that. Yeah, we go down to cover Wales just in case Ed is lying. Always a good idea, Vincent. Well done. But England shifts around in Scandinavia, getting into Skagerrak, pulling Norwegian down to North Sea, as Germany moves his fleets to Bothnia and Baltic to do what? I'm not sure. Tanya?
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine that Ruben thought that this was going to be an EG and those fleets were going to, I don't know, convoy something to Livonia and support something to Livonia. But Vincent decided that why not work with Ed, I guess. So therefore the move into Skag. But listen, with all the alliance shifting I'm seeing so far, I'm not going to rule anything out. I think it's any which way is possible, but I think Ruben has a lot of centers to cover in the fall. So that's going to be a little unfortunate. Katie keeps bouncing herself in Warsaw, which okay.
No longer necessary.
But why? So, interesting enough. Really rough turn for Nicola. That is really unfortunate to be the odd one out there. He obviously wanted the AIR, but McCullis and Katie didn't see the value in that, I guess. And rough. Hopefully he can recover. Who knows?
Well, let's go ahead and see if he does lose all those sensors. It seems quite likely here in the fall of 1904.
Yeah, and we'll start right there where we left off with Nicola. Does not gain back Trieste, does not gain back Serbia, also loses Budapest. Rough year for Nicola. I can only imagine that he was running around trying to negotiate everything he possibly could. It's a rough moment for my predictions as well in this tournament. So thank you, Nicola, very much. Nicola.
It's not often you see a Nicola elimination. I think it's quite a rare sight. I'm shocked.
It really is. I mean, even in Austria, where it feels like and has historically been one of the easiest ones to get eliminated in, Nicola is usually very good at talking himself out of it. And as a strategic player, getting allies on board and working together. But yeah, elsewhere in the East, so yeah, we lose Budapest. Russia follows through with Sev to Rum, holds on to Bulgaria, moving the fleet out into Khan, for Turkey's part, Ben Kelman, and some attempt of moving some fleets between Italy and Austria that doesn't feel entirely coordinated, because Italy tried to go to Albania thinking, I suppose, that it would be open, but it wasn't. And so the remaining fleets, Ionian, Aegean, and Smyrna, don't get to move where they wanted to go. So it's, Michalis is up Trieste this year, always a good thing, but nothing else moves. And I could only think that he would want a better position coming out of this year, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. And meanwhile, in the West, Ed Sullivan takes Belgium by cutting Ruhr, using English Channel and Picardy. Vincent, rightly so, you cover London just in case. You never know what Ed is going to do. And there's not as much movement in Scandinavia as I might have thought, but at the end of the day, Vincent slips into Denmark and just holds where he is otherwise.
Yeah, and it's the EF for now. Whether it continues is to be seen. But good for them. Rough turn for Ruben and rough turn for Nicola. So that's, it's funny when, Germany doesn't do well. It's often that Austria doesn't do well and vice versa at the early stages. So to see this is, it's something. And I imagine Ionian went to Albania to cut support into Trieste, right? So
it's the only answer for it. Yeah.
Yeah. But hey, we have to acknowledge that Turkey does get a build. So
yes, well done, Ben.
Another trend of you don't leave Turkey alive, guys. Just wait it out until they have something better to do.
Every game today we have said this, and we may need a compilation. Zach Moore, get on it. Just cut together all the times we've said that today.
Yep. Let's have a look at the winter here. A very painful year for Sergei. And down he goes, taking off Vienna and Albania as opposed to that fleet in Aegean or anything down there. Thoughts on that?
Well, I don't hate it. Sorry, Tanya, but I don't hate it. That seems like the more chaos move. There's a lot of play for Greece and Aegean to do together. And you know what? If y'all are going to kill me in Vienna, you're going to kill me anyway. There's no sense holding that unit if I'm going to lose it and have it be somewhere useless. So keep the fleet and keep one of the armies and go forward from there.
Yeah, I agree. I think, if Russia and Italy are working together, they're going to take Vienna. And there's nothing you can do about it. So forget it. Try and do something else.
Yep.
And up in the north, we see Fleet Liverpool coming down, It's an interesting choice, given he was attacking Germany just then, right? And fleet
Was he, though?
off the board. I mean, he took Denmark. I suppose it could have been arranged, but he also helped Ed take Belgium. So
He also tried to take Holland. So
Vincent, I don't know you at all, and I already love your play style. This is A+.
I love these French players. I don't want to be bordering these French players. That's all.
Yeah, the French and the Italians, they play very different than us North Americans.
Let's go ahead to spring 1905.
Okay, so the West, again, I'll start here. We'll start with the obvious. It feels like a very arranged bounce that's been happening for a few seasons in Western Mediterranean between McCallus and Ed Sullivan. So we can work right past that, and we're back to the theme of a whole lot of nothing happening around Burgundy, because Burgundy does not get into Ruhr, and Ed cannot then follow it up from Paris. And then we're trying to convoy London to Holland, but North Sea needed to convoy that, not support it, which happens. It wouldn't have gotten in anyway because everything would have been cut, and it kind of neither here nor there. And so who knows if they recognize that and just let it happen, but they could have at least bounced Kiel out of Holland. And then moving into the middle of the board, you've got some German shifts happening. Munich goes to Bohemia, Berlin goes to Munich. All makes perfect sense to me given where the Italian units are. Self-bouncing in Piedmont, which is an interesting choice, but sure. Vienna is left completely untouched, as though Jason Massbaum is sitting in Vienna like the previous game. It's just nobody even sees it anymore. And now Turkey and Russia are working together to kind of like carve out the rest of Nicola's position in Greece. Italy is working to move Aegean around. It retreats to, or it doesn't retreat. It just moves to Eastern Med. So Nicola was like, nope, saw that coming. And otherwise, Russia goes to Prussia.
Yeah. Rough for Nicola, loses his army. This looks like the end. Don't think he gets anything. Don't think he keeps Vienna either. So goodbye, Nicola. Other than that, yeah, the move to Prussia is interesting. Seems like a half. I don't really get it, but I guess it's better than bouncing in wherever. So I'll see what Katie does with it. I have full faith that it'll do something, maybe. Other than that, yeah, EF, maybe. Actually, I don't know. Why did Vincent build in Liverpool? Why did it move to Clyde? Why is Ed worried? Is he not worried? I don't really know. Obviously, the bounce in West is arranged in Piedmont, whatever. But if I'm Katie, I'm probably thinking, hey, McCallus, you want to start maybe moving towards Ed, or what are we doing, right? So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, and I don't want to drag this turn out too long, but it does feel like Ed and McCallus have some sort of agreement here as Italy and France that at least one or two other players on the board have to be frustrated by now, because I can sit here on the broadcast and say you should move against each other, but they have some kind of agreement as to why it's not happening, and they've both been growing and they've both been doing all right. So I can't critique it.
All right, let's move ahead to the fall, see if Nicola survives this phase. No, he doesn't.
Nicola does not survive this phase. He possibly was hoping to be able to rebuild in Vienna and no one would see it, which would have been an amazing comeback, but it did not happen. So now the Italian is helping the German into Vienna. We got some bounces around Serbia, and the Russian unit in Greece takes Bulgaria, with the Italian following up to make sure that Nicola is in fact as dead as they want him to be. But the Austrian supports the Turk into Smyrna. So the Turk is back on all of his home centers. Congratulations, Ben. With somewhere to build in Ankara. So well done, you. Upwards in the north, we see Vincent just slipping into Sweden, which is expected because the German had to protect Berlin while also not walking out of Munich. So had to make a choice of I could lose Sweden to the English or I can lose something else, I guess. And then now we have a successful convoy into Holland. Finally, we've learned that supports and convoys are indeed different things. It took me a long time on the Backstabber interface. I relate to that. And so we have a disbanded German unit from Holland as Clyde just marches north. So that build in Liverpool was completely a feint, or did Ed manage to convince him to do otherwise with it?
Yeah, I know exactly what Ed said to Vincent in this game. He said, Vincent, I got a 77 on my last round. I only need like 55. You can top the board. Just get me the points I need and we're good and we'll both be on the top. And Vincent said, that sounds like a really good deal. And I know Ed did this because he did it to me in the last one and I didn't believe him, but he did it. So that being said, if you're Katie here and you're, you really got to think like, why, who's the enemy? Is it England? Is it Germany? I don't think it's Germany. I think you want to keep Germany possibly alive if you can't take their dots yourself. So why move that army to Prussia? Why have Germany waste 2 units bouncing Berlin when they could be used to protect, walk into Denmark or protect, something like that. So I really am confused why it's just hanging around Prussia. I don't really like it. I think it doesn't help. It doesn't give Germany any breathing room to be able to defend other centers because you're worried about Russia slipping in the back. Maybe that's what Katie wants to do, but I don't know. It's just it just held. So it just seems like an unfortunate situation for Germany that it's just hanging out there. So yeah. Other than that, yeah, rest in peace, Nicola. Good thing he lost. You can't let the virtual world champion win the DBNI like a month after. Like that would be amateur.
Nicola was on my predictions. I'm a little sad about this.
He was on my predictions as well.
I think a lot of us lost a lot of points on this one.
Okay. If we move into Winter 1905 here, we have 2 builds for Vincent. What would you guys put down?
I mean, the chaos in me wants to see another fleet in Liverpool.
I'm sure it's going to be Fleet Liverpool.
Okay, Fleet Liverpool. That's our guess.
Let's have a look. There is no Fleet Liverpool this time around. It's just armies. Before we move ahead, I am going to share Nicola Sahuge's preparation interview. I believe it was very short, but we will see.
I don't know. I will see. I think it's just that the price of cooperation is going up. So you have to be nicer and nicer with your potential allies and propose deals that they cannot refuse.
Well, apparently it had to be too nice that time around, right? Let's do one more real quick. Who do you 2 want to see on this board?
Did we do Ben? Maybe we should do Ben.
We have not done Ben. Let's do Ben. I need someone slightly longer than Nicola so I can fix my light, which is about to fall on my head.
Fair enough.
Well, I have done well in some previous tournaments. I've made a couple of top boards, but I haven't done particularly well in those settings. So I think that I need to keep doing what I've been doing and maybe try to play different powers. I've played Germany in both of the top boards that I've been in so far, so I think I'll be trying to avoid that.
Okay, that was Ben Kelman. I have pressed the wrong button here. There we go. Welcome back to Winter 1905. Let's move ahead to the spring.
Okay, because it's where my eyes were drawn to first. We'll start in the west. We see the same old bounce in Western Mediterranean that is absolutely just arranged forever, I think. They just put in standing orders and are never changing it. But Ed makes some good progress here. He pulls Belgium into the English Channel and Burgundy into Ruhr and Paris to follow it up, which is, I mean, I'd love to see what English Channel is going to do next. It can't do much with the two armies on the English mainland because we have a failed convoy. What did North Sea actually order?
North Sea ordered convoy North Sea to
Convoys
Denmark.
itself to Denmark. Okay.
Oh,
And
backstabber.
this is a thing, and I don't know Vincent very well. I see a lot when people are new to the backstabber interface. You get a lot of these support convoy misorders. So part of this might just be learning, because there's no reason that that wouldn't have gone through had it been ordered correctly, and I don't see why he wouldn't have wanted it. So, you know, we've all learned these lessons. He is pulling Norwegian to Barents, which tells me that he might be looking to pull the St. Petersburg army back and just not make any push more into Russia, give Katie some breathing room by planting a fleet in there, which I think is smart at this point. We have some units tied up that Katie could be using elsewhere. Speaking of, Katie makes, you know, the supported attack on St. Petersburg, which I would expect nothing less at this point. And then down in the southeast, we see Germany and Russia moving away from each other. Vienna and Budapest go to Bohemia and Galicia. Just saying, you know what, we got our dots in Austria. We're completely happy to leave it alone. We're moving elsewhere. But Nicola says, hey, I have something to say about this, and I'm going to go into Serbia, which is going to cause some chaos down there. And I think it's a smart move by Nicola at this point. He's not making any concerted efforts elsewhere. So putting an army in the middle and closer to those Austrian dots at exactly the moment that Ruben and Katie are moving away seems really smart to me, especially because Bulgaria pulled down into Constantinople. And you've got Greece going to the Ionian, which tells me that maybe Michalis is trying to make moves on all fronts. I'm near Austria, I'm near Budapest, I'm near Bulgaria. I'm going to put two fleets, maybe possibly in the future, against that arranged MAO Tyrrhenian Sea Western Med bounce. So I'm curious to see where Michalis is going from here.
It's definitely a little weird, because I would say that very likely, you know, Serbia is in exchange for a support into Khan, right? I mean, that could be pretty clear, but at the same time, is Michalis really going to fight Ed when he just cut Munich, which let Ed into Ruhr, right? What is the long-term game plan here? Because I'm not really seeing it. Why would you cut Munich here? Why did you move back to Ionian? I don't know. I think he can still go either way, but I'm assuming that they probably agreed that Serbia does go to him. I would be shocked if Katie just turned around now, unless a breakdown in negotiation, of course, is always possible. The other fun thing is Prussia is now in Kiel.
I missed that.
Baltic, yeah. So that is Ruben saying, if they're going to take some, you take some, if you can. So, yeah, I guess maybe holding that in Prussia had payoff. I don't know. I don't think you can hold it, but
I love to see it, but
yeah.
All right, let's move ahead to the fall of 1906 here.
Sounds good. And I'm seeing a note from the producers in the background that we're going to go to single person reads each phase. So I'll take this one since I started. I'm going to start with the West, which is a change in that bounce in the Western Med that's been happening forever. And Ed decides to drop into North Africa. English Channel follows up to MAO. Marseille goes to Spain. I can only presume to open it up for a build. There's no other reason for that at this point. And the Italian, for their note, does not push their fleets anywhere. Just self-bounces with, you know, unsuccessful bounce in Gascony, I suppose. And down in the southeast, Katie is dropping into the Black Sea in Armenia, trying to mop up what is left of Ben Kelman. Makes perfect sense to me. Serbia, for its part, which snuck up from Greece, just holds there. There's no reason for it not to. Just take the dot that you have. maybe it was arranged, that McCallus just said, hey, I need this build. And Katie says, cool, I've got stuff happening elsewhere. You can have it. That lovely convoy to Kiel is kicked out and goes to Berlin instead, which, you know, you do what you do. If the Germans going to like convoy you into one of their dots, they're not going to mind if you retreat into another. And the English player has figured out the convoy across the North Sea. Welcome to Backstabber Vincent. There are many complaints about its interface, but it's what I learned on, so it's my favorite. And, you know, drops fleets down or attempts to, tries to go to Baltic, does drop into Skagerrak, and just holds St. Pete with the fleet and Barents. So yeah, you're seeing just a lot of movement, trying to shore up some lines, and Ed trying to get across all of those lines.
Yeah, let's go ahead to the winter here. We've got a +1 for Katie, +1 for Michaelis, and +1 for Ed, and of course Ruben going -1, taking off Army Bohemia, so keeping Fleet Baltic Sea on. Interesting move there. Let's go ahead and bring up Ruben's interview for his preparation. There it is.
So I've got really no plans because I was not sure to be part of this event. It's kind of surprise because I played only two tournaments, and I will say not even full tournaments because for the virtual World Championship I missed the last the last round because I fell asleep. It was too late. So I'm very pleased to have been qualified, and so for me it's just pleasure. I'm looking forward to it, and just pleasure to have good games. But really, for me, no pressure, and it's that's good for me.
All right, that was Ruben Sanchez. Yes, he did also play in the Virtual World Championships. Now, if I've got this correct, yes, I have. This is not the map. This is the current standings at this point. So we've just gone to 1906 in both games. This will have been the standings at the point at which both the games were in 1906. And if we look at these standings, we've still got Brandon in first place, Jason in second, Farron in third. So these are the players who got their spots in the last round. The first player who's playing in this round is Nicola Tully, who is in fourth currently. But obviously that board is a bit of a mess. It's hard to tell what is going to happen. We've got Karthik Konath after that, again, someone who was playing in the last round. Riaz Varani, again, someone who was in the last round. And Russ Dennis, who is just about hanging on there by 4 points. Ed Sullivan coming up quickly behind him. And then, of course, we've got Katie Gray right underneath that. So very, very close, and a lot could be determined here. I'm kind of surprised by how few players in these current games we're seeing on this board, but I guess that's what board tops are important in this system. If we go down to the next few, the 11 to 20 range, we have Seren Quark there at the top, who is just about hanging on still in her game. But she could have a comeback. We've got Christian Brown, who just got very brutally stabbed on that Austria, which has taken him down a fair bit. Someone I want to point out here, Vincent Roulet, who is the player who is topping the board as England right now, is quite a long way down because of that elimination in the first round. So he is going to need a huge result here if he is going to get onto the top board. Right, and then we've got Michalis Kamaritis, who is another player in a similar position on that board. Let's go back to the map. And we are going to stay with this game for the moment and move ahead to spring 1907. Tanya, could you take this one?
Yeah, can do. So I'll start in the East, where Ben continues to see his downfall, loses ink. And, you know, McCullough's waited a bit too long, played a bit too safe to, you know, against France there, and now is potentially paying the price, has to scramble. The fleets are moving in those directions, and as are the armies. Meanwhile, yeah, it's just a lot of movement, it's the IR going up against the EF, and that's what we're seeing with Ruben holding Munich in the middle.
Yep. And then if we move ahead to the fall here,
Yep, love that. Munich continues to hold in the middle. These things are sort of shaping up, but Ed walks back. He decides he doesn't want to he can't break McCullis, so why stagnate the game? He walks it back, potentially asking McCullis to stab Katie at this point, where McCullis is in Bulgaria but does support Black into Khan. Katie picks up the rest of Turkey. That's about all that's notable.
Yep. So if we move ahead to the winter of 1907 here, we've got +1 for Katie, +1 for McCullis once more, and Ben Kelman going out here. Let's have a look at McCullis's preparation interview. If I can find it. There it is.
I think that, to be honest, if you look at the player list in this DBNI, there are pretty much no weak players. Almost everybody is a very, very strong player, and even the ones who, okay, maybe they've not had consistently strong results, they've still had standout performances at one tournament or another that proves that if they're on their game, they're just as capable as winning as anyone. So I kind of look at it like, yeah, maybe I have had quite a few decent results, but I wouldn't put myself as being comfortably above anyone, because any of these players can win and one of them will, and yeah, maybe it will be the number 1 or number 2 seeds, or maybe it won't. And I don't believe Peter McNamara was one of the top seeds last year, but he came in, did an absolutely devastating performance and won fantastically. So anyone can win, and I wouldn't write anyone off. It's just not safe enough to do that.
That was McCullis there. Let me bring back up the map and us. There we go. And move ahead to spring of 1908. I need to reveal the builds first. Army Venice, Army Warsaw, and then spring of 1908. Siobhan, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the theme of this for me is that Munich continues to receive all the love from everyone around it, because no one's going to want to let Munich go to either side. So both sides are willing to let Ruben Sanchez live in Munich probably forever. But we do see some interesting moves from Ed as he pulls up into NAO and MAO, and this EF has been going strong for a while, but what does this spell? And does it change the dynamic of that alliance in the West? I'll be really interested to see if Ed has any plans to do it. And meanwhile, Vincent finally does the shift of putting the fleet into St. Petersburg, like I tried to call out a year or two ago. He finally has the space to do it. McCullis in Italy, for his part, just a lot of support. And Katie shifts some stuff around in the Turkish mainland, but not toward anyone and not with any malice toward none, just probably trying to get armies closer to where she wants them, I guess. But it depends on what now Fleet Smyrna is going to do in the fall.
Yep. And something important to note that I've been reminded of by the producers here, when we had a look at those standings, right, none of these players were in the top 7 as it stood. Even the players who are topping the board right now need something to change if they're going to get onto that top board. Someone has to stab somewhere. So at this point, it's waiting to see if those alliances are going to hold fast enough to just give up any spot on the top board, whether someone is going to let their ally get to the top board or whether someone is going to take that stab opportunity. Let's go ahead and move to the fall.
Okay, yet again, Munich is the love child on this board. No one's going to give up that spot in the middle of the board because that's so often part of the stalemate line. And if Ruben is happy to just sit there and let everyone support him, and why wouldn't you? Ed's moved to North Atlantic and Mid-Atlantic, just trying to walk him right back. Not happening. Vincent responds as expected, covers Liverpool. Norway goes to Edinburgh, but without a convoy. North instead decides to support Holland, which I understand a little bit. It probably was a debate between support Holland or convoy Norway back, and the choice was to support Holland. And Ed has proven himself. He's like, hey, no, I'm just here now. I promise I'm not going to do anything. You can hang out in Liverpool. I have nothing else against you. But you do see Katie moves to Eastern Med. I don't know that it means anything at this point, but does pull Armenia up to Sevastopol, which is just only going to serve to shore up the stalemate line when we lose. Well, or could just walk on over to Vienna eventually. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Right, let's take a look at the winter here. Oh, there's no winter because nothing changed. We're just going straight into the spring. Before we go there, Siobhan and Tanya, who do you think on this board should step, and who do you think should stay with their alliance?
Like, this game feels like it should be drawing. It doesn't feel like it makes sense for anyone to stab, but I know that being the last game and the last round of the DBNI, it's not going to draw. I was almost half expecting some kind of Zach montage once again, where he comes in and forwards through the next 10 game years or something. But really, I don't know. Maybe Katie should do it. Hard to say. It's a game of chicken, right? You don't want to be the first, but once the other side does it, you'll do it. And in this kind of situation, I would just be like, let's just draw, because I wouldn't want to make the first move.
I absolutely agree. And I feel like 90% of the negotiation between Ed Sullivan and Katie Gray at this point must be just like, no, you stab first. No, you stab first. No, you stab first. Because it feels like it has to be one of them if it's going to be anyone.
Definitely. And I think Ed's move to North Atlantic was sort of a, look, I'm stabbing. And I don't think it was. And I don't think it tricked the IR either. So.
Yep. But of course, someone has to stab, or no one makes the top board from here, or someone has to beat donated centers. Even I could see that happening sometimes, right? Sometimes you have an ally. You know, your position is just like, if we stay like this, neither of us is going to make it. Maybe I just give it up to someone I like the most. But you got to be thinking, I really want that place myself.
Yeah, and I do believe that Katie's top position here did put her in the top 7 without resolution from the other board, granted. But would she be looking for a stronger top board result than...
She is in the top 7.
Oh, she is. Okay.
That is a good point. Yeah, I did not realize that.
Is that top board at 9 enough for her to feel secure in this moment to draw the board as it is? But Ed Sullivan is sitting there in 9th, maybe hoping for more himself, and it's that game of chicken you were talking about.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, before we move on, I'm going to play a few, all of the remaining clips from the players on this board. So I will say goodbye to our commentators for a couple minutes in case you want a break of any sorts. And here we go with Ed Sullivan.
What was that commercial when 4 out of 5 dentists agree? It must be right. They got it wrong last year. Look, I burned a ton of credibility to get to where I went last year in DBNI, and I've spent this year purposefully, methodically trying to retool my player image to the one that I think is more appropriate for me, not to be someone DBN wants, but to be basically within myself. And so I know what I've done, and my results essentially have been strong because I've been a strong player in alliances, and I'll continue that. That's what works for me, and if it doesn't come through at the end, that's fine too.
Yeah, and that's been very true to what we've seen. I think DBN was quite disappointed to see that 11-11-11 yesterday. We are going to see whether that pays off for him today. And for the other participants, they're all on that bubble, except for Seren, who is a bit below it right now. Let's have a look at Katie Gray.
I think watching DBN is really helpful. I think for the most part, the commentators do a really good job of giving a strategic overview of the board. And that's really helpful for me to see the board from different perspectives, which I think is one of the most important things about diplomacy is trying to figure out what other people are looking for, how you can help them get it, how you can use that to your advantage. And especially in virtual where you're time limited, I think that that's something that I've really been trying to work on. Trying to always communicate with people and work together or against, but basically to figure out what other people want, how they're trying to get there, and then sort of go from there with your diplomacy and your strategy.
Okay, and finally we have the English player, Vincent Roulet. Let me see if I can find it. There we go.
So being new, I think both as advantage. It depends very much of who I have in front. If it's someone like, oh, he's a new guy, we probably won't want to kill him. Let's see what he's made of. I don't have a reputation, just played a couple games, so I am a little bit the element of surprise or the unknown. So if people don't like the unknown, they want to eliminate me. If players are curious, they'll be like, well, let's try to play with this new guy. Let's see what can be done. And I'm very much of I won't say alliance. I'll try not to. I like long-term relationships, which in the French hobby, sadly, because the games are short, it's kind of a sprint. So you have to be very opportunistic, and it's not my favorite way of playing. I get used to it, but I much prefer, I would say, the long one, the way it's played in the US. So advantage or disadvantage depends who is in front of me. And the strategy, just having fun and have a smile on your face and make sure you don't get hit too strongly at the beginning. If I survive the three first years, I'll have a good chance.
And he has indeed managed to survive the 3 first years. Let's go back to the map and bring back our commentators. Hi, Siobhan. Hi, Tanya. Let's move ahead here to the spring of 1909. Who did the last one?
I believe it's Tanya's turn this time.
All right, Tanya, can you take the...
Can do, and we do see some switching of centers, and Ed decides this is not where my DBN career is ending, DBN career is ending, and takes Holland. At the same time, Michalis convoys himself into Greece. They bounce in Romania. Seems like the only center switch is Holland. However, Ed will pick up Liverpool next turn. So now Katie is looking at potentially losing that top board spot and will be desperate to get her own centers, I think.
Yep. Let's move ahead to the fall here. Siobhan, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, absolutely. So on the back of Ed making a shift in that alliance, was guaranteed to take Liverpool, but chose not to, pulling Irish-backed MAO for reasons? Question mark. Does manage to keep Holland despite all of it. There was not much that Vincent could do as long as Ed wasn't actively leading it, which he kind of tried to do. There's a lot of confusing arrows around Kiel and Berlin, possibly trying to shift back to, no, Vincent, I was just walking through. I really wanted to take a dot from Katie, support me into Berlin, but Russia's also supporting Silesia into Berlin, and kind of a beleaguered garrison. Munich loses all the love that it's been having previously, but Ed is putting himself in a position to make a play for Munich if anyone else wants to get on board for that, but I'm not sure he'll find someone to do it. Katie is not moving to take much from her ally in Michalis, but Michalis is putting himself in a position to defend, if not outright take stuff from Katie. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, yep. And if we look at it here, it looks like the only changes are going to be +1 for Ed Sullivan. I thought there was a -1 for Vincent, but maybe he had something forced. So you've got one build here. You got one build here as Ed. What do you do that's not waving?
Well, he's not actually fighting England, right? So I guess, I don't know, something in Marseille, fleet or something. I don't know.
I think it has to be Fleet Marseille. There are 3 Italian fleets down there that will eventually decide to move. And he's got to have some guarantee against that, right?
Well, he's gonna want Italy to attack Russia, right? And until that happens, like, what do you really do? If he attacks if Ed attacks Italy at this point, I think Katie benefits.
That's fair.
That's my take. Yeah.
So if it's Marseille, it's Army Marseille.
Well, let's have a look. Fleet
Yeah,
Brest.
I was gonna say Fleet Brest might be likely, but
Yeah, fair
it
enough.
really is meaningless in the end.
Let's see what happens in spring 1910. Tanya, can you take this one?
Yeah, so bounce in West Med. Brest goes to English Channel, but I don't think it does anything there. Nothing else really moves. Katie does get into Rum, but McCallus has decided that stabbing Katie is not it at this moment. So, yep, that's it.
Yep. And if we move ahead to the fall, Siobhan.
A lot of movement in the West. Ed sneaks into London, sneaks into Liverpool, gets himself into Marseille against the Italian, following up to Spain's south coast. The Italian does take Lyon, Western Med, and North Africa in the meantime, which is an important place to be with your fleets. But I have to wonder about Vincent's thoughts in this moment, vacating Liverpool, leaving London open. Though Vincent does manage to get into the English Channel despite all of that, which is an interesting kind of turn of events. Brest would have been undefendable, except that Ed is getting builds. Munich is once again a love child of everyone but Ed. So Berlin, Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia all support it to stay there. And Italy and Russia still seem copacetic and are just marching on their own good way.
Yeah, I mean, unless Vincent is throwing the game to Ed, this should blow it open. So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it feels less like sneaking in than just a, here, ally, I'm giving this to you.
Well, let's see if it continues. We have winter 1910, Vincent disbanding 2, Ed building 2, McCallus disbanding 1, and Katie building 1. That was due to Bulgaria here, right? Serbia comes off the board for McCallus, leaving his backline wide open here, and Wales and Yorkshire for Vincent, which is pretty much saying I'm giving this to Ed, right?
Yeah, I mean, McCallus is giving it to Katie, and Vincent is giving it to Ed, and this is just...
This is 2 allies giving away their centers to the people they've been working with, saying, hey, it's not going to be me, it might as well be you. Race for it.
Someone should ban DBNI.
Let's have a look at spring 1911. Siobhan, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, I mean, as expected, Katie is racing for dots as quickly as she can get them, pulls Bulgaria into Serbia. Smyrna goes to Aegean so it can pick up Greece in the fall, probably also picking up Trieste if my money's on anything good. Ed will pick up Edinburgh. Vincent, with remaining units, is supporting Ed into MAO, making sure the Italian can't get in there or even slow down that Brest fleet. Ed does lose Spain for the time being, which is not terribly surprising given where the units are. And, Ruben lives on in Munich.
And in Vienna.
It reminds me of
Ruben. In Vienna. I keep forgetting about Vienna.
Ruben said, in his video that he just really wants to have some fun games and some fun diplomacy. And between tonight and last night, he's had anything but. So my heart's out to you, Ruben.
It's very possible he survives both games, though, which is kind of incredible. Let's move to the fall of 1911. Tanya.
Yep, so more dots. Katie does take Trieste, does not take Serbia. Can't kill McCallus super fast or he's going to get angry. But McCallus walks out of Spain, which sucks for Katie. Maybe should have just killed McCallus. So yeah. Oh well, you show some grace and it doesn't work out. Look at that. But yeah, that's more or less it. It's the allies are working together. Ed is going to take every single dot Vincent is willing to offer, but McCallus is not going to do the same thing for Katie. Maybe. I just don't know why you walk out of Spain here. I think he can hold it, so why did he do it? I'm not sure. So, yeah.
Well, and it's the benefit of hindsight. And I know I'm supposed to be letting you have this turn to yourself, Tanya, but it's just like literally walked out of Spain so that Ed could walk into it unsupported, and pulls back to Trenian C, which just feels like buyer's remorse on the I'm throwing this to my ally, but oh wait, not that quickly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's odd because at this point he's kind of already thrown as much, like, you can't stop this Russian advance. You can just stop them board topping. Once you start throwing like this, why not just let it happen, right?
I mean, I always want to see more pushes for solos, and if anyone has a chance for a solo here, it's Katie.
It's a little weird too because Tyrolia just held, right? So I really don't know what was going through his head when he pulled out of Spain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe they found a way to game the points so that both Katie and Ed can make it. So. Okay.
Oh, I'm seeing the comment. Ed said it would be enough to draw. Spoiler.
Yeah.
Okay. So the moving out of
drama.
Spain, it should have been enough to draw here, according to Ed. One off in Tyrolia, one on in Sevastopol, and there is no draw here. Ed is moving into Norway. So, Siobhan, do you want to take this?
So yeah, Ed takes Norway. I don't fault him at all for leaving Eddie open at this point. You want to keep someone who is helping you around as long as you can. Edinburgh will always be there to pick up a dot at the end of the game if you want it. I would love to call out the amazing convoy to Tuscany, Albania to Tuscany, putting Katie's Russian unit not only on the Italian peninsula, but as far away from Russia originally as it could possibly be. Well done by McCallus and Katie for arranging that. Katie, for her part, is leaving the Italian dots alone for the time being. Again, just like Edinburgh, Serbia and Greece will be there later. Rome and Naples and Venice, they'll be there later. You know, she doesn't have to worry about them. She's got someone who is helping her without question, and they are the alliance that is making movement on this board right now.
Yeah, imagine this being a 17-17 draw. I would actually just, I would leave.
Right? Both Tanya and I are walking off screen. It's only you, Marcus.
I would never comment on an Ed Sullivan game ever again if this ends in a 17-17.
Right. Let's move ahead to the fall. Tanya.
Yeah, so Serbia falls. I did want to say last time a foreign power convoyed me into Tuscany. I think I soloed, but it was So same kind of thing. Oh no, Vincent said, "No way, this ends right now." Maybe
she did.
Let's Katie into St. Petersburg. She gets it back. This is exciting. Lots of holds otherwise. English Channel did hold mid-Atlantic Ocean, so despite the fact that he walks out of St. Petersburg, he does still support mid-Atlantic to hold. So, I mean, it's looking like I think Katie's still on top, and now she goes St. Petersburg and Serbia, so I think it's pretty... Ed's going to have to really, really beg if he wants any more.
Yeah. Sorry, Siobhan, did you want to say something there? Or?
Oh no, I'm so proud of this, and if Katie does not go for a solo on this, you don't even need Munich. Like usually you need Munich to do it. This is a case where you don't, and I love it.
You know, she's gotten these centers from McCallus who's allowed her to take them. I don't think she'll solo because I don't think she'll punish him like that. I think this is a very, I just want what I want to get on the top board and I'm good to draw.
We shall see.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. We've got Winter here, +2 for Katie, -2 for Vincent up there, +1 for Ed, -1 for McCallus. Right. I am being told that it's somewhat important that in the standings, ties are broken by seed order. Might be a slight spoiler for future. So let's have a quick look at those standings right now before we move into the next phase. Obviously, this isn't current with the other game because we haven't looked through that. But taking into account what we've seen from this game right now, it would put Katie in first place, and it would put Ed in just in that top 7, although he is apparently a lower seed than Karthik, so he would be underneath Karthik in this case, not on top of. So a lot would depend on how that other board went from this position. Yeah, so I'm going to, have I covered, give me a second, I'm going to get the map back up first. There we go. I believe we've covered all of the player interviews here. Yeah, I think we're going to drop Siobhan for a moment. So see you in a second, Siobhan. And then we are going to have a look at this spring 1913. Oh, well.
We are not going to be doing that. Yeah, I mean that's what Katie just wanted that, right? And Ed wanted a chance to be there, and he's gotten that chance. And we don't actually know when these games ended. This could have been the last game, right? Or is it not? Do we know that? Do we have that information?
I do have information. I think the other game goes longer.
Okay.
So
Ed's taking a bit of a gamble, maybe, but being 6th with only 1 game left, it's a gamble you can probably take and math out in some way, I think.
Yeah, it's certainly going to have him on his toes for the rest of the evening. Who are watching what happens with that other game, knowing that he's right on the bubble there. But yeah, do you think this was where the game should have ended? Do you think anyone should have pushed a bit harder?
No, I think this is where it ends for sure. I mean, really, the only reason it even got to this stage is because of how unnatural a lot of DBNI play is, right? Being a 28-player invitational. So this is not a usual conclusion of a board, because usually if a Russia stabs in Italy by taking their dots, Italy responds accordingly, right? So, I mean, this is all just give me the dots I need to get on the top board, and the allies saying, yeah, go. That's it. So it really should have ended in like 1907, this game. But this is what we get for top board player.
Yep. And let's just bring you back to those standings, given that last time I showed them, I did not know that was how it ended. So these are the standings with the results of those games. Again, the other game we have only shown up to 1906, so those are the results that we've got. The important one there is that Nicola Tully is provisional here, and a few of the lower down players are also provisional. So Ed Sullivan hanging on in 7th with Tully there, 6th if you do not count him. Certainly going to be a close run thing as we flip back over to that board.
I'm loving the look of the top board so far. It's going to be a fantastic game.
All right, I'm going to welcome Siobhan back. Welcome. You just missed the end of the other game, which put Ed Sullivan in 7th place with Taye counted, and Katie Gray in 1st over the entire tournament. So
good for Katie. Love to see it.
Yeah. Now we are going to see how this mad, insane board plays out.
I was missing this board the entire time.
I know, right? No offense to the other board, but this has just been chaos, and we love it.
I think for the moment we're going to go back to the commentary where we do have one person covering the moves and then the other person doing the color for a little bit at least. Also, I've been asked to say Ed knocked Riaz off the top board with that. And that's important because you know that 11-11-11 draw the other day? You know we were saying it was going to be a mistake for someone. it was one of those 11-11-11 players
no.
knocked the other player out of contention.
Absolutely. And this board can make it a mistake for all three of them, right? So we'll see how this plays out.
Yep. Let's go ahead and move to winter 1906. I thought we were already there. Here we see Army Venice, Fleet Naples, Army Marseille build from Seren. It was getting back into this game with 3 units now. Fleet, Liverpool, and then Army St. Petersburg coming off Army Cilicia, and Army Smyrna coming off painful turn for Christian Brown there. So let's move ahead to spring 1907. Siobhan, do you want to cover the moves?
Sure. Okay. So much chaos. Seren makes it into Burgundy with supports both from her unit in Munich, which was cut, but didn't matter because also got support from Gascony, which wasn't even needed because the German units didn't even bother to bounce it, actually attempted to support Munich to Burgundy. I don't know why Seren would take that in a moment like this. Paris supports Marseille to Gas. So, I mean, Nicola is trying to support Seren anywhere but near his units is what it seems to be at this moment, which is kind of a desperation move, and I get it. But you also see that the English units are trying to support Marseille into Gascony, so Seren's units are the ones in demand right now in the West. We see an attempt to support into Mao, but because MAO doesn't get into NAO, it doesn't happen. Up in the northeast, we do see the Russian fleet disbanded in Bothnia, which is good for Nicola. West Ketchum, however, slips back into St. Petersburg amidst the mayhem. So hopefully, and I don't see why he wouldn't, he'll hold on to that. There's nothing that can take it from him unless he walks out. And then moving to the southeast, we see Romania goes into Serbia, but Sevastopol takes Romania. So that's kind of a trade for trade, probably arranged. Tyrolia goes to Vienna, but we lose Tyrolia. And the Italian goes to the Ionian.
Yeah, I think we finally got some kind of EG versus RI, right? Wintergreen versus
RIF?
With some France sprinkled in there, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Let's go to fall 1907 then. Here are the moves for that. Looks a bit less chaotic than before.
Yeah, so we're finally settling into something that feels a little bit more like a normal game of diplomacy. And so Burgundy takes Paris back. Seren is slowly trying to claw her homeland back to her own control, which I respect. Does lose Munich for all the effort because, well, there was nothing to be done about that, especially if the Italian wasn't on board for supporting it, which it appears they were not. But, I'd always rather have my homeland back than be sitting like a lame duck in Munich. So I don't blame her for that choice at all. Still a strong relationship with the Italian. You love to see it. You got some bounces down in the southeast. Serbia and Bulgaria supported attacks bouncing against each other. A bounce in Greece. A bounce between Khan and Ang who go to each other. And nothing else happening except Wes keeps St. Petersburg. So welcome back to having all of Russia again, Wes.
So so the Russian army in Romania is supporting the Austrian army in Serbia into Bulgaria. So
Yes.
maybe I take back what I said about that wintergreen. I don't really know what's happening, or why they would do it, or why they thought this was the most efficient thing to do anything. So I take it back, but good for Nicola gets Munich back, loses St. Petersburg, loses Paris, so we'll be going down one, I think. But not the worst position if he's got England on his side. So
yeah, the South is just, this is what's been happening all game, right? These players are flipping back and forwards constantly, just not letting anyone else get the upper hand. I'm going to work in an IR for a turn and then flip back to AR. Then, next turn maybe it will be AI. And, maybe by the end of the game, Turkey's just going to have won. We'll see what happens. Okay. Winter 1907. Fleet Keel comes off the board. We have +2 for West Ketchum there. Very nice turn for him. Fleet Sevastopol coming down. Trying to, well, Evan's going to have some interesting guesswork here. Does he try and cover Black Sea, or does he make sure that Ankara can't get into Constantinople? And Seren getting that rebuild from the unit that she blew up in Munich, still on 3 supply centers, but now 2 of them are homes. Let's move ahead to spring 1908.
Okay, so I will start in the west again, where it seems fairly straightforward. Seren, again, just trying to kick the Germans out of her homeland, gets back into Burgundy. The Italians seem pretty okay with this, just offering some supports, nothing else more, not getting in the middle of that fight. You know, EG seems to be trying to support each other a little bit, Brest and Picardy, but isn't much else they can do for each other. And so I wonder how long that alliance will last, because there's only so far as I won't get in your way will happen. But Christian Brown, and so the theme of last year was West gets back all of Russia. The theme of this year seems to be that Christian's getting back all of Austria, so good for you. But loses Serbia in the effort to the Italian. And it just a bunch of shifting, and Christian Brown sneaks into the Ionian. Because why wouldn't we be sneaking in anywhere? And Evan made his choice and went to Black Sea and lost Khan for the effort.
Yep, it continues. I love the move to the Ionian. I think that's fun. It leaves, it's spring, so there's a free center somewhere. So good for Christian.
Yeah.
Would love to see some kind of Austrian comeback.
Right, yep. Let's move ahead to the fall here.
Yeah, speaking of the Austrian comeback, not only do they just walk right into Naples because that was the guaranteed choice, they also kick the Italian out of Serbia because why not? So, I mean, Christian is making a definite comeback here. Evan, for his part, does not manage to survive the year. So well played, Evan, in the midst of all of this chaos and changing alliances. But it seems like so long and thanks for all the fish. You had to make a choice as to whether to go to Khan or Ankara, and you made your choice, and you lost the coin flip this time. Elsewhere, we see some bounces. A self-bounce in Prussia, fine. A bounce in Norway, I suppose agreed upon so that no one else would take it and gain an upper hand. But not much more movement from Seren. I've been seeing great movement from her in turns past, but this was not the one. What did Burgundy support? Picardy to Paris.
Supported. Let me get this up. Picardy to Paris. Yep.
Oh, which is an interesting choice since she's in Paris. But I'll let Tanya
maybe he just
cover the rest
wants
of
to
that.
screw up her efficiency stats, so she's not seen as much of a threat.
I would not be
The
shocked.
metagame.
Yeah.
Right. Tanya, anything you have to add there?
Not really. It's looking good for Germany. He's got a lot of breathing room, so something to consider now that West has moved his unit south.
Okay, we have a quick question in the comments saying what scoring system is being used for this tournament. It is, in fact, Open Tribute, which is a variant of the standard tribute system. Not going to go into details on it, but really you want to be that board top. It's a huge advantage to be board topping over someone who has fewer centers because you get tribute paid from all the other players. Let's move ahead to winter. We've got a +2 for Christian Brown and a -3 for Johnny Gillam in Italy. Wow.
Superb year for Christian. I cannot emphasize this enough. I mean, the +2 with only one place to build, I don't even hate that if I'm Christian in this moment. Like having a build in pocket with places to move and someone to push back, which is Johnny, who just lost 3. It's not a bad place to be.
This is why, if you're in Italy in the mid-Atlantic Ocean, you take Portugal, you take the dots you can take. Everyone, please, if you're watching the stream, stop letting France survive in Portugal?
No, no, no. Everyone knows the Italians have an allergy to Portuguese food. They just can't go there.
Yup. What do you take off as Johnny here?
Mid-Atlantic and Spain, I don't know. This is going to be the great French comeback. I'm calling it now.
Gascony, Mid-Atlantic, and Spain? Well, no, North Africa.
Right.
Instead of Spain? Oh, I don't know.
Let's go ahead and have a look. Mid-Atlantic, North Africa, and Tyrolia. So keeping Gascony and Spain, not giving up that one supply center he has there. Also, he has the option of trying to force Marseille from this position, but not Portugal anymore.
I mean, can force Marseille from this. Well,
Would need another unit, right?
Yeah, he can't force it, but
yeah. So let's move ahead to the next phase.
Okay, so you see movement from Seren again. Paris pulls up to Picardy. Burgundy is displaced and has to retreat to Paris behind it. But the mover in the west is really the English player, Robert. NAO goes to Norwegian, Irish goes to NAO, Wales to London, English to the north, Brest to the English, which is just really indicative of if a player next to you changes dramatically, you suddenly have much more room to move, which Robert suddenly does without Johnny breathing down his back. So you see that happening. Elsewhere, you get another bounce in Norway. We'll see if the English player coming back to Norwegian and North changes the dynamic between the German and the Russian over there. But then I move down to the east and, you know, Christian keeps moving, moves Naples up to Rome, which makes sense to me. But Johnny, quite smartly, convoys Greece back to backfill Naples. So well done there, Christian. You know, Greece is not something you're going to hold in the long term. You can see that Bulgaria already tried to support Serbia down into it. The Austrian is moving to move into there. So I guess this AR with a G who's complicit in it is taking power now?
Yeah, that's maybe it. Khan does go to Smyrna, but I imagine that's going to be some kind of Russia gets all of Turkey, Serbia will go down to Greece, and we will sort ourselves out with the Romania walk back to Ukraine. I imagine. Don't really know what England is doing, whether it'll be attacking Germany once again or whether it'll be going for Russia. But I don't want to see those fleet moves if I'm Germany.
Yeah, we're going to see some interesting dynamics over here, right? Because Italy can now take Marseille now that Burgundy has gone to Paris, as long as the German doesn't bounce them out. But also, nice for Seren has another free build from Brest.
It's going to be great.
Or not.
Has a free build from Brest if you don't lose Paris, because Johnny supports Germany into Paris. I mean, Seren wasn't even planning to take Brest, which tells me that Seren and Robert probably had some sort of like, hey, we'll leave each other a little bit alone for a while, but when you have a retreat, where else are you going to go but your original home center? But loses Paris, and Johnny goes to Marseille, but Seren goes to Spain, so that's not the worst thing in the world. The English march north for the most part, except for English Channel to MAO. So what's going to happen to Portugal next year? Are we going to see him in Western Mediterranean, NAF? I don't know. Meanwhile, in the Italian peninsula, Christian, who was making such great progress, gets booted out of Rome and retreats to Tuscany, I believe, if I'm seeing that correctly. So doesn't keep anything in the Italian homeland, but does take Greece from them with the help of West Ketchum in Russia.
And I do believe they have a build-in pocket as well. So in a way, there was an extra there. I could be wrong.
So we'll be up 2 again because the build-in pocket plus Greece. Oh no,
but also lost Smyrna, right? And Naples.
Yeah, okay. This might be even from the whole.
Ah, yes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, look, this is why Robert should have, I don't think he should have moved all the fleets this way. Clearly, it's kind of spooked Nicola here. He's moving back to Denmark and covering Holland and Kiel just because he thought that England was going after him, when it's quite clear, I think, that England's going after West. So you gotta consider how you want to navigate that, but we'll see what happens.
And something I missed in all the chaos, and thank you to Malarkey for pointing it out, is that Germany managed to take Venice during all the chaos.
Right.
Yep. Germany goes plus Venice plus Paris here, so 2 builds, right?
Welcome back, Nicola.
Yeah.
This I think I saw earlier. I don't think I can find the comment now, but I think Brian Preble said that this graph over here looks like the next Six Flags ride. It'd be an interesting one.
Oh my goodness.
And should be pointed out as well, this is, I think, Wes's 3rd +2 in a row, which is kind of incredible. Look how fast this Russian line has gone up. It's just amazing.
Yeah. Extraordinary.
So we've got another fleet, Sevastopol and Army St. Petersburg, and double army from Nicola. So he's not going full anti-England here, right?
No, and I didn't think he was. I just thought that, what a waste of units to have to cover all 4 dots, right? It just feels like the tempo just isn't there. So, I mean, he still did well. Don't get me wrong. He did fantastic. So,
yeah.
And it's just that pulling back those English fleets meant he couldn't hold Brest, meaning he has to disband now, right? What's the real point? I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, I never know what to expect from this game, so I don't want to make any predictions.
I do wonder if he was expecting Seren not to take Brest as part of an agreement or something, because she did just support hold Paris here, right? The only way that Germany was taking that was with Italian support. So it may have been an unexpected result, but still a painful one. And now England is down to just 4. All right, spring 1910.
Okay, I'm going to start in the east where we have the most movement, which not a ton changes hands. Mostly it's covering stuff of their own or moving for position, except Greece does sneak into Bulgaria. And just with the movement of everything else arranged, maybe? Question mark, given Wes's recent atmospheric growth in the last couple of years. Wouldn't be the worst thing for West to do if the AR is the thing that's happening right now. And then we move a little westwards. The German just holds in Venice. It's a lovely time to be in the spring. I highly recommend, if you ever get a chance to go, you do it. And Nicola is taking my advice here. The Italians move in to take it back, though, because why wouldn't you? There's nothing to support Germany holding there unless the Austrian army in Trieste wants to do it in the fall. And moving into Western Mediterranean, which I think is smart on the part of the Italian, given the I don't know what relationship is happening between the Italian and the France right now. And then up a little northward, we see Seren going to Gascony, which I understand, want to make a play on Marseille. Picardy has nothing to do for itself and retreats to Burgundy. So Marseille is more important than Brest, I suppose, in this moment to Seren. And then Scandinavia, England is moving to Finland, probably for a play on St. Pete, I would guess, especially given the German move to Baltic to cut Livonia, I would predict.
Yeah, all I've got to say is I think this turn is AIR versus EG.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
We finally have a stable alliance structure.
Is it going to stay? Probably not.
Yep. Let's go. Actually, something that I want to do here. very quickly. We've got Brian Preble saying this game would confuse the metabots. And in case you're missing the reference there, I will take a very quick moment to plug my own YouTube channel on your YouTube channel. I'm sorry about this. I run a YouTube channel called Diplostrats. You can find full commentaries on very, very long commentaries about these meta AIs that have been taking over the world of diplomacy over there. But don't go there just yet, because we've got probably the most interesting game of diplomacy I've ever seen happening right here, right now. Let's move on to Fall 1910.
Yeah, so again, the EG takes St. Petersburg, but wasn't really necessary because St. Petersburg just walked away. West said, hey, you know what? If y'all are going to work together, Livonia shouldn't even bother to support St. Pete. I will move elsewhere. I'll pull it into Prussia. St. Pete will follow into Livonia. Y'all have that one. It's, they put a fleet in there, so it's the best case for West if he's going to lose a dot. And the AIR, Italy does indeed manage to kick Germany out of Venice. We've got an Austrian fleet in the Tyrrhenian Sea. Clearly, the natural place for it, where it belongs. And Seren does manage to take Marseille back, but does, as predicted, lose Brest.
Yep, still looks like AIR versus EG, with Seren somewhere in the middle, with Germany taking her dots and England supporting her dots. So
here's my question about AIR, though. If you really are an heir, why is Tuscany going to Tyrrhenian Sea? Well, okay, you had to leave Lyon open for the retreat from Marseille. That makes sense. Never mind. I talked myself out of that as soon as I said it.
Something interesting here. We're going to see a Bulgaria lost for the Russian and St. Petersburg lost for the Russian. So if we go forward into winter, West Ketchum works in twos. You're out here gaining one supply center, losing one supply center. West doesn't work that way. It's only doubles. That's how it goes.
Even numbers all the time. Nothing odd in West's game.
But that's, again, it's painful to disband two. Which two do you take off as Russia?
There is no good answer here, because either you trust the air that has been built over the last few turns and disband stuff in the south and leave yourself completely vulnerable to Christian Brown, or you disband stuff in the north and give EG a strong chance to come back, right?
So the answer is you disband one of each. One southern, one northern.
So you think like Prussia and Black?
Yeah, or Ionian.
Yeah. Oh, Ionian. I forgot about that one. Yeah. They don't need Ionian. Ionian should go for sure. And Livonia?
Let's see it. Let's see it, Marcus.
Let's see it. Yep. Ionian Black Sea.
Yeah.
Two fleets off the board, and it leaves Turkey pretty open for the taking if Austria wants to go in. We'll see. I think Peter McNamara has a different opinion on what should have been disbanded here.
Well, I will say I love to see an Austrian fleet build anytime it makes sense. And this is one of the times where if the alliance is talking and Wes is saying, hey, I'm going to have disbands here, I'm going to pull my fleet, the Austrian can say, you know what, I can replace it. We don't need it immediately, but it can have time to get out so it doesn't hurt the alliance.
Yep. All right, let's move ahead to spring 1911.
Okay, we've got a confusing move eastward by both Austria and Italy. Lyon and Western Med go to Tyrrhenian Sea and Tunis respectively. Tyrrhenian Sea just backs into the Ionian. We do see the fleet move out to the Austrian, which is, you have to do it if you build a fleet. The only reason to do that is to take Turkey away from the Russian eventually. So I would expect to see Ionian to Eastern Med, Tunis to Ionian, or one of them to Ionian, and follow up and just start dotting all of that away from West Ketchum, who is losing ground in the north to the German. As Prussia goes away, you know, you see the support into Bohemia, but you knew that wasn't going to work. But you see the English player push back up into English Channel, but also go to Irish Sea and Norway to Skagerrak. It's interesting because West could have taken St. Pete back in this turn, and I know it's benefit of hindsight, but I'm missing something here. There's a lot of shifting.
It's very confusing. I don't think Austria is going to dot West at this point. I do think maybe moving it to Ionia to convoy Albania onto Italy or something like that is more likely than the other way around, or holding an Ionian, because now with Adriatic, Christian can hold Ionian. Italy only has 2 fleets. So there's probably an understanding there that England was going to move away, and England can't do anything anyway. And since England can't do anything, Italy's moving back. And so, all of those shenanigans. I don't think AR falls quite yet, though. As opposed to EG, it's, yeah, I guess they're fighting. I guess I see opportunities for Seren to walk into Brest or something like that and build in Marseille. I don't know, just a thought.
I mean, so on the reverse that we've been talking about all day, Tanya, which is, if you're going to kill Turkey, kill Turkey. Don't leave them on 2. This feels like the Western version of that. If you're going to kill France, because everyone seems to have forgotten about Seren. And she's just sitting there like, nope, I'm just putting in my support orders. I'm good to go. You don't need to worry about me.
All enemy units next to Seren just walked away from Seren.
Everyone went away. Literally every single one. And we'll see.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens in the fall.
And Seren moves. Seren walks into Brest, has nothing to worry about from Italy right now, so can move Marseille, goes into MAO. No one's touching Iberia right now. It's a beautiful moment for Seren, because Germany just keeps moving the other direction. So does England. So does Italy. It pays to be patient in this game sometimes. I mean, sometimes patience is a very frustrating quality in this game because you just sit around in a game and get nowhere, but this is why it can pay off. And elsewhere, oh, interesting. So whatever A and I may have talked about with their moves and whatnot, Ionian just walks into Naples. Trieste is supported into Venice. And so, sorry, Johnny, it's kind of a rough turn there, losing 2 from your homeland. And Christian puts another one in convoyable proxy with Albania. This is the kind of Austria I love to watch, where it's like up, down, up, down, up, down. Oh, now I'm in a good position. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And West, for his part in the north, kicks the German out of Prussia, disbands the unit, and we see Barents pulling back to Norway. So yet another turn that West could have walked into St. Pete, but chose not to.
This is nuts because, the game started off with Seren getting ganged up on, losing all her home centers, being on 2 in Portugal and Spain, and now she walks into Brest and no one is going to do a thing about it. She's going to get Paris next turn. She's going to be at 5. Like, it's absolutely insane. And it's just how inefficient are Robert and Nicola to allow this to happen. And, it's 1911 and they can't figure out how to work together. Like, it's just insane to me. So I don't know what, kind of, if they're talking, what they're talking about, but it must be so frustrating for them. And of course, Johnny, I think, doesn't have long for this game, to be honest.
Well, and if I didn't say it out loud earlier, before we broke away from this game, I was at least thinking it. It's like, the outcome I wanted was for like an epic Seren comeback. And the stage is set. Like, there's still so much chaos elsewhere that if Seren plays this correctly, it could be her game.
Absolutely could be. We have a quick comment from Malarkey here saying Austria's line looks like a cardiograph, which is apt.
Yes.
But yes, Seren's is really the recovery here. Seren's line must have been defibrillated at some point because it's going back up to 4 and is about to go back up to 5 with Paris. And of course, painful.
Not go back up to 5. I don't think she's been on 5, so this will be a first time.
It's true because
5 will be 1912.
She opened away from Iberia, right? She didn't take Spain or Portugal in the first year, so she's never been on more than 4 supplies.
She played the hood hog from the beginning, which was full north, and
No, I thought she was growing, and I was like, oh, she's given up. And look, I was proven so wrong. Like, I couldn't have predicted this for sure.
Well, Michalis Camaritis says Johnny's on for the top at this rate, given how this board has gone. It's just up and down and up and down and up and down. And of course, it's painful to see Naples and Venice got taken, but Christian Brown couldn't clear enough centers to build both of those. Maybe just planning to take out the Italian units so that they can, so that he can build a fleet both years. Let's move ahead. It's an army. It's not a fleet. Well, I guess Austria only needs so many fleets, right?
yeah, I mean, Austria couldn't build another fleet at this point because getting it out would have been a major problem. And Seren's build of an army is spot on right now because Italy is busy doing other things and just needs to get the German out of her homeland.
Yep. All right, let's go ahead to spring 1912.
Okay, so as expected, Seren just takes Paris. Please, thank you, it's mine, I want it back. The English Channel goes to Picardy, which I find to be an interesting move, and I'm wondering what the logic is there, but I mean, it's not like North is going to be clear, but I mean, you could... No, so you see the supported bounce in Denmark, and Germany pulling all of his armies back to do everything he can to minimize future losses against France. But, you know, then down in the east, you get the Austrian just making the best concerted effort he can have to take all of Italy, but Russia's like, hey, so I see Bulgaria over here. What, can I please? And can I follow that up with Ukraine? And have 2 on Serbia or 2 on Budapest? So, Tanya, your guess is better than mine.
Yeah, I mean, West saw an opportunity, took it. Seren saw an opportunity, took it. England and Germany need to get their act together, or just, like, I don't know, frustrating play between those two. Frustrating for Austria. After you get a good move, you get a bad move. I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Well, and most curious actually for me, and I saw it after the fact, was that West continues to not take St. Petersburg. And not only not take it, but self-bounce there.
Well, I guess it's helpful for him, for England, to use all those units to attack Germany, right?
Must be.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And England is, like, taking Sweden, going to Picardy. We shall see.
Yep, let's move ahead to the fall.
So that English unit in Picardy, which I was just talking about, goes back to the English Channel because of course it does. Seren, for her part, forces Burgundy, as you should do. Nicola says, you know what? Nope. Can't hold it all. I'm just walking right out. I will protect my homeland to the best of my ability. I'm not letting England take anything more from me. West does finally take St. Petersburg. Thank you very much. It was about time. And I'm still confused about the Russian-Austrian relationship here. Because Russia chooses not to take anything, but not to help but actually, in fact, helps the Italian into Greece. The Austrian convoys back to Albania.
At this point, shouldn't you just take Rome? Like, just take Rome.
No, take one unit, go to Rome. Like, at least get a dot here, Christian. I'm sorry. Like, why did Venice need to go to Tyrolia? Yeah.
Well, let's move ahead to the builds. Christian doesn't actually go down any.
The Italian gets to build? Oh, Greece.
Greece gives the Italian a build in an empty Italy.
Because you didn't take Rome.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's worth showing this comment again, I think.
No.
Oh, rough -2 for Germany.
Oh, Nicola, yeah.
And yeah, note how Wes works in twos, still sticking to that.
Back up to 9.
+2 here. Let's reveal these orders. Okay. Army Moscow, Army Sevastopol, kind of expected at this point. Right, Fleet, Rome. I mean, it can take Naples still, so I guess it's...
Seren can walk into Liverpool.
Yeah, there's so much here.
Not walk in England, but like there's a gamble here, right? Either it's London or it's Liverpool, or there's a lot of opportunities. All I'm saying.
Well, I mean, Seren can force the English Channel regardless, or bypass that entirely and go MAO, NAO, and convoy into Clyde and do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
We see Belgium taken off the board here, and Berlin also taken off the board. So Nicola really turtling up his units, except this one that's just off in Gulf of Bothnia.
I'm absolutely rooting for Seren to make the epic comeback.
Would be an incredible comeback at this point. Yes, so I am being informed that I need to get an update for the board, but while I'm doing that, we will say goodbye to our commentators for a bit. You guys can take a break, and we will show the remaining interviews that we have not seen yet, which are specifically for the 3 powers in the West, Nicola Tully, Robert Schubert, and Seren Quark. So let's go ahead and look at Nicola Tully first.
First, to prepare, I've got the VDL champion t-shirt. So that's the first step of the preparation I took. And like I've looked at the rounds of DBN of last year's just to have an idea of what was happening. So I saw it didn't go very well for for Tanya, of course. I think we have very different styles with Tanya, so I'm prepared to have a target on my back. I don't usually play with a target on my back, of course, but it has happened to me already with the solo as Russia. So I'm going to try to be even more defensive and even more friendly to other people, even more ready to make deals than usual, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, so that was Nicola Tully. I will now share Robert Schubert.
Well, first of all, I mean, in January, I had to prepare in the sense of that I needed to qualify. So I've been playing Cascadia all through the night to do that. And apart from that, I have been reviewing some of my old games with Nicola Tully, who's also qualified. We get along very well. I've played quite a few games over the last year, so sometimes we meet via voice chat and use it as a means to better our skills in diplomacy as well as our language skills, because we both sort of, learn the other's language, French and German, vice versa. So sometimes we do it in the other language, but mostly in English. And I've been playing a bit of Gunboat to sort of sharpen my tactics a little bit.
I love that he's mentioning Nicola Tully there.
I had to add myself here. That was way too funny given what we're watching right now.
Yeah, it's incredible. So let's move on to the final interview of our 28 players, who is the #1 seed. We've seen her just do an incredibly epic comeback from 2 supply centers up to 5. Not the biggest comeback so far, but hey, that 5 could grow even bigger. And, you know, that's all you need to get on the top board.
You know what they say, if you have no expectations, then you can't be disappointed. So I've got a game plan, Kevin. I'm not sure what the chances are that it'll work out, but I'm certainly hoping for the best.
What was this Seren's game plan? It's an interesting game plan, if so. I mean, she did completely abandon those 2 Iberian centers right at the start of the game. I mean, it's just kind of amazing, right? Let me get up the correct map here in the correct year, and there we go. Let's bring it back to the... I will bring our commentators back in. Hello, Siobhan. Hello, Tanya. And I will get the map back up. Here we go. Right. So something you'll notice, so a little bit of maintenance we just did in the background there was these decimal points in the scores. They were not previously displaying, and actually that ends up being quite important in the overall standings at the moment. If we go ahead and look. Yeah, so Ed Sullivan is in fact ahead of Karthik Konath by 0.8 points, which puts him... He's in the top 7 right now. Actually, no one on that board that we're commentating is in that top 7 as of current. Closest person is Seren Quark in 9th, and
Telling
then
you,
Nicola
it's going to be a
Tully
Seren comeback
in 10th. But yes, Ed Sullivan is in fact ahead of Karthik. Now let's go back to the map and continue commentating this incredible game.
Yeah. I'll pass off to Tanya. Do you want to do the moves for a while, and I'll...
Sure, let's give you a break there.
Sounds great. Okay.
All right, spring 1903. Seren does force English, which was covering Irish anyway, so didn't matter there, but continues her play towards getting Belgium, getting something on the English island, which, you know, while she does this, England and Germany let her continue to do this and are still fighting over Sweden and Denmark, as they've been doing for the last God knows how many years, which is extra funny given we just heard Robert say that him and Nicola are really good friends and go through games together and like all of those things. So I only hope that their friendship is not ending tonight. And then in the East, Wes is trying to get these Austrian dots and doesn't get any of them this turn. Good defending from Christian on that. And Christian says, let me try for Smyrna if you're going to, you know, be annoying. You've got nothing on Russia. So I'll try and walk in there if Greece, Italy doesn't stop that. And you know what? Italy has not taken Naples. So I don't really know what if Johnny's gonna, you know, let this could be a very much. I wouldn't be shocked if you know, Austria supports Greece into Smyrna and Naples either, you know, goes to Italy or stays Austrian.
Yeah, I mean, it's spot on there. I mean, and to the comment about Robert and Nicola's friendship, it's some of my best friends in the diplomacy hobby who I'm very, very good friends with outside of the game. We cannot work together at all on a board. So I think that they'll be good friends when this is all said and done. But yeah, we'll see what's happening with the Italy, Austria, Russia nonsense. I mean, Wes is doing his best to keep himself relevant and put himself in a place where you can't ignore him, and he's definitely there.
I think it's only good friends who can do what Robert and Nicola have been doing these past 2 games, right? Constantly turning around back and forth, and then allying with each other again. It's just been incredible. Let's have a look at the fall orders.
Yeah, so in the fall, Seren doesn't take either. She walks back into Brest for whatever reason and doesn't make a play for Belgium when she would have gotten Belgium had she made that play. So I don't get it, but that's a choice. But Nicola does take Sweden, doesn't get it contested. Maybe they figured it out. Maybe now we see an EG. I'm not going to hold my breath, but right now this turn is an EG turn. In the East, we've got Germany lends Austria some support by cutting Bohemia, thereby not letting West get into Vienna there. And I actually might have missed that Russian-Serbian dot there. So Christian will go down 1. He does take Smyrna, however, and does take Greece, but loses Naples. So and loses Serbia. So I guess he just stays even is what happens. And there's more just shifting around of centers and very inefficient stabbing all around, which must be really exhausting to play 13 years of this kind of diplomacy.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 100%. We do see that Seren could have guaranteed Belgium at this point, but chose not to play for it. What's curious for me is the move back to Brest. I don't understand that at all. If you're not going to make a play for Belgium and you're not going to make a play for Irish Sea, what are we doing here? What's your plan? Where are we going? Because it's better not be a late breaking Western triple where they're just like testing faith in each other, making sure like guarantee Seren goes back to Brest, guarantee Germany doesn't actually take Belgium, guarantee Seren doesn't take Belgium. Yeah, I don't get it. But Bothnia takes Sweden, and what are y'all doing? Explain it to me. I've been playing this game for 20 years and I still don't get it. Like,
yeah,
it's an old one for sure. And like, bear in mind this last time, in fact, the last game that Robert and Nicola were in ended with a Western triple where none of them topped the board because they just got locked into that Western triple for the end of the game. I really hope that is not what we see repeated here. The stakes are a bit higher this time around. If we go into the winter, Johnny Gillam actually gets another build on his way back up again.
No.
And Wes Ketchum finally ruins the meme by going -1 instead of -2. How hard would it have been to lose another center? Like, just don't pick up Serbia. Convince.
Come on, work with us here, Wes.
Right, so before we move on, I want your opinions. Who do you think is going to top this board? Who wants to take that first?
You can't ask impossible questions. You just can't. I might as well just roll a dice and pick a number.
I'm still putting my eggs in the basket for Seren because I've been saying it for so long, but because of the chaos of this game, if I really had to choose based on position, no, there isn't a good one because I mean, Wes is the board leader at this point, but he doesn't have a single fleet on the board.
I want it to be Austria because I think Austria has been making the right moves and their neighbors keep doing things to mess up those right moves. So I would like it to be Austria because I don't really have a criticism of their play as I might have for some of the others.
Yeah,
Will it be Austria? Probably not, but I would like it.
I think it will be Russia.
Okay.
But saying that, it's probably going to be England or Italy or some nonsense. I don't know.
Let's just move on.
It's super hard to tell, yeah. I think the problem with Austria is just the army build coming up in Rome, probably, right? It could be a fleet. If it's a fleet, I like Austria.
Given this game, he's going to build a fleet.
Yep. Okay, and I want to highlight this comment from Chris Kelly. How far is this from a typical board circa 1903 where Italy, Austria, Russia have just decided to kill Turkey, I suppose? It's actually surprisingly close.
Right?
Especially if you just ignore the Turkish centers here. This is exactly what you'd see in an Austria-Italy versus Russia-Turkey situation. And this is just, well, I mean, maybe not Fleet Baltic, but the rest of it looks very 1903.
I'll just go back to the lack of Russian fleets, and that's the only major difference. 1903, you'd still have a Russian fleet.
Yeah. All right, let's move ahead to, well, there we go. We see a fleet row. Because, of course, we see a fleet row.
Team Austria. Let's go.
Fleet Baltic off the board, Army Livonia off the board, and an army in Kiel built. Let's move ahead to spring 1940.
Yeah, so EG, do it again, or EG for another round. Happy to see it. Sort of, yeah, okay, yes. An attempt to take Belgium, but didn't work. Not full trust, because if there was full trust, Ruhr would have supported Holland to Belgium, but instead it supported Kiel to Holland, so something to note there. But England gets into the English Channel. Maybe Seren doesn't get her comeback. I don't know. She should have taken Belgium last turn. In the other side of the board, West makes it into Budapest. I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, it couldn't have been stopped. So he gets into Budapest, which is unfortunate for Austria, who does not get into Serbia, does get into Bulgaria, because Bulgaria gets into Con, and Con has to retreat to Ankh. So few changes there, but Ionian does move to the Aegean, so I'm assuming in the fall, Austria might not be keeping everything that they have so far. But Venice is safe.
Venice is safe. That Fleet Rome build tells us everything and nothing that we need to know all at once, which is just that choices have been made in this game, and I have nothing else to add to Tanya's commentary.
All right, let's move ahead to the fall of 1914. I've been asked to point out by the assistant GM here, Wardy, Chris Ward, that most of the players on this board are, in fact, no, is it most? Yeah, I think Seren, Robert, Nicola, and Johnny are all playing from European time zones, right? And this is, at this point, going into 1914, I think it's been like 6 or 7 hours.
Well, we're in the wee hours of the morning.
I think the only two in North America are Christian and Evan, actually, because Wes is in Switzerland and Robert is in Germany.
That's right.
That's correct. So 5 of these players playing.
I thought
this is dedication.
The morning game.
No, this is yeah, but it's been going on for a very long time, right?
Yeah, it's getting later for 5 of the 7 players on this. Well, 5. The remaining players on this board. And you know, part of diplomacy, and I'll say this in time unlimited games and face to face, is just the stamina it can take to play these games. Because I've seen games go into like the 4 a.m. hour, and depending on what time zone you're coming in from and what you're used to and jet lag in face to face tournaments, I've seen it ruin games for players.
Yep. Well, let's move to the fall of 1914 here.
Okay, so starting off with the West, because it's somewhat easier. No, it's not. EG is no more. Germany takes North Sea, which walks out of North Sea, and takes Norway, which retreats to Finland. I don't, maybe it's coordinated. It could be coordinated. It could not be coordinated. We'll never know. Germany does secure Belgium, goes into Ruhr, has made a deal with Russia that they're going to be working together to some capacity. And Seren doesn't do much. England doesn't do much. I don't really understand why you walk out of the North Sea, but that's what's happened. And in the eastern part of this board, Italian fleet in the Black Sea, which is always exciting, and more shuffling of units. Romania goes down to Bulgaria. Bulgaria goes to Khan. And Aegean goes to, no, it doesn't, because Romania gets into Bulgaria. So slight shifts. Ionian does take Greece, so that leaves Christian on 3, 4, 5, which, you know, not the end of the world, not the position we wanted to see Austria in, or I did.
Yeah, it's this shuffling of units in the east every turn is just baffling to me, because it's like Austria's like, no, I want Khan, and Russia's like, no, I want Bulgaria, and Italy's like, no, I want Greece. And can the three of them just sit down in a room together and figure out a plan together? These are good players. Like, I mean, maybe get on the same page, but now they're all so out of position that maybe it's not possible.
Oh, well, let's move ahead and have a look at what happens. Well, we got Winter 1914 +1 for Wes. Come on, Wes. Can't you get a +2? How hard is that? All right. +1 for Nicola and -1 for Robert. Here we go. Finland comes off. That seems pretty reasonable, right? And Army Sevastopol, Fleet Kiel. So not looking good for England here. I think that's an understatement.
I want to speak to the EG in this game and really ask them what was going through their heads the entire time.
Yep. Let's go ahead. Before I go ahead, I just want to point out, look at this. Look at this.
We saw it looked like an EKG chart earlier. We saw it looked like 6 flags. Someone in the comments just said it looks like the thing that measures earthquakes, which I, living in California, should remember the name for, but
I don't.
Y'all, I just want to take this on for the DBN. I want to do an interview with each of these players about this specific game, and then do a group interview with all of them with specific questions, because I have questions. Seismograph. Thank you, Karthik.
Can we just make them all
my California
play
guy.
Saren's favorite type of diplomacy, which is a Wilson game? Because I would love that.
Just record a Wilson game with these 7 players. It would be incredible.
I need... And the end of the interview is going to be a Wilson game. There we go. There's the answer. I will record this for DBN. I am all in for it because I have so many questions.
Okay, let's move ahead here to the spring of 1915.
Okay, so we'll start off with the West. Convoy onto York, which... Oh my God, so sorry. So Germany convoys himself onto York, England convoys Seren onto Wales. England is really, really not having it. Sorry. So 2 convoys onto the island, but it's a Cold War going on right now because Germany and France are not making moves into each other's lands. They're just going for the English dots. So that's a choice. Other than that, Berlin does move to Silesia for whatever reason. I don't know why, but it does, with support, while Wes is moving to Gal. So you might figure that might piss Wes off, and then Wes will support Norwegian into Norway, is my prediction. And Other than that, we've got the potential death of poor Austria, who has lost COD and lost Smyrna. And we've got the Wintergreen back, or maybe not. But, you know, they're not attacking each other. They're simply attacking Christian Brown here, who has to retreat into Venice and will probably get Rome. So not total death, but a couple more centers changing hands here.
I don't have much color to add, except I cannot get over Robert as England in the English Channel convoying the French army into Wales.
It is incredible.
There's nothing else for me on this board in this moment than that. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's just like I have no idea. Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense. It stops the German from being able to take a guaranteed shot at Liverpool or London. Plus, if English taps North Sea and Norwegian goes to Edinburgh, you can't guarantee Edinburgh either unless you support the fleet-in or convoy over from Belgium, which is, well, which is risky because you've got English Channel and Picardy adjacent as well. But I think it's more likely just that he's going, you know, you stabbed me, I'm not going to let you get everything here.
Well, and just the fact that there is a world in which we can make this rational, this move, this moment, just says everything we need to know about this board. Like yeah. You're making defense, and I appreciate it, Marcus, and thank you. But like,
it's just, this board is insane to read. I have to say props to the commentators as well. You guys have been on for a long time now, and like looking at this after 6 hours of commentary is just trying to decipher what's going on is incredible. All right, fall 1915.
Tanya, I'll call moves for a bit because you've been doing it for a while. I mean, so after convoying Seren onto the English mainland, Robert is rewarded by the Germans supporting France into Liverpool instead of Seren helping England. So, and Seren sneaks into the English Channel behind Robert, covering London. We get a convoy into Edinburgh from Belgium. I mean, France and Germany late game opportunistic alliance, I guess. And Seren's moving everything north, like setting up Brest to be convoyed over to. It's a lot. Over in the east, we do indeed see Christian taking Rome, but Adriatic slips into Venice as a result. Christian still loses quite a bit, does not keep Budapest, does not get back Trieste, is sitting on Vienna and Rome, I believe, at the end of this turn. And Italy will wind up picking up Smyrna and Venice, but down Rome, so up one. And Russia's helping England into Norway, so now we have an ER versus an FG, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I did call that Wes would be supporting Norwegian into Norway in the spring, just based on the fact that Berlin moved to Silesia. So
yeah, that's fair.
You know, it just seems Nicola a little greedy with that Silesia move there. But yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's move ahead to the builds here. We've got -1, just one for Robert Schubert, managing to grab Norway, as you mentioned. Seren still going up, has not gone down. It actually has not lost a center since this downward point in 1902. Kind of incredible. We see Christian Brown down 1, Johnny Gillam up 1, and Wes, you're still ruining our +2s by getting a +3 now. I guess it's just a belt and out.
Told you it would be Wes.
So, Fleet Sevastopol, 2 armies here, an army in Naples, makes sense, and Fleet London coming off. Seren Waves, that's an interesting one.
Well, I mean, I'll just say for a second, like, I think there's a burgeoning FG here, and the only thing Seren can build is Army Paris. And would that spook Nicola if they're actually on board for the first time in a long time? She doesn't see a threat from him in this moment. He's moved other directions. Would I have done the same thing? No. Can I understand it? No.
No, I think your explanation made sense. It's just Belgium and Munich there, right? And not much more to threaten Picardy or Burgundy. So you could do it to get the leg up on Nicola, which is what I would want, but maybe Seren has different plans. We don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, even if Nicola gets spooked here, I guess the danger is what? He takes Liverpool from you? I don't know. I just...
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and see how things turn out. Spring 1916.
Okay, so as for the English mainland, which I find the most interesting right now, Seren jumps up to Clyde for no particular reason in this moment, except for maybe to take Eddie in the fall, but you could have done that from Liverpool. Nicola takes London, someone needed to do it, and Seren's armies move elsewhere. We got Gascony and Piedmont. The fleets, we bounce an NAO, but it feels like a waste of Seren's fleets in this moment, and I get that you and Robert aren't on the best terms, but we do see the German booting the English out of Norway, which is a good set of moves. West trying to set up to have more of a voice in Scandinavia with the move to Finland and St. Pete. You love to see it. And Warsaw to Silesia. Rome to Apulia is the most curious of the moves on this board for me right now. And Tanya, what do you make of Rome to Apulia?
I think it's I don't know. I don't really know what you're doing. Maybe Johnny said the convoy Christian somewhere fun. I could see Johnny doing that.
And it's a benefit of hindsight. He could have walked into Naples right now.
Could have, but where's he going to build the build if
There's no way. There's no way that if I'm in Christian's position, I ever would have thought I was getting into Naples, so I wouldn't have done that either. But just
yeah. Wow. Okay, let's go ahead to fall 1916.
Oh, yep. No, Tanya was right. It was the convoy. So Apulia goes to Albania, which is actually kind of brilliant because that Austrian ownership of Rome is threatened by nothing unless the Italian wants to pull back the Tyrrhenian Sea and lose a fleet in the fight, which he may do eventually. But Seren is marching forth with gusto into Tyrolia, finally gets to move MAO to Spain and English to MAO, does take Edinburgh, possibly with agreement from the German, hard to tell. But the German would have been up 2 otherwise, so yeah, I have to believe that's for alliance balance. West, for all his attempts of pushing his armies north to have a say in Scandinavia, loses St. Petersburg. That's a little heartbreaking. So England is back on side with F and G.
It's just incredible.
That's the only thing I can see. West is yes, okay, it's an FG, F England. I'm going to support everyone, but he's also trying to boot Germany out of Norway, so that's not going to go over well. But for his part, West loses St. Pete, but does get Vienna. Christian Brown is down to his 1 unit and his 1 ownership in Rome. So I await his triumphant march back to a home center someday, because that's how this game is going and how it probably will end. But yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah. I don't have much to add, except I feel like I'm being trolled. I don't know.
Right? Like, y'all set this game up just to troll us, right?
It looks like everyone is uniting against West here, right? There's not a player on the board who is not attacking West at this moment. Even this French army going into Tyrolia. Right. Poor West. But this is what happens when almost everyone on the board needs the board top to advance. The only person who possibly doesn't is Seren Quark, who might get it anyway at this point. We'll see. Okay, let's move ahead to Winter 1916. +2 for Seren because she waived last phase.
Yes.
And she waves again this phase.
Okay, Seren, I don't know what you're doing in your free time, but you need to stop talking to Eddie Burson. Like, right now. Whatever his advice is. No.
It's kind of working. It's kind of working.
It's working for you, and I respect it. But I've been playing with Eddie for so long. This nonsense just frustrates me. No, it's. But I mean, what else would she build, right? I mean, she's working with Germany, so she's not going to build Fleet Brest right now.
Well, she should.
I mean, but why?
To take some Italian dots.
Yeah, this is reassuring that that they're going after Russia, right? They're all going after Russia in a nice, happy.
But I mean, if you're going to take Italian dots, then you build Fleet Marseille and Army something else, because I mean.
Right. Yeah.
If you're going to wave a build, why is it Army Marseille?
Yeah.
Let's just move on.
Yeah, I do like some of the comments about Wes's everyone attacking Wes here. Peter McNamara calls it early leader syndrome.
1916.
And yeah, Mikhail says never take the lead by 1960. This is well known fact. All right.
I mean, I would never dare. I would not want to be a leader in 1916.
Okay, here we go. Spring 1917.
Yeah, so this FG just sort of marches along. I will note that London moves up to Yorkshire, and Germany is still in North Sea. And so if I were Seren, I would be having a conversation about that in the next negotiation period. And Seren's fleets don't go anywhere. They just sit there and support each other, which, you know, you can argue you had your conversations with Johnny and everything's copacetic, but also Marseille goes to Piedmont. So I'm getting some mixed messages from Seren's orders here. Johnny takes the opportunity to move Ionian to Tyrrhenian Sea, probably, in all honesty, just to take back Rome. And
Austria's army is gone. There's no reason to keep Rome there.
It just take Rome back, and probably said to Seren, like, hey, I'm moving here to take Rome. If you're dropping into Western Med, NAF, any of this, we're going to have problems. You know, and so we have officially, probably at the end of this year, seen the end of Christian Brown. Well played, well fought. You made it 16 and a half years in diplomacy for this. You deserve an award.
So depressing.
You know, I mean, seeing what's happened this game, I would not be surprised if this, if Rome is just left for the entire game and he gets to survive.
That would be the theme of this game. Like, no, I'm actually just going to bypass Rome and go into Western Mediterranean while I have Seren unsuspecting of anything. But yeah, so meanwhile, Russia takes Tyrolia and disbands a French unit. Seren has plenty of builds in pocket, plus this disband. We'll see what happens with that. Germany marches eastward, and we'll see how they do with a war in Russia in the fall and winter.
The only thing I want to add is it finally looks like this board is getting somewhere. Like there are things that are resolving. England is resolved. Austria is resolved. Whether there's going to be another big stab or not, knock West down a couple, see who gets the top board. But at least it's a lot cleaner than it was like just even 2 game years ago.
Agreed.
Yep. Well, let's see if it stays. So, fall 1917.
Nicola really is very stabby, I will say.
Yeah, so I mean, I saw it coming with the move from London to Yorkshire last turn. You can make some arguments that might have been arranged, but it's hard to see. The argument I could see from Nicola is, well, you've been keeping this build in pocket and not using it. However, Nicola has 2 centers above Seren at this point, and that makes it a harder place to argue from. And so why Seren took it, I don't know. But now we're up in Irish Sea again. And yeah, you did go to Western Med. Johnny did, in fact, take Rome. So well done, well played, Christian. Thank you for sticking around this long. And meanwhile, Wes is just taking stuff off the Italian where he can, taking Greece, and protecting Warsaw. And nothing changes in Scandinavia. Am I missing anything?
Nope. It's just Germany's playstyle is see dot, take dot. And that's sort of what the whole game's been.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I will also say that something I see now in retrospect is that Piedmont chose to support Venice instead of taking the offered support into Tyrolia. And if France and Germany are really working together, why aren't we taking that support? Why aren't we?
I mean, sometimes these moves go by so fast that you agree on one thing and then you say, oh no, I need to support this because they could lose Venice, and then Germany just never changed that. So
yeah, so.
But I mean, the move to Ruhr is fun. I know that Kiel needs to be vacated in order to build, but still fun.
I mean, I do see in the comments from who I'm guessing is Nicola is that the move to Edinburgh was arranged, and the evidence of that is that Seren disbanded the unit instead of retreating it.
Right.
Yeah. Seems along with the claim that he is not stabby.
I am not stabby. That's what every diplomacy player
All right,
says.
if it was arranged,
Come on.
Maybe I'll take it back. Maybe.
All right, let's move on to the winter here. Wes, +1. I'm still very disappointed. I'm going to be disappointed till I see that +2. But hey, at least it's up. Johnny Gillam
He's at 12, which is an even number.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we accept that here. Amusingly, I think he's been at odd numbers for basically the rest of the game due to the +1s and the +2s even. And Seren still has +2 in pocket despite the only change being losing Edinburgh this turn just because of all those waves and disbands.
So she's only building 1.
Yep. Yep, you're absolutely correct. Because why build? Well, you know why build? Why build? You want to be nice in diplomacy. Like
that was a joke, Seren.
Oh boy,
I can't.
Okay, let's very quickly here check the standings as it stands right now. We see if the board. This is what the top 7 would be if the board ended here and now. Casey Gray would be in first, Brandon Fogle, Jason Massbaum, Farron Jane, Ed Sullivan, Karthik Konath, and Riaz Varani. So actually, no one on this board would make it into the top 7 still, but you have 2 of them just waiting on the wings here in 9th and 10th, and they're not actually that far behind. It's the 15-point gap, so you really want that board top and a few more centers. but it's absolutely possible to make it and knock Riaz off of that spot. And it's especially possible if Seren can start getting back into this, given that she has that baseline from the previous round.
Out of curiosity, Marcus, where is Nicola on this list?
Let's go ahead and look. If we go back there, he's in 11th. It's like
Just
the
off
difference.
The first screen.
The difference is 6 points between him and Seren right now. Wow.
And if he gets into a top board position, he presumably gets a fair amount of points from that. If they can just knock West down just a little bit more, that could be. Yeah.
It's so close between all of these players. I think maybe the one who is well, I mean, so Wes had a 0 result in that first round, which is why he's only just above Seren, despite having a huge board top right now. He needs a huge result. But Nicola needs a large board top as well. Seren maybe could get away with the second place. And then we have, where is, I mean,
Johnny?
Yeah, we might count Italy out of it. There's Johnny.
Yeah, I don't think so.
He might be able to do it. You never know with this kind of board. Let's get back to the map now.
If he's going to do it, we're going to be here for another hour and a half, and I'm not ready for that kind of commitment.
Okay, let's move ahead to spring 1918.
Ooh, a lot of black arrows this turn. So Seren goes back into Liverpool with Nicola supporting her in. I mean, this is just agreement. This is how we're splitting the English peninsula, and we're all good with that. Seren moves Marseille up to Burgundy, which is interesting as Nicola moves Ruhr and Munich away. And I have to assume it's just to support Munich moving forward. But it is an interesting place to be, given where everyone else is on the board. West Ketchum takes St. Petersburg back with no need for support because Robert says, I'm out, I'm done, don't need it.
Good night and goodbye.
Yeah, good night and goodbye. And elsewhere, I mean, the Italian goes to Tyrrhenian Sea, Ionian. The Russian goes to Budapest and Romania. Kind of a boring turn as far as this game has been going.
And that was like part of me saying that a lot of things have resolved now, right? So we're not going to see that crazy dynamic alliance shifts, supply center count shift that we have been seeing. Is there a way for Nicola to get the top board, get into the actual top board? So get the top share here, get the top board, and Seren get a second place and also make the top board. Is it possible? Because if that's possible, that might be what they're going for.
I think that has to be the math they're doing.
Yeah, so Nicola Tully needs 11 centers, apparently, an 11 center board top to get there, which would leave Seren Quark able to get a 10 center second, potentially, which I don't know would be enough, actually. It would certainly be on the edge if it was enough.
It's possibly doable, but the key is knocking West down.
Oh, sorry. I need to correct that. I read my thing wrong. Nicola needs 9 centers as a lone topper. Seren would need 11 centers as second. So if Seren's going to get in as a second place, Nicola's board top would need to be substantially more.
Yeah, and knocking West down at this point is going to be difficult, despite the fact that Seren and Nicola do seem to be trying to set themselves up to start eating away at Nicola's centers. But, I mean, with the walk into St. Pete, it just becomes so much harder.
All right, let's see what happens.
Let's go ahead. Thank you, Yuli. I'm a bit out of it at this point. Let's go to fall 1918.
Oh, my favorite move of the night. I see it. The convoy from Spain to Greece. I, hands down, Thank you, Seren. Thank you, Johnny, for making this happen. Sorry, Wes, that it had to happen at your expense, but I just,
fancy thing.
I mean, chef's kiss to all of that. But no, seriously. So it does seem to be that we're at a moment on the board where everyone's starting to be like, okay, Wes is up there. We need to take him down. We need to like start coordinating all together. Johnny seems to be on board. Germany and England seem to be on board taking St. Pete back. In the middle of the board, there's a lot of shifting. So Germany takes Bohemia, piffing Russia's army there. But in the meantime, Russia takes Tyrolia, which is going to be problematic all around, this is a moment where you really want Italy to have an army in Venice instead of a fleet, because that fleet is just doing nothing for holding that line. I was questioning Seren's army in Burgundy. It just goes away. It's like, nope. I may argue that it should have gone to Marseille just to support Piedmont, just in case Russia gets into Venice instead of someone else, but that's me thinking ahead.
She might be building in Marseille this turn. But...
That's right. She does have builds in pocket, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So to leave Marseille open for a build, that actually makes sense. But the board kind of seems to be circling around not Wes in this moment.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder why, like, Johnny is playing to help Seren out here. I mean, if that's the result that they want, then that's the result they're gonna get, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's no reason why Johnny doesn't take Greece and instead does his ridiculous convoy, right? But
just to make me happy. That's why, Tanya.
Right. It was all worth it for that reaction, actually.
Right. Let's move ahead here. Winter 1918, Seren, +2. What do you reckon she's going to build with that +2?
Army Marseille.
Only one.
Oh!
Oh!
That's the biggest twist of the game right there.
Yeah.
Fleet Brest. But yes, and we see Army Sevastopol over here.
I mean, if you're Nicola in this moment, though, and you see a fleet Brest dropping down when London and Belgium are so vulnerable, what do you think?
It's ridiculous. I mean, like, why doesn't he have something closer, right, at this point? I mean...
This is the moment you think, oh god, I've screwed up, right? Because you've got...
I do hope that she makes him pay for that. That would be nice.
Well, let's move ahead and see where she goes with it.
She does not make him pay for it. But he does backtrack because he's realized that, oh shit, you know?
Yeah, so, I mean, Brest goes to the mid-Atlantic. You see the marching forward of Seren's armies into Tyrolia, into Piedmont, into Marseille from Gascony. You love to see a chain like that. You know, Wes, for his part, tries to take back a thing or two, like makes a play for Greece, possibly talk to Johnny about like, hey, support me back in there. Having supported Robert into St. Petersburg to keep him alive last year, that favor is quickly rewarded by Germany just taking it for himself, which I don't blame Nicola for at all. So, and Italy takes Constantinople. So, I mean, it's Wes is having a hard time finding a friend anywhere.
Yeah, and you know, goodbye, Robert. Interesting but inefficient play, I think, has defined your game tonight, unfortunately. But yeah, this is just a gang up on Wes sort of situation.
Yep. And let's go ahead here. Fall 1919. I cannot say that number because I am not used to it, I think. Let's have a look at what happens here.
Yeah, so I mean, you see Seren making some moves down, getting into North Africa, Johnny protecting Tunis, just getting something in there to make sure, but moves Tyrrhenian Sea, but I guess Aegean goes to Ionian. But all of that allows West to take back Greece, and Smyrna. And so, I mean, it clearly we had, and then Seren takes Venice, which I've been saying an army there is better than a fleet, but there's some just touchiness happening in this alliance that seemed so solid for, well, probably half a second based on the way this game is going. So the longest alliance that has existed.
Yeah, I mean, you really gotta wonder why Johnny was attacking West to begin with when, Seren's just sitting around behind him with fleets that aren't going to attack Germany and, but
yeah,
here we are. Venice is lost. Greece is lost. Smyrna is lost, but Khan is gained. I don't know. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Just
show me the winter.
Let's go ahead. Winter. West is +1. I'm gonna stop commenting on that because I've given up on +2s now. But he is back up to 12, which is a solid board top. +1 for Nicola, and +1 for Seren here. And Fleet Constantinople comes off here. We've got Fleet Marseille, Army Munich, Army Moscow. So this line is solidifying. It's FG versus Russia, maybe Italy. I could see Russia just killing Italy and trying to hold this line at this point.
Yeah.
We'll see. Okay, and let's move ahead to spring 1920.
Yeah, so Russia, for his part, I mean, we take Constantinople. How much do you really need from Italy? But at the same time, Seren takes Tunis, drops down into Tuscany. There's a little bit of movement along the line. Germany takes Livonia to solidify that northeastern corner of the line. And everything else is just kind of red arrows. Like, we're not turning on our allies as best as anyone has had allies in this game.
Yeah, seems that way. And yeah, this is actually set up potentially to take one of Warsaw and Moscow right now that you can cut close.
Yeah. If you can get over that line, that would be great for Nicola.
Yep.
It's going to be a 50-50 for which one. Yeah.
Let's see.
And take them both is the answer. Moscow and Warsaw fall. As West walks out of Constantinople, so loses 2, doesn't even keep the 1 that he was on. I mean, you see a big stalemate around the Mediterranean. Seren is up Tunis for all the effort and goes to Piedmont.
I think Trieste supported Tyrolia into Venice, but
yes.
So I think at this point, West is saying, just top the board, Nicola. I'm tired. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't have a chance. Yeah.
This is a defensive stalemate line, right? That he's backed onto on this front. I don't think it is on this front down here, but it's going to take France a while to push through, if that's the case. But yes, doing this does absolutely mean that you lose the board top. There's no way to overtake Germany right now.
No.
Let's move ahead to winter 1920. We've got +1 for Seren, -1 for Johnny, and +2 for Nicola. 2 armies, 1 army, and minus the back fleet here. Let's go to spring 1921.
Yeah, so we see a little bit more movement. None of it terribly relevant in terms of everything. I mean, Seren drops down into Apulia and follows up Piedmont to Venice. Russia repositions some armies, Serbia to Albania, Bulgaria, Serbia. And we do get the convoy from Kiel to Livonia, which quickest way to shore up that line as Nicola. You love to see it. Liverpool to Wales. which I assume has to be arranged so that Seren can pick up London and just be a little closer, which I'm going to guess is some conversation about math that is happening about how much does it take for me to get there? Do you really need 13? Can I take one from you? Kind of question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's. I think it's been stated if Nicola gets to 12 and Seren is on 11, they would both make it. So if Nicola is already on 13, so if Seren takes London and Roman Naples, that would get them both there.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what we're seeing.
If we move ahead here,
I mean, Seren indeed does take Rome, London. Nicola clearly could have walked into Liverpool if this was against his wishes. It clearly was not. Everywhere else is stalemate line.
Yep. Anything to add to that, or shall I move on?
Just go on.
Let's go on. Winter 1921. At this point, the game is going on for 11 hours, I've been told. Which is, yeah, it's just incredible. Seren maintains the reputation by waving one of those two builds. And then we're going to see,
exactly as we predicted.
Into Naples, and then in the fall, just holding these centers.
Or to get through to winter, yeah.
Yep. Of course, Johnny does actually manage to survive the game, it looks like, in Constantinople. So both waves from Seren, and then there we see the game over. So I think that was a pretty incredible game. It was certainly a long one. I would normally ask here, was everyone correct to draw? But I think at this point, it's certain what they were going for, right? It's just a case of the implications of going onto the top board. In Nicola's position, would you have accepted this deal? Would you have said, okay, I'll get you onto the top board? Or would you have just gone for the maximum you could possibly get yourself?
I mean, if you do the math and there's no reason you think you can work well with Seren on the top board, why not put her there, right? If you can't, I don't see the necessary, the problem in doing it. I'm just shocked that Seren's on the top board without ever topping a board solo. Can we get the scores up? Who's on this board?
Yeah, let me go and bring them up. Well, before I do, I just want to highlight this graph. I mean, it's impossible to read at this point because it's been going on so long. But just look at Seren's line. Goes down to 2 right away. And then apart from this one dip, which I believe was an arranged exchange with Germany, it was just up all the way until she got what she needed to. This is absolute demonstration of why Seren is that #1 player in the world right now.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely stellar play from Seren here. I agree. And, should Nicola have pushed for more? This is not the top board, not the moment to do it. If you have done the math, if you know you're both going to make it, keep the relationship, and you can call in that favor later. Doesn't always work in diplomacy, but it's better than burning a bridge when you might need it later.
Yep. And one last thing I want to say while we're still looking at this map. Obviously, it's Nicola and Seren who make it out of this board onto that top board. But when you looked at that chaos that was happening in the East early, that up and down, changing of alliances, I think we need to give massive props to Wes Ketchum for coming out on top of that absolute cluster. Right? His 3 words were "choose your moment," and I mean, he absolutely did that. I think he played this about as well as he could have done.
I agree with you. He did. He played a great game. Must be very frustrating, but that's life.
Yeah, I mean, after a game this long, I think anything but a win is frustrating.
Yep. Let's go ahead and look at our DBNI Super 7 for 2022. These are the final scores.
So remember how we put up those numbers earlier about what you would need to beat Karthik?
Yeah. Turns out what you need to beat Karthik is 0.8 of a point.
That's so sorry. I've been on this stream for so long that it's just deliriously funny.
Yes.
I think it's safe to say that the loser from the 11-11-11 was Riaz.
Yep.
Yeah.
So our top 7 in reverse order here. Ed Sullivan in 7th place, getting that 136.8, just 0.8 above Karthik, coming in from that 3-way 11-11-11, and then just about scraping in as France in that second round. Seren Quark, that 11-11-11 again, and then an absolutely incredible comeback in this round 4 game that lasted basically as long as she wanted it to get her onto that top board. Farron James, great alliance play all the way through, securing the board top with that alliance with Katie Gray in the first round, and then again more alliance play in the second round. Jason Massbaum getting onto this top board with that masterful stab in the first round, and that was all he needed. 0 result from the second game. He doesn't care. He got through. Brandon Fogle, again, a bit stabby in his second game. Absolutely needed to be after a painful result in the first round. Managed to bring it back with that second game and, get himself into 3rd place, just below Nicola Tully. Had to rely on that Western triple in the first game and call it early, and maybe it was a bit disappointing to him. I don't think the second round game was disappointing to him. I think this was a result he definitely can look back on and say, that was fantastic. And then finally, first position, Katie Gray coming in with that. I mean, it's kind of been forgotten now that we've been looking at the other board for so long, but we can't forget how intense that game was as well, right? It came down to 2 alliance structures that would not break and having to convince that ally, I deserve to be on the top board. Please get me there. And also just the fact that she was positioned to take those centers. And that puts her in a great spot for next week, because it means that she has the option to choose the country if she wants to. Tanya, Siobhan, I mean, is there anyone on this list that you wouldn't have expected to be there? I'd assume the answer is no, to be honest. But
I love this list. I think it's fantastic. If you asked me halfway through that last game we saw whether Nicola was going to be on this list, I would have told you no. But this is fantastic. I'm super excited to watch this game. You've got 2 Europeans, you've got 3 women. Like, everyone's a fantastic player. I am really, really pumped to see this top board for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I will say, Nicola, not because you were not an amazing player, I've seen you play now. The only reason I wouldn't have pegged you for the top 7 is because I'm unfamiliar with your play before today. And it was 100% deserved. My predictions were way off, and so I apologize to everyone in the top 7 that I didn't have the faith. We've got a few DBNers, we've got a good mix across the world, across everything, and across play styles, and it's going to be a fascinating game to watch.
Yeah, and as someone who did sideline, and Marcus, you can agree with me here, for Nicola's game when he won VDL just last month, he's a fantastic player. He's really charismatic, really good at getting that ally when he needed to. Just this game was a little bit, here and there in terms of how that actually played out, but no doubt that I'm not shocked that he is on this list for sure. Yeah.
Yep. And with that, I think we are going to say good night to everyone. Thank you very much for watching. It has been an incredible night of commentary, and thank you particularly Tanya and Siobhan for staying around and talking about these games for so long, and to Zachary Moore, who was on earlier and did the editing for a bunch of the videos as well. It has been a fantastic night of diplomacy. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next weekend for the top board.